Good morning, everyone. This is day 2 of the Asian Surfing Championships 2024. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Giada. How are you, Giada?
I'm really good. I'm excited to see what today brings.
Me too. We've turned up. Waves look super fun today. We had a great day of action yesterday. Looking at the schedule today, we've got open men's the rest of the round, so 11 to 16. And then we have the under 18 girls out there and the under 18 boys. So we're going to see our juniors out there this morning. Really exciting stuff. But before we get into today, we've got a little recap of yesterday. Welcome to day number 1 of the 2024 Asian Surf Championships. We have a huge day of action today, opening men rounds 1, heats 1 to 10. So tune in for some great surfing. That's a wrap for day number 1 of the Asian Surf Championships 2024. Such a great day of action today. Tune in tomorrow for day number 2. It's going to be a good one. That was the recap of day number 1. It was fun. It was exciting.
Yeah, yesterday we had some incredible waves ridden. We had some barrels, great turns. So, we're going to finish off the men's round 1. I'm excited to see what they'll bring to the table.
Yeah, me too. I mean, we've got slightly smaller conditions today. It's low tide as well, so hopefully we'll see that swell filter in as the tide comes in. But yesterday was cool. I feel like I was really pleasantly surprised by every single region yesterday. They showed up, they represented their country, there was no nerves there. It looked fun. I wanted to be out there surfing.
Yep, that's right. I was looking at every time I would walk out of our booth, I'd see some waves come through. I'm like, oh my God, I want to be out there. So this is going to be the first heat of the day. We have in red Sean Arjang, in blue Alfred Bader, in green Christopher Dirani, and in white Youssef Tarazi. So it's going to be an interesting start of the day. The first heats are always a little bit, kind of rough for the competitors because that's where the judges are going to be setting the bar. They're going to be looking at the waves coming through, and the scores are going to be practically set for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and you can see we're literally on the dead low tide, and this is the drone angle shot of where you paddle out. You can kind of see that pathway, and we were lucky enough to have someone pull all the sea urchins out of the way for us. Thank you so much, whoever did that. But it's dead low tide, so it's a little bit tricky to get out there today. So the competitors believe have been given a 10-minute paddle out because they still have to paddle wide outside the break. So they'll get out there and wait for their heat. But I feel like it's kind of cool to paddle out and sit wide. You get to see exactly where these guys are sitting, where the best waves are coming through. So even a little bit of smart tactics there.
Yeah, that's right. Paddling out and seeing the wave from side on, you can kind of see what it's doing and what happens when the wave reaches just down the line. And it's different being out there and feeling the wave and hearing it, than being on land and just looking it straight on. So you're right. I think it's a good tactic.
And there we go. That is Heat 1 underway. We just heard the hooter sound. So day 2, very exciting. We've got 7 days of action today, and this is the qualifier for the Asian Games. So really big deal here. We've got over 20 nations competing in this event, and nations that you wouldn't expect too. So it's really cool to see everyone show up, represent their country, and just come here guns blazing, ready to go. It's been fun.
That's right. We saw some of the guys yesterday. They were absolutely on fire. Looked like they were surfing a final or something.
Yeah, speaking of that, who were your standouts?
I think for me, my standout was Pajar from Team Indonesia. He came out, he was busting those backhand turns, just throwing the fins, pulling in. I think he was probably my standout.
Yeah, he was. He was on point, actually. He was really revved up, ready to go. We did that hit together, and I was like, wow, he's looking sharp. I really liked the look of Lucky from Sri Lanka. He was just on fire. He was in that last hit of the day. The wind came up, but he still made it look so fun. There is the first wave from our surfer in green, Christopher. So just a quick one, but as you can see that wave on screen, it is literally still so fun out there. Even those smaller ones, I mean, that wave just reeled all the way through. But yeah, like I said earlier, so we've got the men's opening round 1, 11 to 16, the last 6 heats remaining. And then we're going to roll into the under 18 girls round 1, so 4 heats for them. Their format a little bit different, only first goes through. Second and third go to the rapid charge. So a little bit more high stakes for our junior girls out there. They'll be in a couple hours, and then rounding out the day, under 18 boys round 1, heats 1 to 8. So they go back to that 2-man go through, 2-man go to the rapid charge kind of format. So massive day.
Yeah, that's right. And there is one round of rapid charge. So even if you lose in this first round, you get another chance, which isn't common in surfing. So I'm sure all the athletes are super grateful to be getting that second opportunity, even though you do not want to be in that rapid charge round because, that's a bit of a red zone.
I know, it definitely is a little bit of do I really want to be here? But here we go. Looking like we've got Christopher having a look again on this one. Has a bit more face to work with, so he's going to try his best to manufacture a score. Definitely a bit of a smaller wave, but still a really nice wall. There's the third turn and the fourth. So Christopher getting it started for Lebanon.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice wave from Christopher. He must be feeling pretty good. That's how you want to start a heat. You get a wave, you get a couple turns in, get the nerves off. As we said, first heats are always hard. So this is the replay of our man in green, Christopher. Nice turns. I like his style. He's pretty smooth. Takes it all the way down to the inside. You can just see how shallow it is once you get down there. I've already heard that this morning in the free surf, a few people have stepped on some sea urchins.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah. So be careful. As we see Alfred just go a quick up and down there. But, yeah, you're right. The conditions have dropped quite a little bit. It's looking like the wind isn't as strong as it's been the other days that we've been here. So that's a pretty good sign.
Yeah, and I definitely think it's good as well because yesterday we kind of got held off from starting until about 12 o'clock because of the weather. I mean, it's definitely a little overcast today, but there was a massive storm that came through this morning. I don't know if you heard it, and I was like, oh no, I hope we don't get pushed back again, but it's all right. It's calmed down. The wind is perfect right now for Cokes, and we even saw drone footage of chickens before.
Yeah.
Giada had her eyes all over it.
I love a good left.
Love a good left. You know where you'll catch us after. And here we go, Yusuf, his first wave here. Just kind of getting his rhythm going on that wave. Nothing of too much substance, but he's going to get back out there. Look at that wide set rolling through. So still that 2-peak kind of situation we've got going here.
Yeah, it'd be great to see maybe one day if this wave, really connects all the way through. I heard it does, and I've been told it's very similar to Indonesia when it's working. You have that barrel and then those finishing turn sections at the end. So hopefully, maybe later on throughout the day, we'll get some waves like that come through.
Yeah, it'd be really cool to see. I feel like, before I even came to the Maldives, this was the wave that I heard about. Everyone talks about Cokes. Everyone talks about chickens. They're really well-known Maldivian waves, and they have a good reputation about themselves, hence why we're here for this massive competition for Asia. But I feel like yesterday we did get a little glimpse of what it could be like when we had that slightly bigger swell, but we're back down to these smaller conditions. The bank has split up a little bit, but maybe on that high tide it might link through a little bit more. But yeah, those rocks are definitely showing themselves right now. I'd be a little nervous hitting those end sections.
Yeah, that's right. And I think maybe later on in the week we are going to be seeing some bigger conditions. So I'm pretty excited, not only to watch the contest, but maybe to get a few waves in ourselves. I have been eyeing off chickens this whole time. Yesterday afternoon, it was firing. So hopefully we'll get a chance as well.
Yeah, I feel like all day yesterday it was just one of those days where it was like, oh my gosh, I want to be out there so bad. Like, even I feel like it looks really fun on the high tide here. I mean, low tide looks so fun as well, but on that higher tide you do have that little extra safety zone of a bit more water on the reef. And I just think, like, the waves allow you to do more. You got that little bit more pace on the wave with a little bit of extra water. So we don't finish until like 3:30 today, but I'm thinking that's a really good time with the tide and the wind. So I'm excited.
Yep, it's going to be a great day of competition here in Thulusdhoo, Maldives. Again, this is a super important contest for everyone that's here. It's the qualifier for the Asian Games later, so a lot at stake.
A lot at stake, actually. I mean, you've travelled so much of the world as well. Is there a certain wave around the world that reminds you of this?
All right, this is a good question, actually. I'm trying to think. I would say this wave is pretty similar to some waves we have in Indo. The one that actually kind of stuck with me the most is this is like the right version of Cruy.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that.
Like on a small day out at Ujung Bochur, it can be like this, you know, kind of sectiony, low tide on the end section. So I can kind of see the similarities. You know, the reef. I don't surf a lot of reef breaks when I'm away from Indo, so I think this is probably the closest to home.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely agree with you. When Cruy is small, it is really similar to this, actually, but just reversed.
Yeah.
Has that little sea urchin factor as well. But I think, yeah, I mean, such a pristine wave, and, you know, these drone angle shots just doing how beautiful the Maldives is here. I mean, just to be here is paradise. And the little commute we have to work is so gorgeous. I just love it.
How beautiful is it? I mean, you know, we're walking. I take the beach road, like the beachway every morning. And it just like that turquoise water, that white sand, the coconut trees. Wow, it's a dream. It's honestly a dream.
It's so nice. I just love being here and being a part of this. But with 17 minutes to go left in this heat one of the day, nothing really crazy rolling through right now. There's a 2.83 out there for Christopher in the green, so he's currently in the lead for Lebanon. Then we have Yusuf in second, his first wave of 1.43 and just a 0.5 for Alfred. Sean not rolling his dice yet, but I'm sure he's going to get himself started soon. But yeah, definitely I feel like plans might need to be shifted a little bit today. I feel like you just got to build momentum, and here we go, Alfred trying to build his in this heat. There's the second turn. Oh, just goes down, so almost had it. Maybe that board looking a little bit short under his feet.
Yeah, so this is a replay. Pretty good first turn. He gets around this section and unfortunately just falls off here. I think that would have been a pretty good score. Unfortunately, that score will be altered because he did not complete it. But yeah, I totally agree. I think on days like this, it's pretty slow out there. You got to get any opportunity you can. You only have 25 minutes, so it's going to be a pretty rough day if you're not in the rhythm. So here's the drone shot of where we are. There is the judges tower and our commentators booth right there on the water. You know, we get full view of everything. The water is crystal clear. That is not any effects. That is real life right there.
Real life, we're on that dead low tide, and then you can see just to the right of your screen a lot of people kind of congregated in that jungle area. That is actually the paddle out spot. That's where the coaches get to go and sit. It is blocked off to the public, so only for the athletes and coaches are allowed to go there. And you know, there's really cool tactics. I mean, coaches are there with their country's flag, waving them which way they should go. So it's a cool little place to hang out. Teams are all supporting each other. And here we go, looking like we've got our first wave for Sean. He's up and riding here. Bottom turns, carves this one back. And he's going to look for more, so he's kind of bouncing, trying to find a little bit more speed. And he's got a bit of a steeper section to work with, but can't quite get a turn in there. So scores to lock in now for red, and then we'll have our first proper situation in this heat. All four surfers will have a score. Potentially a few more waves looking like they might be rolling through.
Yeah, looking like there's a bit of a set coming through. Hopefully the surfer's not seeing it too deep. And it's looking like our man in green, Christopher Durrani, on his backhand. Good first turn here. Sets it up for the second one. This is looking like it's going to be maybe the best score of the heat. Yeah, that was really well done. I love this drone angle because you can really see the lines in the reef and you can see how the wave just peels down. So here's a bit of a replay from the first wave for Sean, our man in red. Like this one, managed to get back to the whitewash. He milked this one all the way through down to the end. This wave, standing up for him again. But as you said, doesn't get that last turn in, which is actually a pretty important part of the wave. Judges really like when you complete these waves.
Wow, look at this front on angle shot from our surfer in green. 2 really strong turns there, and then he kicks out. But interesting to note, he had third priority for that wave.
Oh.
So first and second priority, deciding not to go that one. So that may have been a bit of a mistake, especially at this point in the heat. That was the best wave to come through so far. And there's even one peeling off right now. No takers out the back, but green with third priority. He's going to swing again. So Christopher really finding his rhythm, really building in this heat, and he's looking definitely more comfortable on his feet. You can tell he's pushing harder in his turns, so in good form right now.
Yep, and right behind him, Alfred in blue, a little bit of a whitewash wave. It's hard to do those turns when you have that whitewash because it just creates like this air bubble, so your board tends to like wobble a little bit more, and it's hard to keep it under control. But he did a really well done job. It's early in the morning.
It is early in the morning. We haven't had our coffee yet.
That's right.
But this is this replay. So green, Christopher managing to find this one on his paddle back out from the wave before. So you can tell, even though he didn't make this turn here, he definitely tried to push harder off his bottom turn, wind up a little bit more. So he's getting more comfortable. And then our surfer in blue, like you said, a little bit of wobble on this wave just because of that whitewash, but still managed to get a few good turns in. So scores to lock in now for green and blue. Christopher is definitely well and truly in the lead. Now red goes down.
That was looking like a pretty good wave. I'm not sure if he was too deep on it, but something I like about Alfred was that his stance is really low. So I think that kept his board under control. It was good to see. So a few scores coming in, and Christopher does get the best wave of the heat. I think a 3.50. So he's well and truly in the lead for now. Not too many waves for Youssef Tarazi. He needs to back up that 143 if he wants to get his name back in this heat.
Yeah, he's definitely being super picky right now, our surfer in white from Kuwait. So needs to get a bit of rhythm on. But this guy is well in rhythm, Christopher. Oh, he's going to opt out of that one.
So, yeah, we're seeing different heat tactics right now. So, Christopher in green is keeping busy. He's catching waves, and it looks like he's always in the right spot right now. Whereas maybe Youssef Tarazi is being a little bit more patient. He's waiting for the sets. He has priority. So, a few different heat tactics happening right now. On a day like today, where there's not too much happening, I would probably take Christopher's one. Oh, Alfred tries to barrel, and just decides to pull off.
Yeah, blue trying to get a little bit more rhythm. He wants that number 1 next to his name. He's currently in second. We can see our surfer in blue in the next heat. That is Jin-Hook Yang from Korea making his way out. It looks really shallow.
Yeah, it is not looking like a walk in the park right there.
No, especially, I mean, like I said, we're lucky enough to have someone pull out a lot of the sea urchins about 30 metres out. But you go too far to the right, you're in sea urchin territory. Yeah. I mean, my very first surf out here, I was paddling in, and I thought I was where the pathway was. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just go straight in. And some guys yelling at me from the from the trees where the coach is like, is going, stop, you're in sea urchin land. I was like, oh, okay, thank you so much. He was like, come this way, and then like guided me, and I was like, oh, how embarrassing. And then I was waiting for Oni on the beach, and the exact same thing happened to Oni, and I was like, oh, perfect, it's not just me.
I think everyone at some point will be making a little bit of a sea urchin mistake out here. It's so hard to try to get into that small zone where you can go in and out without the wave dragging you too far to the left or too far to the right. So we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of people with some sea urchin stories throughout this week.
Absolutely. As long as you can get them out, get yourself a pair of tweezers, pull them out, that's all that matters. But seeing that wave roll through just then, it's looking like maybe White sitting too far up the peak. He looked like he was well and truly too deep. Green actually looked like he was in the best position. But then again, we've touched on earlier, it's really shifty out there. But back to the drone angle shot, White is actually sitting quite deep.
Yeah, that's right. And actually, when we did have our free surf, I realized that it's easy to be too deep out here. I kind of was just waiting for a set, and slowly, like, the current took me out, and I was like, at a certain point, I turned around, I was like, where am I even sitting? I was way too far up the point. I had to paddle way back down, and then finally got back and caught a few waves, but it's easy to make that mistake out here.
Yeah, I feel like it's easy to like look up the point, and just be like, oh, there's more up there, and then there are some good deeper ones, but they're definitely not as good as those wider ones. See, this one has a slightly tapered wall, but here we go, Blue. Alfred is going to take this one. Wow, really nice first crack in the pocket. That is better from Alfred from Lebanon, but yeah, he's going to see if he can get himself an inside section through here. Looking like he's going to try and get a bit of work done and puts it up for the finish. Ooh, but buries that rail, so goes down.
Well, that first turn was really well done from Alfred. Here we have the replay. He wasted no time here. He got that turn done. Big fan of spray out the back. Managed to wrap it around here into the whitewash. Unfortunately, he didn't get too much happening on this inside section, so that might alter the score, but I think this could be the best wave of the heat for now.
I think so too. I mean, that first turn, it was a critical part of the wave. He attacked it. Unfortunately, he did go down on that end turn, but yeah, we were both taken back by that first turn. We're like, wow, that was really good. Definitely the best turn of the heat. So we'll see where that one kind of locks in for him, but super low scoring heat so far. No one even breaking into the 4-point range just yet. So we have 7 minutes. Hopefully something changes in 7 minutes and we see something crazy. Maybe even that last wave of Blue will go into the 4s.
I think it could definitely hit the four mark. And this is Christopher Durrani. A nice first turn, straight into the second one, wasting no time in between them. I like how he's really working this wave all the way to the end. A bit of a claim there.
A bit of a stand tall claim.
Yeah, he was liking it. There's going to be a good situation change here. So this turn, really well done from our man in green. 2 big hacks. And again, as we said earlier, this wave does have whitewash, so it's not so easy. I think he did a really, really well done here. Christopher Durrani, he finished the wave off. He completed it. So that's a dangerous wave for the rest of the field.
Yeah, Green, Christopher, he's definitely surfed the smartest heat. I mean, he's kept catching waves. He's built his rhythm. And then you can tell even on that last wave, it wasn't the biggest wave we've seen come through, but he got the most damage done. And he looks a lot more comfortable in his surfing than he did at the start of the heat. I mean, he looks like he's really in his flow zone now, feeling it. And, even with that little stand tall at the end of that last turn, you can tell that he's in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, he has really been building his house throughout this heat. We saw him catch a few waves in the beginning. He didn't really complete 1 or 2, but now, he got the scores. He's like, okay, now I just need to finish them. He did it. I think his coach is going to be pretty proud.
Yeah, I'd say so too. I mean, right now we have both of our surfers from Lebanon in first and second. So Team Lebanon pretty happy at this point in time. We do have 5.5 minutes on the clock. And this guy, Sean, he's looking to ruffle some feathers, but goes down there. And a couple more waves rolling through.
Yep, so this is the replay of our man in red, Sean. So he kind of tried to get a turn in there. Unfortunately, the board just flies off under his feet. So yeah, we have some scores coming through. I think Christopher is sitting on a 4-1 and a 3-5. So he's in first. His teammate from Lebanon, Alfred Bader, in second. And Sean and Yusuf still got some work to do. Yusuf has been pretty quiet in the back end of this heat, so he's gonna have to start getting his ball rolling pretty soon. Maybe a change in tactic would be good, as you know, yesterday we did see a lot of heats get finished off in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, we did, and I feel like it was, let's turn it up, let's bring up another gear in those last 5 minutes. So hopefully we see the same. I feel like Christopher, he's got that 4.1 in this last 5 minutes. Finally broken into that 4-point range. He knows what he has to do now. So hopefully that aggression and that anger and that great surfing he brought to that last wave, we want to see him bring it to a set wave.
Yeah.
And I feel like he could do so sitting a little bit wider. I mean, unfortunately, Yusuf actually just losing first priority there, so a bit of a mistake from our surfer in wide. Now Christopher has first priority, so he can go whatever wave he chooses. So hopefully next set wave that rolls through, he's just on it and doing exactly what he did on his last wave.
Yeah. So just out the back, you see that gray boat out there is actually an ambulance. Yeah,
really?
So I saw it earlier, and I thought it was a military boat, but actually I think it's an ambulance like type of ferry boat. So, showing that we have that safety procedure. We're here if anything happens. It's a safe zone.
Yeah, absolutely. That's pretty cool to know. I mean, it looks like a Navy boat because Navy boats back in Oz are that colour. So it does look like one. But that's really cool.
Yeah.
We have unfortunately had a couple injuries over the last few days just in the free surfs, but nothing that hasn't been fixed, or athletes who have been in a little bit of trouble. They've been given the all clear to surf again, but look at that, sea ambulance.
Yeah, I've never seen a sea ambulance before, so I thought that was pretty cool when I realized what it was. And it just shows that, everything is prepared and it's been thought through, so it won't happen. We won't jinx it, but if anything does reach the point, we have all the safety procedures that we need.
Perfect. I love that.
Yep.
Everything's thought of here.
Yeah.
Absolutely everything. All right, here we go. Looking like Christopher rolling the dice at using up his first priority here. Maybe a bit of a mistake. That wall's looking pretty tapered at this point in time. He might get an inside section to work with, so we'll see what our Lebanese surfer can do here. Gets a nice snap in the pocket, and he's going to opt out of that one. So not sure if it's going to go into his top two, in all honesty.
Yeah, I don't think so either. His turns weren't maybe as powerful or vertical as the previous wave. This wave, it did taper off. He had to kind of bunny hop this section, and I didn't see any big completion. So I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be heading into his top two, but for now he is in the lead. He's not in a comfortable spot, but he's still in a better spot than maybe Yusuf or Sean.
Yeah, I mean, Yusuf, he still hasn't had that second wave yet. He's looking to try and back up that 1-4-3. He's going to have to find himself chasing something in that 4-point range, which, as we know, it's pretty hard to get into in this heat. I mean, we've only had 1-4, and it was for a 4-turner. He had to work pretty hard just to get a 4. So we'll see how the rest of this heat pans out. We have just over a minute to go. Would love to see Sean have another roll of the dice as well. But yeah, I feel like other heats will probably be watching this one thinking, okay, Christopher, he built his rhythm, he turned lots of waves. Let's apply his approach.
Yeah, he kept busy. He didn't stop throughout his heat. I'd like to know how many waves he actually caught, because I feel like he hasn't stopped. Yeah. He could be a contendant for the 25 wave.
Yeah, he could be. He definitely could be.
So it's going to be great to see. This is Alfred Bader, also from Lebanon. Nice first turn. A little bit of a smaller wave, but he's working this one really nicely. He takes it down to the inside section. He's going to be looking to finish this one off. He wants to get rid of a 2.70. Let's see what he does here on the inside. Good last turn. Oh, he actually keeps going. Ooh,
very shallow. Sea
urchin territory right there.
Oh, both of us went, no.
Yeah.
At the end there. But yeah, this replay, I mean, he's found himself one of these ones that was a bit of a small inside grower. He got 2 turns out the back, but the only real critical turn was this next one here. He's gathered a little bit of speed. and put this board right up in the pocket there, and he looks for another one, but you can see how shallow it's getting just there, and he falls flat, which was the right thing to do.
Yeah,
but
a little bit of a starfish fall.
yes, yeah, definitely the fall he had to do. But that is a wrap for men's opening round 1, heat 11, our first heat of the day. We are going to go to a recap and a little ad break, but we'll be back for heat number 2 very shortly. Last year was absolutely pumping, as you can tell by that replay of last year's surf. It just looks so fun. Jessie Starling joined in the booth by my friend Afri. Welcome back. First time today. How you going?
I'm fine, thank you. And you just said it, last year was pumping for sure. We had like pretty much the whole event, waves after waves after waves. But whoever is responsible for swell sort of likes us too, because, you know, before the contest, it was not what you would expect from the Maldives, but yesterday somebody switched on the button and the waves were pumping. So today might be a little bit smaller, but it's still clean, and we have a very good forecast for the next day, so I'm really looking forward to that. And I'm also looking forward to the next heat number 12 in the round number 1 of the men is gonna be the Maldivian surfer Hoot Ahmed versus Korean surfer Jin Yuk Young, and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is going to be represented by the green surfer Abdullah Al Hazmi.
Amazing. Yeah, it's going to be a great looking heat. I feel like the surf's going to keep progressively getting better throughout the day as that tide filters back in. I mean, we can see it's definitely getting a little bit higher than what it has been. It's super shallow.
Yeah.
It's funny though, because we started at 12 yesterday, right? So there was a lot of water on the reef. So when I rocked up this morning, I was like, oh wow, it's really low tide. But it still looks so fun. We definitely had a bit of an interesting heat. I feel like a few surfers struggling to find their groove. There are all of our surfers on screen. I actually am good friends with Hoobs, our surfer from the Maldives. I spent 3 weeks on a boat with him last year.
He just told me. Where did you go on the boat trip?
So we started up north. We started at Malé, and then we actually went all the way down to the South Atolls.
Whee!
Yeah, surfed our way through all the breaks around here, made our way to the Central Atolls. We spent about a week in the Central Atolls, and it was just one of my favourite places I've ever been to in the world, the Central Atolls. I loved it. And then we went down south only for a couple of days, flew back to Malé, and then we were off to Sri Lanka after that.
What was different from... Oh, let's talk about the Central Atolls soon, but here we can see Hoot, your friend, on his first wave.
Yeah, on his first wave here, super vertical turn in the pocket. Hoops actually had a bit of an interesting last couple of days. We'll get back to that in a second as well, because here's the first wave from our surfer in blue, Jin Yuk. So he is just wrapping this one all the way around, looking for the inside section, but opts out. But yeah, so the board Hoops is actually riding, he unfortunately ran into someone in the free surf a couple of days ago, knocked his fin out, dinged his fin box, like needed a full new fin box.
Okay.
And so he's had it repaired, and the board still looks super good under his feet.
As we can see in here, pumping his way through, looking for the open section, and bam! Aye! Okay, I hope that wasn't the box that didn't allow him to continue, but seems like the board is fine again.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks still smooth under his feet, but yeah, hopefully he can get himself a win. He's very competitive. When we travelled with him last year, it was always like, I'll get the next one, like just very competitive. It was fun. It was a really good couple of weeks. We travelled on Mavahi, with Mickey as well, so it was just a really fun trip.
So tell us, what was different in the Central Atolls compared to, for example, here, Cokes?
Well, I feel like the Central Atolls was, I don't know, a little bit different. I feel like it was maybe, I don't know, the waves are a little bit different.
Jesse, hold on. We really want to know more about the Central Atolls, but first, let's see who Oni Anwar has for the interview on the site. Oni? Who are you talking to? Okay, seems like Oni is still trying to catch the surfers from the last heat.
He's running around.
Okay, now he's on the mic. Oni. Okay, seems like Oni is giving us some time to know more about the Central Atoll. So you were just saying.
Yeah, it was. We were on the boat, so it was a lot different to this trip where we've been staying on land. So we were staying on the boat. We were kind of just zipping around from atoll to atoll. But I feel like the waves were a little bit shorter than what they are here. But when we surfed it was bit more size on it than what we've had the last few days, but I feel like this wave just looks incredible, but definitely shorter. But this wave looking more like a point break. Here we go, Hooves up and riding, big vertical turn in the pocket, and slams it for another one, looking freed up and fancy free. Gets a vertical turn to finish there. He's looking very comfortable out there.
For sure. Hoops already was amazing on this wave last year, and as you can see, he really knows where to, he reads the critical sections, so he knows where to do his turns. It's actually, I think, already the third time for him representing the Maldives, not only in the Asian Surfing Championship, but also in El Salvador in the ISA Games 2 years ago.
Oh, wow.
So now we have Oni having an interview and telling us how the last heat went.
All right, good morning, guys. Who's watching live? Sorry for that little bit of interruption of the technical stuff, but good morning. Christopher is our surfer from Lebanon, and tell me, how does it feel out there?
It's so good, actually, to have the whole waves for you, like only with 4 out in the water, and the waves are firing. So I felt very comfortable and had so much fun.
Yeah, well, the waves looks like much more cleaner than yesterday, so you must be really happy to actually get to surf this morning compared to yesterday. Even though yesterday was a really good wave, but today looks like a really fun day for you. So tell me about your game plan before your paddle out for your heat.
Actually, I had a session tomorrow morning, yesterday morning, and at Cokes, so it was actually okay. And throughout the day, it got bigger, and We went actually after to Ninjas. We had a practice session at Ninjas and it felt good. And we woke up today feeling competitive and ready to go, you know, and we got the win.
Well, how great is that you get to surf around the point breaks here? So many options here, right? So you don't have to just surf here to your practice. So obviously you have your team here with you. So you would like to say hi to all your teams and fans at home.
They are my support system, and thank you guys so much for always supporting us in any way possible. So I'm so actually I'm so glad that they are here. Yeah, much love, guys.
What an amazing result. So congratulations. See you in the next round. So get ready and see you guys back in the booth.
Thank you, Oni, and thank you, Christopher. I'm so happy that the Lebanese team actually made it to this event because, I mean, the situation in Lebanon is so tense right now. For example, the manager of the Lebanese team, Ali, he just came like one day prior to the opening of the event because, well, he's having his 2 kids, raising them alone in Lebanon, and yeah, it wasn't sure what will happen with all the tense situation. So yeah, big applause to them that they made it here. One team that was here last year was Team Palestine with 2 surfers from Gaza, and well, everybody hoped that they will make it back to here again to this event, but unfortunately with all the horrible stuff they go through, there was no chance for them to participate here. So yeah, big applause for Team Lebanon to be here in this situation.
Yeah, definitely sending love to every corner of the world right now. But Lebanon actually had a clean sweep in that heat. First and second was awarded to Lebanon.
Right.
I was like, oh, well, the coach must be happy. First and second, that's all you can ask for.
For sure.
But yeah, it was a really cool heat. I feel like Christopher, who we just saw on screen, he built so much rhythm, so much momentum, and yeah, found himself on the best waves. And he actually got a lot of the best waves under priority as well. So played a bit of tactics, played a really smart heat. So I'm excited to see Christopher moving on through. We'll see him again in round 3. So we have the repechage after this round. But right now in this heat, Hoobs from the Maldives out in the lead with a 2.5 and a 4.33. Jin Hyuk is in second with a 2.77. We haven't seen anything from Abdullah yet, but there is Team Lebanon. So much support there, so much love. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, they were amazing, not only in the water, but also outside of the water last year. Sort of like a positive energy group. Everybody was so looking forward to have them back here. So thank you, Team Lebanon, for all this energy you bring in here. And talking about all the different countries and different individuals, Jin Young is actually, well, not only surfing in the adults, but if I'm not mistaken, also for the under 18. And it's amazing because, you know, it isn't even his first participation here. Being so young, nevertheless, one of the big talents, one of the big hopes of Team Korea, already have surfed 2 ISA games. So, man, the future for Asian surfing looks really bright.
Absolutely. I mean, even having events like this, like, it's really exciting to see how much Asia is pushing and how much they want to see growth in this region, in this part of the world. That's Team India on screen, looking like they're getting ready for a couple of heats that are coming up, so they are going to have good fun. I know that they're female surfer. She's coming up next in the under 18s, Kamali. She's actually surfing in the juniors and the open women, so she's getting the best of both worlds as well, just like Jin Yuk is. So yeah, I feel like it's everyone. I mean,
yeah,
they're being able to surf in both divisions. It just shows the talent that they have to be able to do both.
Right. And another country like India, which really started just like less than 2 years ago to push the surfing, is actually Saudi Arabia. I will tell you more about that, but before we see Jin Yuk on his second wave, unfortunately couldn't make it to the open phase. But yeah, Saudi Arabia, first international participation in surfing was in Huntington Beach. I will tell you how that went, but we see Hoops on his 4th wave, pumping his way through, sort of a faster wave here, but little overcommitted here. Saudi Arabia was surfing in Huntington Beach for the very first time, and then next year El Salvador, again ISA Games, first participation for them, and then Asian Championships was actually last year here in Thulusdhoo, and now we have them again. And the interesting thing about Saudi Arabia is the whole team pretty much changes every year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you can see that there's a lot of fluctuation going on there. They're really trying to, find the right team and just build it up from scratch. So I'm sure in the next couple of years there will be a lot of progression there. It's not only with surfing that Saudi Arabia is really, having an eye to develop their sports. You can see it in any major sports, being golf and, Formula One. So it's great to see that they are pushing all different kind of sports.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, it's not even one of those regions that you think a lot of surfers would come out from. I mean, when I came here, I actually got to meet a bunch of the Saudi team members the other day, and it was just cool to meet them all. Really fun, loving people. Here we see on screen Jin Yuk. He's trying to get around here. That's a good-looking section. Lays it back. Nice turn there from Jin Yuk. So we'll see if that can get him up in first place.
Yeah, it didn't look like he will finish it, but he was incredible. There you can see him trying to get some speed for his critical turn, and then how did he do that? Nice one.
Bit of a layback there. I feel like
you think it was intentional?
that was good reaction, I believe.
Right.
I think that was really great reaction. He kind of went for a turn in the pocket, then found himself laying back, and then reacted to where the wave had put him. Got himself back up, got himself the land, and the finish. That's all he wants. That's all you need. You just got to finish it right out. You got to score on the board.
Good on him. Yeah, you see all the countries, all the different members shaking hands there. I think Singapore there with one of the board members, the vice president of the ASF, coming from Iran. On the left, you see Team Lebanon. So it's not only that all the countries get together in the water, but also on site, having all the chats, giving tips and tricks to each other. So amazing event.
And what do you see the future of, I guess, this region, surfing, looking like?
Well, I think the potential is immense because I would say together with Africa, there's the biggest potential for growth in surfing in this continent, because on the one hand, there are incredible surf spots. We can see it here. Cokes is one amongst many world-class waves that Maldives has to offer. But it's not only the Maldives. Think of Indonesia, Philippines, Japan. So there are plenty of high-class surf spots in the world, but at the same time, there are plenty of good surfers too. And apart from Indonesia, Japan, and maybe Philippines, and also Maldives, all the other countries, they weren't really pushed when it came to competitive surfing, but it has started with surfing being an Olympic sport now. So I do believe in the next couple of years we will see much more elite Asian surfers in the cities, in the World Surfing Games, but also in the Olympics. I mean, already this year in Teahupo'o, we saw more Asian surfers than last time in the Olympics and the Tokyo Games.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, it's been really cool to see the growth of surfing in these Asian regions. I know we touched on it yesterday, but traveling to countries like India, to Taiwan, like that, you never thought you would go there for surfing, but yet here we are surfing world-class waves. Now we're here in paradise. This guy, it's his home, Hoobs. He is from the South Atolls, so he surfs a wave called Tiger Stripes, but unfortunately goes down on that second turn. First turn, though, had heaps of spring off that. I really liked it.
Have you surfed Tiger Stripes, his home break?
Yeah.
It's sort of like a swell magnet, right?
Yeah, it is.
So he knows how to deal with swell, and he knows how to deal with power, as he shows us with his surfing in Cokes. Cokes is definitely one of the more powerful waves here in the northern Mali atolls.
Yeah, and you know, Hoobs, he's an incredible barrel rider as well. He's got an insane backhand barrel riding stance. It's really nice. It's really clean and tidy. You know, sometimes you can see people try and pull in on their backhand and it's a little bit everywhere. His, though, it's perfected. You can tell he spent a lot of time mastering his craft when it comes to barrel riding, so I'd love to see him, when that swell does filter in more over the next few days, pull into a couple barrels and really showcase his talent that he has in barrel riding, because although he's an incredible, he can turn very well, he can read the ocean, he's a full waterman. Although he can do all that very well, his barrel riding skill definitely adds to his total package.
Yeah, that's the thing about Maldivian surfers and maybe also Indonesian and Philippine surfers. Everybody knows they know how to rip when it's pumping, but I feel like they have to prove us how they surf when it's not huge, and maybe not ideal conditions.
But they are doing it, and here we go. This is
our Korean surfer in blue.
Yeah, finishing off a wave there. A couple cheers from the beach we heard just then. So he's chasing down the lead off Hoops. Still waiting for Abdullah to get himself a nice green face. Unfortunately, went down pretty early on a wave before. But this is this replay from our Korean surfer. So tags it up there in the pocket. Bit of wobble on this wave, but he's got great reaction time. Manages it all really nicely. And a bit of a floater to finish there. So 3 nice turns.
Yep, for sure. Needs a 4-something to take the lead. Let's see if this wave provides him the score he needs. And also, our surfer in Saudi Arabia having the first priority now. Let's see if he can make use of this. The whole team of Saudi Arabia is actually also participating in the under-18 category.
Really?
Yeah, yes. There's going to be a lot of surfing there. And I guess the idea of the Saudi team was to send their team with the biggest potential for growth in the future in this event so that they can maximize their experience in international events.
I love that. That's a really cool idea. Looking like we've got a bit of a set rolling through out the back. It is our local. It is Hooves up and riding. Highlines his first section, really cruisy style. Drives through a backside turn there. Nice and vertical in the pocket. And he's just looking so silky smooth. He knows what he's looking for. Nothing really on offer on that inside section, but 3 nice turns on a solid set waves and are free. We've got our Korean surfer.
Exactly. He saw Hoops got a wave, so now it's his turn. Aye, nice attempt. You know what? I want to see the replay of Hoops, and I have a question for you.
Okay.
Look at Hoops' back shoulder. Do you feel like he could be more square, more pointing to the wave? Look at his back shoulder here. What do you believe?
I think so. He's definitely surfing off his shoulder a little bit, but the moment that matters the most is when he's on his way up to the lip. Right about here, he really opens himself up to the wave, which allows him to get nice and tight in the pocket. But I believe on one of his waves previous, he definitely was more open and he got more of a vertical, solid hit in the pocket. And this was our Korean surfer. Love the attack, love the attempt on that wave, but unfortunately went down. But yeah, I think he definitely could. I think everyone has room for improvement, even the best of the best in the world.
So would you say if you want to generate speed on your backhand, you probably would, square your shoulders more, whereas if you really want to pivot with strong bottom turn, then that would be the approach? Or
I feel like when it comes to your backhand and gaining speed, what Hoops did at the start of that wave is he highlined and he waited for the section. Your backhand, it's really easy to build speed once you've done your first turn. You come out and you gain speed. It's definitely important that your shoulders face the wave at the end of your bottom turn so that you can get it nice and vertical in the pocket. But gaining speed, I feel like definitely a nice high line at the start of the wave. You don't really have to have your shoulders, as long as they're not facing away, as long as they're facing forward to gain speed at the start of the wave. That's what I'd recommend. And then when it comes to a bottom turn, having your shoulders pointing up towards the face of the wave. And Hoops did it really well on one of his waves before. Someone who did it really well yesterday was Lucky from Sri Lanka. He has a really great backhand. It's pretty close to world class, actually. His backhand is strong.
Absolutely. I actually told that Lucky on a free surf. Here, Hoops won it once again on fire, taking so many waves. Really goes for quantity here, but not forgetting that the judges look for quality. Nice spray there in the shallow section. Okay, nice jump to not land on the reef. So Lucky, you were talking about him, the surfer from Sri Lanka. Not only is his backhand on point, but he actually reads the wave so good, like
he does.
instinctively good, you know, like it feels like he's not processing at all, but he knows exactly which maneuver to do at what time. And that's an amazing skill. I feel like this is something you can't really train actively, but it just comes, or you have it or you don't.
Yeah, I don't. It's one of those things. If you have it as a surfer, it definitely elevates your game, and he has it. He has the ability to read waves really beautifully. That was a smart decision getting out of that wave. It was super small, not really much on offer, but yeah, lucky. I feel like he would spend a lot of time. There's a lot of right-hand points in Sri Lanka, so he'd spend a lot of time on his backhand mastering his craft. And so now coming here and being on a right-hand point, basically, it's game over. Like, he is in his element. He's not looking nervous. He looked on point yesterday. So 30 seconds left in this heat, though. I'd love to see our surfer in green try and find himself on another wave.
For sure, but even if not, it won't be game over for Abdullah Al-Hamzi from Team Saudi Arabia, because this is the first round, and that means the first two positions is that his second wave? Unfortunately, couldn't make it there. But once again, if he won't proceed, and that's how it looks like here, into round number 3, he will still have the chance in the rapid charge round and round number 2 to stay here in this competition. And with this, you can hear the horn. The heat number 12 of round down ends. Hoops from Maldives in red got the first position. Second position, Korean surfer Jin-Yuk Yang, and the surfer from Saudi Arabia, Abdullah, has another chance in round number 2.
We are going to go to a quick heat recap and then a bit of an ad break. We'll be back for heat number 13 of round number 1. So don't go anywhere, guys. More action coming up.
See you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone, to the 3rd Asian Surfing Championship. I'm here with my friend Oni Anwar, barrel hunter from Indonesia, and we are looking forward for the next heat of the opening round, number 1 men's. And Oni, who are we going to see next?
Well, yeah, it's been fun watching out there. Did the interview this morning. As we can see, our surfer in blue right now, Julian Mark, represent Singapore. And yeah, it's great to see how amazing their face expression, you know, after they come out of the water, and they just are like, man, I'm just so stoked. And that energy, we wake up to that. It's just, yeah. And here I'm sitting next to you and looking at right in front of me right now, the screen, and what amazing.
Absolutely. you were interviewing Christopher from Team Lebanon, right?
Yeah, that's it. And there you go on the screen right now. We have our surfer from Maldives, Hassan Nasih. And in green, we have Xiao Wu from China. And of course, Julian Mark as his first wave there from the Singapore. And Kaafu from the Sri Lankan.
And for him, it's actually not even his first time being here, but the second, and it wasn't last year that he participated with Dream Sri Lanka, but 2019 in the first ASF Asian Championship in China. So I'm really looking forward to see him surfing here once again. He's one of the, well, probably you can call him even veteran of Team Sri Lanka, a role model for his team. So it's great that he's back in the team. And you know what? What I really love about all the Sri Lankan surfers, and I guess that goes true with most of the people from Sri Lanka, they have a lot of name. So his full name is Koku Hanadige Lesita Prabat. And you know what? Not only do the Sri Lankan surfers have a lot of names, they also catch a lot of waves. They're definitely one of the stronger nations here. I don't know, maybe it's because they're close by, but probably even more so because they themselves have got some really nice waves where they can train all their lives. Have you ever been to Sri Lanka?
Yeah, actually, that's where I first met Koku, and he's been surfing on a WSL with me and with Lucky. And first time went there in Aragon Bay. These boys are really cool, man. Like, just shows how good of the energy they have. It's similar to here. Like, the wave is kind of similar, but much more mellow, not as much more power. And I think that's why they are the playground for training before they come here. They have this weak wave into this powerful wave. That's why their surfing, it shows up more power. And today, as we saw Lucky yesterday, advance into the next round and much flowing. And you know, Koku has been a good inspiration for all the generation from Sri Lanka. And yeah, these guys are opening the gate for all the up and coming surfer, you know, the generation of Sri Lankan junior team. And they brought one woman in their team, so I saw them in the lineup helping her, getting her some waves. You know, that's really good of a teamwork together. And you know, we're just talking about how there is not many girls surfing, women surfer in Sri Lanka, same as in Indonesia as well. Like, but then now because surfing into the Olympic, people can see this is a professional sport, and that yeah, Koku is one of my favorite surfer from Sri Lanka, and humble, friendly.
Absolutely. What a cool guy to hang out with.
Yeah.
You talked about the waves in Sri Lanka being more mellow than they are here in the Maldives, but I feel like if you know how to surf those waves, you have to be so much sharper on your technique. You know, knowing where to do which maneuver, where to pump, because on a powerful wave, on a bigger wave, you just get pushed. You know, you could do whatever you want to do, but if you don't have the power, you have to generate it yourself. So once you learn that properly, I think it's easier to surf on places like this, because then your technique is just so much cleaner.
100%, that is true, because where we grow up in Lakey Peak, with the waves are really powerful. So when I go to Australia, for example, I'll be surfing beach breaks that has no power, and you're right, exactly like that. So it's a huge chance of how quick they improve, and coming from such a soft wave like Sri Lanka, and then you go to a powerful wave today. For them, they get excited, you know, like, oh my God, I'm going to this wave that don't have to try too hard. All they need to do is just be in the water and surf, you know. And you can see now, here we go, as we speak, Koku representing Sri Lanka right now. First turn right here. That's a good turn right there for the start. The waves are not really good, but he surfed it really smart. So good opening ride for our surf in red. And now our surf from China in the green, Zihao Wu. Quick start. All the surfers are starting to catch wave now. I can see at the lineup there is a few waves are coming through. So
yeah, there's definitely more of a competitive round here. We see surfer in blue, Julian from Singapore, on his second wave, trying to keep up with the other surfers. Strong heat here. And you know what? Julian, you know where he most of the time is surfing? In Uluwatu, Bali. Yeah, this is...
with her sister? With his sister,
exactly. Apparently their family have got sort of like a place there, so this is the main area where they're training. And though Uluwatu being a left-hander, I'm quite sure you get your experience there and you can use it in any reef in the world.
Wow, that's I've been talking to the family yesterday. So yeah, they're loving it. So what a place to grow up and getting better for your surfing. As you can see the replay, I love this turn here. He hold it a little bit because there's a little bump in there. This is the 2-section wave, that one, so he surfed it really smart, managed to ride out on that turn.
And also powerful surfing from the backside surfer here from China, doing the foam climb at the end and finishing with the lip, and third wave in a row for this surfer here, Julian. We were just talking about it, staying compressed, working his way through to get the finish. He was actually also participating last year, as his sister did, for Team Singapore, so he does have some more experience on this wave already, but there's no one on the water right now who has got as much experience surfing this wave as Hassan Nassi from Team Thulusdhoo. He's the local, he knows this wave even in this condition, so it's going to be interesting to see how he is going to do with the others, and he's using his priority, and now you can see him surfing, going with the lip down. He's the brother of Amade, who's in the Team Maldives. For all of you who are looking, watching this for the first time, we do have 2 Maldivian teams, one being local surf team Thulusdhoo and the other one being the Maldives. We will tell you more about this in a sec, but before that we want to hear Jesse with the last heat's winner to see what was going on in his mind and with his surfing. Jesse.
Yeah, guys, I'm with my friend Hoobs, my good friend Hoobs. Congratulations on winning that heat. It's pumping out there. How was it?
It's really fun. It's pumping. Yeah, it's just dreaming.
And you're from the South Atolls, so obviously a little bit further away from here. You've surfed so many waves up and down along the Maldives. How does that wave shape up against all the other ones? Is it one of the best?
Well, this wave itself, it's actually a better wave than where I'm from. It is actually, yeah, it's more perfect wave, but I have heavier waves where I'm from.
And I was actually talking during your heat. You've had a bit of an equipment change because you did unfortunately break one of your boards. Tell us about it. What's happened and what are you riding now?
Yeah, so I had this normal resin board, which I actually bought it like week before this event, and I was having fun with it. The next thing, a guy followed up on me and dinged the whole plug out, and dinged the whole plug out. Now I'm on my very good friend's Arus board, which is a epoxy surfboard, and it's going really well.
Yeah, but look really good under your feet. How is it to be here representing the Maldives? You must be so happy.
Oh, I'm really happy though. First thing, I'm really happy that that this event is actually holding in our country. So I'm really happy about it, and I'm happy for our country and also to be representing our country.
Amazing. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Jesse. That was a great interview for our local surfer hero. He's been surfing great for the free surfing. Lightly, as you see, there is a couple of waves that people riding. Our Chinese surfer, that was a nice first turn into another one. Looked like really solid on this guy surfing. So, well, maybe this is gonna change the situation. They're putting a lot of pressure for our surfer in red and white. So,
yeah, from all the waves we've seen so far, I'd say that was the best surfing. So let's see what the judges will give the Chinese surfer and if this is going to change the positions right now. Currently, he is on the third, still waiting for his second, on the fourth actually, waiting for his second score. On the third, we have Hassan Nassi, who has got the first priority, but 3.34, trying to get rid of his backup score of 0.37. Second, surfer in blue from Singapore, Julian Mark. And here you see the first position. The replay of our surfer from Sri Lanka, trying to work his way through to the open face and bam, deliver with his carve surfing. One more carve there and a nice finish before it gets too shallow. As you can see, the stones are sticking out. We had full moon yesterday. That explains the big tides, and then once again the compressed, energyful surfing of the surfer in green for Team China. It's crazy how much the Chinese surfing developed overall. I mean, obviously we knew it from the women, we knew it from one of the biggest talents in whole Asian surfing, CG Yang, this female surfer who represented China in the Olympics. But it's not only her, it's the whole team that actually developed incredibly in the last years.
Yeah, I agree with you because most of them spending a lot of time in Indonesia or around there is wave, so all the Chinese surfers are spending a lot of their training ground into a perfect wave, so that they are hiring a really what's it called, like knowledgeable coach, really. So the level are growing really, really fast in the last couple of years. So now they're into this event and they're really showing the potential, how they are improving. As you can see now, our surfer in blue looks like a bit wobbly wave, but he's probably going to change the situation shortly. I think green will go up first or second place.
We still have pretty much 12 minutes to go, so half of the heat, so that should be plenty of time to still manage at least one more major wave. But then on the other hand, you can see it, there is quite an intense heat here, a lot of competition. That's an interesting thing to see, the difference in level in the first round here. We have CT or even Challenger Series level of surfing here on the one hand, and then other countries, participants from other countries where surfing is just starting to develop. But I think that's the beauty of this competition. It's really so much variety going on here. But obviously, the further we will advance to the next heats, the more experienced surfers will stay here. So. Luckily we will also have more and more swell coming. I wonder if we will have similar images, similar waves as we had last year. But I feel like the ocean is good to us. It delivered yesterday from, not so good waves all of a sudden to some picture perfect barrels. I feel like we're going to see some more of this in the next couple of days.
Yeah, we are so blessed in a way. We get so many opportunities to surf many good waves. That's why I was talking about it to our other competitor here. Like, if you're planning to compete, you make sure practice on a wave that are really bad. Because sometimes it's not all about perfect sunshine and rainbows. You gotta have to put yourself out of your comfort zone and to become a proper athlete in surfing, because surfing is, when you're a free surfer, you can go chase the amazing waves, and that's the best part of being a free surfer. But if you're competing like these guys, Hassan Nassi is up and riding right now, currently in fourth place. He is our local surfer here, and nice turn here, as you can see, really flowy surfing. He's riding epoxy, and I was talking to him today about his wife and kids, having a coffee at his place. What's his turn? I love this first turn here. And to another one, hold that carving through. Unfortunately, the waves are getting flat out through here and then couldn't generate speed. But, and here we go, our surfer in blue, looking to stay on the third place, but that certainly will change the situation again. Hassan got a good replace at a 0.97.
Yeah, he was putting all his eggs here on one big maneuver, pumping his way through to be able to finish with the lip, but unfortunately for him, he couldn't land it properly. You were talking about Hassan, the surfer in white. You know what? I think in free surfs here in Cokes, no one would be close to get as many waves as Hassan. As you can see right now, he is again going for the wave.
He's really in the rhythm.
Yeah, right. As he's always in the free surfs. So let's see if he can make something with this wave at the very end. Okay, we got a check turn there, and then on the flats. Fortunately, that wave wasn't delivering for him, but I'm sure he'll get at least one more wave there. Also behind him, surfer in red from Sri Lanka. You were talking about his wife. She is originally from Italy, and they have a beautiful, cute little daughter together. And Hassan is actually spending a lot of time in the year in Italy. So they're I guess, half of the time here in the paradise of South Asia in the Maldives, and then the rest of the time in also beautiful Italy. There you can see him surfing.
Yeah, how lucky is that for the two countries, being Maldives here and also get to go to back Italy. The foods are known as the best food in Europe, maybe. Uh, oh, Giada would love to hear that. He's our currently heat leader. He knows he needs to stay on top and he's staying busy. Also, if in red, representing Sri Lanka, that was a nice turn. Probably an average backup, but I'm sure that he has a better wave than that. And you can see there's a 4.4 as his second best, and his best is a 4.83. Puts him in the first place right now. So not comfortably, because our Chinese surfers really potentially to get good score. By the way I see the surfing top to bottom, if that our Chinese surfer get a good wave, can go straight to the, as you can see, a 5.5 his best wave. He's looking to replace that 3.33.
And he's got priority, 7 minutes to go.
Yeah.
With the Chinese surfers, they're always dark horses, at least since a couple of years. You might not know most of them, but you can expect them working hard on their technique. You said it, they spend a lot of time in Indonesia, but hey, it's not only Indonesia, they actually have quite some good spots in their home country, like thinking of Hainan Island.
Yep, actually that's true.
Right. Have you ever surfed there?
Yeah, I've been there. First time I went there 14, right just after I graduated high school from Australia. I went there for QS. You know what, that was pretty cool, like for me, for after I graduated, like, okay, let's go doing the QS, and first one is in China. I was like, whoa, in China. And then when I got there, the waves are actually really fun. It's a left hand point break,
and apparently it's offshore quite often, right?
Yeah, there's a good wave, and just one of our officials are here. So have you been to China?
I actually have been there 2019 for the first ASF Asian Championships, but it wasn't in Hainan, it was in Shantou. Interesting. I'll be honest, I didn't know about Shantou before we went there, but man, there's so many places in China, so many big cities, huge cities that you don't know about before you go there. It's an amazing country, together with India, the biggest population in the world, so obviously a lot of cultural things to offer. But I feel like the surf of China is really underrated. I mean, they have a huge coast, and I'm sure it's not only Hainan where they have some good surf. And
I think Pablo will be probably watching right now. Pablo is one of our Hainan local.
Right,
so,
one of our judges.
Yep, he's one of the judges. He's such a positive, good energy guy, and he's staying with us. And I think he's been living his wife from Russia, and he got a kid, and that's the family at home probably watching this event, supporting from home, and Pablo is a legend.
Big shout out to all the judges in our booth. We have judges from all over Asia, including our head judge, Perry Hatchett from Australia, probably the most experienced judge in surfing world, I would say. So high-class people judging the best surfers from all the different countries in Asia. I'm really stoked about what we, the ASF, were able to bring together in this event, and definitely big applause for the MSA, Maldivian Surfing Association, who once again is able to provide the ASF, the whole Asian surfing community, with such an event. And this year was rough, a lot of difficulties and from many aspects. One thing being the storm that we were facing the last week, but nevertheless the MSA, they did their best effort and were always full on to be able to run this beautiful event together with the ASF, the Asian Surfing Federation.
It's a amazing team we have, so I'm really grateful. I'm sure it's not an easy way to get there, and all these guys have worked so hard, and the dreams that they have believed to get here is really I'm thanking them for that. As you can see, I'll surf in red. Now looking to replace that 4.4. Will this be enough? Nope. I like that. He's risking it. Why not? You gotta try to get better. Better than 4.4, you gotta go bigger, especially this wave's a bit
What
smaller.
went wrong here?
I think the wave kind of runs off really fast, and he's trying to push it a little bit too hard, because there's so much power on that wave, because the medium-sized wave, it hugs the reef, and it has that little push on the bottom that has much more powerful. So when he push it, he just slides out too much.
You think a floater would have been the better choice there?
No, because the score wouldn't be that good. So it's the right choice from him, but I think he wasn't ready to do it really quick like that. So he needed timing it slower to do a bigger turn and then control that out properly. But that turn, he was doing it really in a rush.
Right. So question is, was that the right thing to do from a tactical perspective? Because we have less than 3 minutes now, and the surfer in green has first priority, so that is the chance for the Chinese surfer to get in first position. But then again, it's both positions, first and second, that will proceed to round number 3, so maybe there wasn't too much to lose there for the surfer in red, because Hassan Nasi needs at least almost 5 points to get to second position, and he will get the fourth priority once he gets back to the lineup. So maybe it was actually okay from a tactical perspective here.
Yeah, if I was Koku in red, I would just sit and wait for a nice bigger set to replace his best wave or his second best wave. But knowing there's a minute to go, he probably just want to catch wave and having fun out there. He doesn't want to think too much about the hit strategy, which is also a risky decision to make, because Jingwu from China and Hassan is a dangerous opponent to let that situation kind of happen. But you don't want to sit out there and wait for that wave and doesn't come and you win, but you don't catch much wave. So that's kind of like strategy that you have to choose when you're in the heat, because look, there's 4 or 3 other people surfing with you. When the free surfing time, there's like a lot of other groups surfing with you. So he's probably, Koku's thinking, okay, I'm not gonna sit here, I'm gonna catch a wave, but sometime maybe he's risking his shit.
So when you are competing on the last minutes, are you still in the mindset to just try to get the best wave and make the best out of it, or is it already all the tactics that you have in mind, your positioning and priority and everything that comes with it?
Yeah, I would just surf with the flow of the Mother Nature. So if there's a good wave coming through, I would wait for that one. And if there's not many waves, as you can see, a surfer in blue right now, currently in 4th place, just kind of having fun out there, and there's a 10 seconds to go. I would just, going with the flow of the pulse of the wave. If there's a lot of wave come through, I would like to pick the right one. But there's not much strategy to make before you paddle out. I just kind of like adapt to 5 minutes before I paddle out for a heat. That's when I make decision.
Okay, and we are waiting for the decision of the judges for the last wave of Julian, surfer in blue. Let's see if that will change the final scoring here. If not, then it would be surfer in red and green representing Sri Lanka and China who will advance to round number 3, and the other 2 surfers would still have the chance to stay in this competition in the round 2 in the rapid charge. Before we continue, we will have a recap of this heat, and then you will see my 2 colleagues, Oni Anwar and Giada from Italia, guiding you through for the next heat, number 14. Thank you.
All right, we are back live again. Here we are. We're just watching that last heat of heat 13, and now we're into heat number 14. We are gonna welcome Giada Lajari in the booth. And good morning.
Good morning. How was that last heat? Can
Yeah,
we
it's
have
good.
a bit of a recap of what happened?
I was watching one of my friends from Sri Lanka, Koku, and yeah, he dominated that one and advanced into the next round with our Chinese surfer, Zihang Wu.
Mm.
And yeah, it's a solid surfing. And now that the waves are a bit different today because the tides are a bit low, but as we can see right now on the screen, Aziz Ali from India is my boy. He's been ripping lately. Come to Bali, and Wee Jong Jung from Korea, and of course Abdul Rahman Ali Haider, KSA. Where's that from? Yeah, so there you go. On the screen, everybody's watching live. There's gonna be 3 surfers in this heat, and that will be, again, only one eliminated to a repechard. So first and second will advance into the next round. So yeah. So what have you been up to for the morning?
All right, so I went down to the beach. I had a coffee. I was having a little chat with everyone down
The
there.
gang?
Yeah, with everyone from the team. It was nice. I've been trying to organize to go swim with sharks here. So that's what's happening.
Yeah, you've always been talking about going to swim with the shark.
It's
right?
become an obsession. I have to.
Oh, so you saw the shark yesterday?
No, I didn't.
I think Kailani Johnson saw it, and I was there actually, and I looked at the screen actually. She saw it in real life. As you can see, I'm surfing red right now, representing India. This Aziz Ali, really nice surfing. Currently riding the Kabianka. He came to Bali to test out some equipment. I'm sure the boys in Bali are watching, India. And yeah, how cool is that? Like, there's so many cool teams that you never heard of before, India. And here's a replay. Talk me through it.
Yep, so this is a nice first turn. Unfortunately, here. Oh no, he did make it. Sorry, my mistake. I saw that wrong. A good wave from Ajish Ali. Nice way to start his heat. I think he served that really well. And we see some rights peeling down. It's a really great day of competition. We've seen the size reduce a little bit from yesterday, but it's still perfect out there. It's looking so fun, and I can't wait to get a surf in myself.
Yeah, this waves kind of reminds me of Trestles, the ride, but maybe not as perfect. And reminds me a little bit like Winky Pop in Bells Beach. So, but meanwhile, we're gonna go down to our last hit winner with our surfer, with Afrik. Go ahead, brother.
Thank you, Oni. And I'm here with Koku from Sri Lanka, who just won his last heat. Koku, tell us, what went through your mind in this heat?
Yeah, so it's pressure on me. So at the first time in Maldives, and especially this kind of wave. Yeah, so yeah, I did my best. So yeah.
Yeah, you did awesome, my friend. You had pretty much the heat lead all of the time with your 2 strong. But there was one situation on your very last wave. You had the priority, and it was like sort of 4 minutes to go, and you decided to go on that wave. So was it for tactical reason that you didn't want the Chinese surfer to get the wave, or what was it that made you go for that one wave?
So yeah, I thought it's that wave I can go get some more points. So that's why I get that wave. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. And any strategies already for round number 3? Is there something you I don't know, have in your mind right now what you want to try out once the swell hits and it gets bigger?
Yeah. So yeah, especially I never surf here big waves, so I'm stuck with the doing my best to the next heat. So yeah, I'm happy with that, and I want a special thanks to Sri Lankan Federation and the who's sponsoring us. Yeah.
And I want a special thank you to be able to watch you surfing here. Best of luck for the next and back to you to the booth, Oni.
All right. Thank you so much. That was great interview. People from Sri Lanka that's here, they really appreciating to be here right now, and that's so good to see. That thanking the federation, because without them, they will not be here. Same as every team, I guess. Indonesia, China, Japan, and this is coming to a country to country kind of representative, so it's great to have that appreciation. As you can see, our surfer from India in and out of this wave. Yeah, look, this wave rolling through Jeddah.
Yeah, there have been some great sets coming down all day. I mean, look at that. You're right. It does kind of have a trestles feel to it as when you look at it from this point. This is our Korean surfer, Woo Jung. Nice wave. Here we goes up for the second turn. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck on his way down. But that was looking like it was going to be a pretty good score for him. So for now, the biggest score we've seen is Ajish Ali's wave from India. Here we have the replay of our surfer in blue. Good first turn here. Sets it up for the second one. Kind of bogs his rail on that bottom turn and unfortunately affected his top turn. So he does come down. He has plenty of time though. 16 minutes 40 seconds left on the clock. So it's not going to be an issue. He'll get back out there, get back into the priority board and get another chance.
Yeah, I mean, there is plenty of time, of course, so there is no rush. But at the same time, there is two sections out there. There's one deeper one, and there's also one is on the wider one. So it's interesting what to the local knowledge will do out here. As you can see, all these surfers been practicing the last couple of days. It's such good, when you come here a week before the competition, you get to know the lineup. And you study with your coach, what kind of board, what fin, what wax, and, the mindset. And, at the same time, when you're surfing small wave the whole time, and now you're surfing a bit bigger wave, you can see the channel to paddle out. It's a bit low tide. There's so many sea urchin out there. I was talking to one of the local boys today, and I was thinking, there's so much sea urchin. I would probably want to go get some of those sea urchin. You can eat them. Tastes so good. Have you tried that?
Actually, just now I was in the Mentwise and I was with Jaden, who is the son of Ray from Kandui Resort, and we went out to Snake Island.
Snake?
It's called Snake Island. Yeah, there's a lot of sea snakes.
No, thank you for me. I will not go there.
So yeah, he took me out and he was teaching me how to fish. And at one point, we caught a sea urchin and we opened it up and we made a little fire. So we did cook it, but you can actually eat them raw.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Raw is better. In Japan, everything you have to eat is raw, and I love that about it.
Yeah.
So I think the most Japanese food is the best taste. Do you like Japanese food?
I do. I really do enjoy Japanese food. I think it's definitely one of my favorite cuisines that there is. But I don't know, I wasn't a big fan of the sea urchin, I have to say.
Yeah, maybe you don't have it right. Sometimes if you go in a restaurant, in a sushi restaurant, they have this special marinated way to do it. So, but if you just eat it raw like that, it's a strange taste. It's that super strong flavor.
Yeah, it was really strong.
Get your tongue kind of tingling and stuff,
yeah,
right?
I found it too fishy.
Yeah.
I was like, not for me.
But I heard it's really good for you.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll pass.
So there you go. If you're interested in eating sea urchin, let's go clean it all out for all the all the surfers, because a lot of our surfers from Indonesia today, not a lot, but one of our Indonesian team got sea urchin on their feet, so that's going to be hard to surf. That's our Japanese surfer. The coaches getting ready for their team to paddle out, and they will be competing in heat number 16, as you can see. Taki Kanazawa, wow, really good surfer. I know that Roy Kanazawa is one of his older brother, and now we have Muhammad Shahmoradi, and then also from Ahmed Rifai, so from Kuwait. There you go. That's the next couple of heat. And then after that, do you know what we're gonna do today?
Yep, so today's schedule, we will be finishing off this round one of the open men, and we're going to go straight into the under 18 girls and finishing off the day with the other under 18 boys event. So we have 4 heats in the under 18 girls and another 8 heats in the under 18 boys. I have been told that in the under 18 girls, there are only 3-man heats, so only first place will pass. Second and third will go into the repechage round. So it makes it that little bit harder for the girls out there. But, you know, this is surfing and the waves are pumping. So it's going to be a great day of competition.
Yeah, I love how that kid just supporting the Ajis, flying the flag. He'll be probably competing in the next couple of years. Big Ram into generation there, watching and learning so much from Ajis now currently in second place with a 4.33, looking to replace that score of a 1.0. And surfer from India. Look at the waves as rolling through now. It kind of breaks properly. You know, I like to go a little bit deeper on this lineup. As you can see, I'll surfer in red right now. Just Ali looking into do a nice first turn, a little bit choppy in this whitewash wave, but the wave looks like gonna clean up a bit. But will there be a good wall for him to hit to finish off this wave? And looks like there's not much wall, but he surfed it really smart just to complete and replace that 1.0.
I think this was a really well surfed wave by our man in red. Nice first opening turn, sets it up for the second one. He manages the whitewash on the face really nicely. That board looks really under control, even though it's difficult. There's a little bit of a bog there, but you know, kind of making up for dead time here on this wave, and he finished it off strongly. So I think this is probably going to be the best wave of the heat right now. I think his heat strategy was good. He played it safe. He only wants to replace that one. He doesn't need to do anything big. This is a round one heat. You don't want to put 100%. You want to complete waves. You want to finish them. So I think that was really smartly done by Ajish Ali.
Yeah, sometimes when you come to a competition like this, you don't have to go beast mode on every section that you're actually hitting. You just want to make sure that you know what the numbers on your board, on the board, scoring board. So you don't need to go over surf everything to get to the win or second place, because first and second will advance. So I just doing a really smart tactic there to get into the next round, and scoring is coming soon. As you see, that is like 10 minutes to go for this heat. So look at the water, is so clear, huh? I saw a fish today, went past the beautiful color fish around on the tunnel over here when you walk into the channel to paddle out. And there was shark yesterday, the one you missed out on.
I'm the only person who wants to see the shark, and I was the only person who didn't see it. But yeah, you're totally right. So we have kind of a bridge connecting us from the beach to the judging tower, and every time we walk by it, you know, the water is so clear that it's kind of like you're snorkeling without actually being underwater. So you can see all the beautiful fish, the coral on the walkway. It's such a beautiful commute to work, I think.
Yeah.
Yesterday, there was actually like a big blue, I think it was a starfish. Everyone else said it was a sea urchin, but it's gone.
Yeah.
I don't know where it went. So I still think it was a starfish.
Starfish. It's so cool. The coral is still like fresh around here, you know.
So alive. It's great to see how well taken care of it is.
Yeah.
So as you can see, the water, it has covered the reef a little bit more now. We are, you know, reaching a higher tide. You can still see some rocks. You know, this morning when we got here, it was completely dry. It makes it a little extra more difficult to paddle out. But luckily, in the keyhole, we've been told that they've actually cleared it out of sea urchins before we got here, so that we don't have to struggle on the way out.
I want to eat those sea urchin. I'm so obsessed with it. I haven't even throw it away.
You're
But-
obsessed with the sea urchin like I'm obsessed with the shark.
Yeah. But I actually love the food around here too, how good it been. Last night's dinner was so nice here.
Yeah.
Just like it's like a holiday.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yesterday at Seaside Paradise, where we're staying, they did the buffet outside and outdoors, so right next to the beach. Absolutely delicious food. I mean, there has never been a meal that I didn't like. And the place was gorgeous. We were next to the shore. It did rain a little bit, but we didn't mind. It was so nice to have a meal outside. So, yeah, I 100% recommend coming out here. The food is great. The place is absolutely gorgeous. And as you can see, the waves, are firing. Yesterday, especially since it was a little bit bigger, but, today, even if it's smaller, it's still reeling down. And I'm sure, later on throughout the week, it's looking like we're going to have a bit of a swell increase. So it's going to be a great way to finish off this event.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at the team. Iran is paddling out next. I love how every athlete have their own way to prepare themselves to paddle in the water. I was wondering what kind of music they're listening to. Do you listen to music before you paddle out for your heat?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
And what music do you listen to?
I definitely listen to reggaeton.
Ooh, okay.
So it's kind of
I know
like
that's your style. You don't even have to tell me what your swag on when before you paddle out. This is a reggaeton move.
100%. It pumps me up. It gets me fired up every time. Even if it's a free surf, I put my speaker on. I'm like dancing in the room by myself.
Jada's on her Jada time.
What about you? What's your fire ups music?
I'm a little bit unique in that way. I depend how I feel. If I feel really energetic, I will listen to a really nice calm piano jazz or something like that. But if I feel really, really slow, I will put some heavy metal stuff. So I either go hard or go slow.
You're actually not the first person that told me that. And I'll get right back. This is our man in blue, Woo Jung-jun, on a good-looking wave. He wants to get rid of a 2.50. It's looking like he's going to take this one all the way down to the inside. So 5 minutes and a half remaining. It's going to be an interesting finish. Right now, it is Ajish Ali. He has a 4.33 and a 4.43. He's in the lead. What do you think, Oni?
Yeah, I mean, the waves are good. I think he just missed timing that turn. I think what I was thinking, he's rushing it. He's really excited. That turn was nice. Good covered up, but I thought he's going to finish that wave. But our surfer in red now, he's in first place. He looked like really sharp on this surfing, and we got a 4.33 and a 4.43. Now he's in first place. There is 4 minutes to go. You can see our Korean coach there whistling to Woo Jung-jun. So he's probably saying something there because he's only have a score of a 2.5 as his backup. And yeah, speaking of that, here's a replay for our surfing red. We're raking Jeddah.
So good first turn. This is like really good wave.
Wow.
I like that second one as well. Really smooth. He really didn't waste any times between these turns. Unfortunately, falls off on this last one, but I don't think that's going to go into his top two, but I think that was a really well surfed wave from Ajish Ali.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. And there's 4 minutes to go. Here we go. So we have to wait for that last score for a surfer in red and blue to see what the situation is. But I think looking at the surfing green, haven't caught any backup wave with a 0.43.
Yeah, unfortunately, our man in green has been a little quiet in this heat. He's only sitting on that 0.43, so he's going to want to have to start getting some scores on the board. He still has time, 3 minutes, 20 seconds. He could catch two waves in that time.
Yeah, 100%.
What I was telling you before, actually, I was having a conversation with Elise Cooper,
Oh yeah.
and she actually told me that she listens to calm music before paddling out for a
Uh-huh.
heat because she says she's so nervous that she has to calm herself down.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a person who really just get super excited for a heat. You know, Lisa Cooper, and that's the dangerous thing about competing. You know, like we never know what kind of mood that we have for that time of before you paddle out. The wave could be really slow, and but you have so much energy, or the waves could be a lot, and you're slow and nervous. It's not easy kind of thing. So you need to find a balance to have that rhythm of the mother nature and the flow of the wave, which way you're gonna. It all has this going with the flow kind of thing, right? For the competition, it's
Yeah.
not just being you and how what you feel.
All right, so on your screen right now, this is where the athletes paddle in and out from the surf break. So right in front of them is the keyhole. It's great because here the judges, I'm sorry, not the judges, the coaches get to see their athletes from pretty close. We see people waving flags, we see people whistling and moving, trying to get their athletes in the right position. And from there, it's cool because I think that, you know, as an athlete, when you finish your wave, you can probably hear your team like cheering you on. And I think that's such a great thing from these events because these people are, you know, here as a family. They're supporting each other so you don't feel alone. And it's looking like a great wave for Blue. What do you think, Oni?
Yeah, like how I love how low he goes for, but these waves kind of fat it up. But that one's a nice finishing. He will definitely stay in second place. And look at this bottom turn. Ah, just mistiming it, but this will be just enough to make him into the next round. But yeah, by the way, you can see surfing in this next round it's gonna get harder. So you really need to step up your technique and your with your coach. You stand closer with your coach. And yeah, speaking of sitting so close with the team, there is like Team Korea, Team Saudi Arabia, team all over in that little bubble, and everybody's screaming, you know, for like what direction. So for us to be in that at the back there with as an athlete, who is whistling? Is that my team or is that other team?
Yeah.
So it can get really confused, and sometimes there is their own signature whistle. Maybe there is for someone like for a coach to say, hey, if I whistle twice, that means us.
Yeah, you have to make your signal pretty unique because you're right. There's going to be other teams making signals, so you have to make sure that your athlete knows that it's you. And it's looking like that was the end of Heat 13. We are going to go on to a heat recap, and we'll see you guys in the next heat. All right, guys, welcome back to the ASF Asian Surfing Championship here in Maldives. We are currently on Thulusdhoo. I'm Jara Legati, and in the booth with me is Jessie Starling. Welcome back.
It's nice to be back. Honestly, it's nice to be outside in the warmth, chatting to everyone, but I like to be in here talking about surfing.
That's exactly right, and that's what we're here for. We came to watch surfing. It's been an incredible day of competition. So currently in the water right now, we are up to heat 15. We have Natri Jariwatanawijit. Sorry if I said that wrong, in red. In blue, we have MD Hassan. In green, we have Muhammad Afik Haikal. And in white, I don't know if I can pronounce that, but I'm sorry.
It's okay. Sometimes it happens.
Sometimes it happens.
But this is our surfer from Bangladesh, so he's getting his campaign started. Looking like we've had a few waves so far. Ooh, tabletop floater, I like it. He likes it too, bit of a stand tall. And then green, unfortunately, coming unstuck there. So 2 scores to lock in. This is the second last heat of this round, and then we roll in to the junior girls. So exciting.
That is exactly right. We're going to go into the junior girls and finishing off the day with the junior boys.
Love it.
So, as you said, I saw that replay. You said the floater's coming back, and it's looking like it is, huh?
It's on its way back for sure. I mean, yesterday was a little backside floater that I just loved. I love a good backside floater, and then that one, it was just so cool. He stayed at the top of the lip for quite some time, came back down, rode out of it. He liked it. We liked it. The judges, 257, so currently has him in the lead.
That is right. So a bit of a slower start here. Only 2 waves ridden, but we have seen that throughout the day. Sometimes we just go into those lulls, but once those waves do start coming through, it's non-stop action here in the ASF Asian Surfing Championship Maldives. This island is absolutely gorgeous. The waves are providing, and this is our man in white right now. Good looking wave, nice clean face. I like smooth style. He gets back to that power in the whitewash. Let's see if he does anything here in the end and just manages to stay with it. Unfortunately there, the lip does get him, but good wave.
Yeah, it was a pretty good start to that one for Hamad. So we'll see kind of what the rest of this heat pans out. Here we go. We have our surfer in red up and riding. Good looking steep section. Ooh, just over rotates. Maybe didn't commit to that turn hard enough, but looking like that water's starting to filter in. The tide's coming up. Feeling like it's a little less sea urchiny out there.
That is exactly right. And I'm sure that with that higher tide, we're going to be seeing people really getting to that last section and giving it all. So this is the replay of our man in white. He, nice wave here. A little bit of a rail bog, but he sticks with it. And the replay of our man in red. Here we see him go really critical, push the fins a little too hard, so unfortunately just coming unstuck on the way down.
Yeah, I feel like I really liked White's low center of gravity. Like he really, he didn't get too high on the wave and try and gain speed, but the fact that he stayed so low, stayed near the power source, it allowed him to find those 2 sections. But yeah, like you said, did bog a bit of rail. Ooh, tube time, but it wasn't there.
Getting excited.
Me too. I was like, oh, here we go.
It's starting. So look for a bit of cover there. Unfortunately, the lip kind of hit him in the head. So he does have a 257. He's going to back it up, but, there's high-level competition here. He knows he's going to have to do more than that to solidify his place in the next round.
Especially in these 4-man heats, we haven't seen a lot of great opportunity come through. We've seen a lot of good waves come through for sure, but great waves have been a little few and far between. So I feel like although there is plenty of waves out there, and I think it's in round 1, there's no point sitting and waiting. Like you have to turn waves. You have to capitalize on the opportunities you're given.
Yeah, that's right.
They're the people who are getting through heats. Someone who comes to mind just in the last heat I commentated was Hooves. He was on every wave he could have been, capitalized on every opportunity. Yesterday, Prajar, he was doing the exact same thing. So, yeah, I feel like that's the kind of method you got to adopt to make through heats today.
Yeah, that's right. And I think being a competitor, you have to be able to adapt to situations really quickly, because otherwise you're going to get a little bit stuck behind. Today the conditions have changed quite a bit from yesterday. The swell has decreased. So I'm sure there's been a change in equipment from a lot of these athletes, a little bit of a change in strategy. Yesterday, maybe it was better to wait for the sets, whereas today, maybe it's better to just stay active, maybe open up a little wider, get those wide ones coming through, because they're still coming. So, I mean, it's a good idea to just sit with your coach, see some heats, and see what the winners are doing, and then kind of adapt to that situation.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I feel like even watching it from the platform in that little jungle area where you can paddle out, it's probably the best place to watch it. You're looking at it straight on. You can see exactly where the waves are coming and what part of the reef. So, yeah, hopefully all the teams are adopting the strategies needed. I feel like I've seen Team Thulusdhoo just maxo relaxo. Like, they don't need to do that stuff. They know what they're doing here.
That's right. That's a good first turn from our man in green. A little bit of a hack there. So smaller wave, but I think really well surfed. That will be backing up his 1.17. Here we have the replay. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I liked it. He kind of waited patiently for this section, pushed really hard into it. I love that style. That was really kind of Taj Burrow-esque, and then lays back again. So that's his money turn. We can see that now. He's gone for that turn twice on one wave. Have to be careful with that, though.
Yeah.
And the more you do that turn, the less value it holds to the judges, unless it's in a pretty big critical section. So he's got to be a little bit careful with how many times he does that turn in this heat, because unfortunately it'll probably get less and less.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You have to give that variety to the judges. You have to keep them excited, keep them on their toes. At the end, I think you have to kind of think of it as a show. You have to keep them on, like, always wondering what you're going to do next, what you can bring to the table without boring them.
Yep, I agree. I mean, I like that. At the end of the day, we're entertainers.
Yeah.
We're here to entertain the judges. We're here to entertain the crowd. I mean, how excited do you get, or how much on the edge of the seat do you get when you see someone surf a heat so smart, so well? Every turn's different. Every wave is different. And you get up and they're like, oh, my God, what's going to happen next? Like, I love that feeling of being like, okay, what's this person going to bring now?
All right. So with that, we're going to head down to Oni Anra with the winner of the last heat.
Your Oni is Afri. Hey girls, I'm here with Ajish from Team India, who just won his heat. Ajish, first of all, congratulations. Well done, well surfing. Bro, tell me, India just started to really go into competitional surfing in the last 2 years. How was it in the last 2 years? What were you guys doing back home that make you win heats here at Cokes?
So last 3 years, like, our federation been helping us and sending to a lot of surfing training camps outside. And that's really helping us to, like, improve and show our surfing, like, in the international level. Yeah.
Well, we can see the fruits out of it. You and pretty much all your team are from Chennai. How are the waves in Chennai compared to Cokes?
So I think few other, like, Asian surfers came to Mahabalipuram called beach break, and it has a right hand pine break. It is, like, really good. Like, when Sri Lanka get waves, we get, like, little bit of waves from them, and yeah, like, it's fun right-handed, and yeah.
All right. What is your goal, bro? What do you want to achieve here in the 3rd Asian Surfing Championships?
I want to show my surfing and win heats and, like, go till the final day, hopefully. Yeah.
Well, we love seeing you surfing. Bro, anything you want to tell to your fans in India and here in the Maldives?
I want to say thanks to my sponsors and, like, especially, like, our federation for sending us here and, like, helping us to, like, get here, and it's been, like, great support from them, and I'm really happy, and we will, like, give it our best to, like, make them proud. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you will make them proud. Thank you, and back to you girls.
All right. Thank you so much. Epic interview. Actually, I have been seeing Team India coming to Bali quite a bit and training there. I know they train with Ivan. Yeah, so I've seen them there. It's great to have them around. I'd love to see them improvement, and I'm glad to hear that the government is really helping and pushing their surfing.
Yeah, I was lucky enough. He was talking about Mahabalipuram, and I went there last year, and it's the coolest little town, and it's like a really fun right-hand point break, and the level of surfing coming out of India, it's great. But I haven't seen these guys surf in a year, right? And to see the progression and the development in just a year, it's actually mind-blowing. Like, it's really impressive watching some of the best, Indians we saw compete today and yesterday. This time last year, they definitely weren't doing what they've been doing this event. So there's been a lot of progression. Obviously, that time spent in Bali has been really helping. Training, probably having that experience with the WSL and the Asian competitors come to India was probably a really good eye-opener for them to know, okay, this is what we have to be doing. But yeah, I love to see them improving and coming back stronger each year.
That's exactly right. And I think I totally agree with you that, bringing these competitions to places that are not so well known for surfing kind of shows the locals, like, okay, like, this is what we have to reach. Like, this is like international competition.
Yeah.
So we have to really push ourselves. They have to really train hard to be able to reach that.
Yep.
Because, you come from Australia and their surfing it's like, for me, I know it's rugby, but I think surfing is a national sport.
I think so too. I know everyone says it's NRL and rugby league, but I think it's surfing. Like, we've had, other than Kelly, like, most of the world title holders or event winner holders come out of Australia. Like, it was definitely one of the pioneering countries for our sport. And so when I see, all of these competitors come to Oz, like, even when we have the co-sanctioned events at Newcastle and Avoca, like, it's cool. It's really cool to have everyone come over, see how we train, see where we train, the waves we get to surf. I mean, some of our beach breaks are nothing compared to waves like this, but it's a really cool part of the world, and I would honestly love to have all these guys compete in Australia too.
Yep, that's right. And something I really enjoyed about being in Australia was the fact that I would paddle out and I meet someone, and then he'd be like, well, yeah, I'm here with my grandma. She's out there. My cousin, he's here as well. He's catching a wave right now. My uncle's here. The whole family surfs. There's so hard to meet an Australian who doesn't surf.
I know. It's a sport for everyone. Like, if you live on the coast, you surf. Like, it doesn't really matter who you are. Like, everyone in some way, shape or form surfs. And it's just like, it's a really cool community and culture to be a part of. White just up and out there. Here we go. This looks like Natui going down as well. So nothing with too much substance right now. Coming down to 6 minutes to go. But yeah, going back to that, Australia is just so funny. It's just like...
And I'm sure your family is like that too, because I know your sister surfs as well.
Yep.
And I remember your dad coming on a surf trip with you guys to Bali.
Yep, so dad surfs, True surfs, my older sister, and then mum. Mum actually only surfs in Bali.
Oh.
No, she has a go at home every now and then, but she loves the warm waters. She's like, I don't need to surf in cold water anymore. I'm like, fair enough, mum.
I agree with your mom.
She's like, warm water in Bali. She loves surfing at Padang on those rides. So, she's definitely, we got to get her back there. Get her back in Bali. Get her out there surfing. But yeah, everyone surfs. My uncle surfs. My cousins surf. Actually, most of my uncles surf. It's like, it's insane. And then, you make friends who are surfers, and then they become your family too. And it's just like my best friend Shay and I were like attached at the hip. We just go surf. We do everything together. Like, it's such a cool culture, and I think you meet the coolest people. And like, no one's high maintenance who surfs,
That's exactly right.
Like, everyone gets on. Like, I mean, you would have met more international surfers than me because you've traveled so much. But like, from what everyone I've met, like, everyone's so chill. Like, it's so good.
It's really good, and I kind of see it in Bali as well. Like, when you're out there, you're meeting people from all over the world, all ages. It doesn't really matter. There's not like, you're not kind of boxed into your age group. Like, I have friends who are like 50 and then friends who are like 14.
Yeah.
And everyone just gets along really well. And Bali is an international hub of surfing, so we do get people from all around the world coming, and it's great because then when you travel, you actually see all these people again everywhere you go. So it's a great sport. Not to be biased, but it's the best in the world. And talking about it, here is MD Hassan. Our man, kind of fell on his fins there. I'm sure he'll be okay. Hopefully he'll pop back up in no time and get out there. So just under 5 minutes left in this heat. A little bit of a slow one. We haven't had those big scores just yet, but still some time left to solidify some sets and make sure these surfers get another chance to do it.
Yeah, I feel like no one's really capitalized on anything just yet. I mean, Muhammad in the lead, he has a 3 and a 1. Like, that's not saying anything crazy. We haven't hit a total in the 5-point ride yet, so I'm sure we'll get there. We're in the last 5 minutes, so if these guys stick with the theme of the event so far, hopefully they'll rev it up a little bit in these last 5 minutes like everyone else has been doing. But yeah, there's still definitely plenty of opportunity. I was even walking out here to the judges and commentators' tower. I was like, oh, it just looks so fun out there. Let me surf.
Yeah, we'll be out there really soon. I'm eyeing off chickens every time I walk out. I'm not gonna lie. I got my 20 ready last night. I'm like, tomorrow, first opportunity, I'm out there.
I love it. I know it looks so fun, and especially from the angle we look at it from, it looks like it bends back at you so nicely. I'm like, oh,
That's right.
dreamy.
I'm super excited.
Yes, same. I just want to go surfing, but I also love the fact that these guys get to compete in waves like this. Like, what a great stage for these guys to have the Asian Surfing Championships. It's so much better than to rock up at a beach break that might be 1 foot and onshore, but no, you're at a world-class reef break, like a little right-hand point break. There's barrels, turns. It's pretty dreamy, if you ask me.
That's right. You know, when you surf in conditions like this, it just makes it so much more entertaining as well to watch. You don't have to see people really struggle just to try to get half a turn in. So it gives, I think, more chance, and it showcases real surfing.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's a really amazing platform, not to mention the water is ridiculously, deliciously warm. And so is the outdoor temperature. I mean, it's definitely paradise. You understand why so many people say Maldives is like, it's like picture perfect, it's paradise, and it definitely is. Like, I love it here.
That's exactly right. And this is our man in white now, wanting to get rid of a 0.8. Nice second turn. A little bit of a smaller wave, but not much time left, so he knows he has to get the work done. He doesn't need a big score to go back into second place. We'll see what the judges think about that one and if it was enough. You know, Maldives is made out of atolls, so it's great to see all these boats driving front and back, and that's exactly what I was going to go to. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous?
Yeah, that's cool. It's like a little circus.
Yeah, so actually arriving here, it's funny because you arrive to the airport, you know, you get your suitcases, you get your boards, and you walk out, and the first thing you do is get on a boat. Like, literally from the door of the airport, you walk onto a boat, and they take you here to Thulusdhoo. I think that is the coolest way I've ever gotten to my final destination ever.
I know. I love traveling by boat. I reckon it is so fun. Like, even traveling by boat here last year, like, what a cool way to see the world.
Yeah.
It was so much fun, and I love the fact you literally land on this tiny little island. Like, the island that you land on in the Maldives is tiny, and then you get a little boat to just another one. I was like, this is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, so there's hardly any cars and motorbikes around here. Everything is done by boat. And this is our current heat leader, wanting to get rid of a 1.17. Bit of a float there. We'll see what the judges think.
Yeah, so he's just going to float this one for another time. So I like he's given us a little bit of variety on that last wave. He kind of went to that layback city just a couple times, but then now he's, you know, opting for something else. Maybe he heard us. He's going for a floater. I love to see it. So we'll see where that one locks in. As you said, only needs to better a small score, but really close heat right now. I mean, look at the totals between second and third. Like, there is nothing between those two.
Yeah, that is exactly right. It's going to be super, super close heat.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, you told me earlier that you actually, the first time you came, you were here on a boat trip. How amazing must have that been? I mean, you probably saw so much of the Maldives and so many places that are not reachable, you know, by other places except by boat.
Yeah, I'll get back to that in just a moment. This is our current 4th place holder trying to make his way up the ranks. That was a really great surf wave. I definitely think that's going to be his best score. And then Blue, now out the back behind him, our surfer from Bangladesh. One big hit there, so he's trying to defend second place. Scores to lock in now for Blue and Red, but yeah, I mean, traveling by boat was just so cool. And we went from here, the atolls up at Malé, all the way down to the South Atolls, and it was just so much fun. Like, it was so much fun with some of my closest friends, and made really good friends over here, and one of them is competing in this event. Got to do his post-heat interview, and I really cherished the friendships I made along that trip. Yeah, it was great.
That's incredible. And there must be so many waves down at the south.
I loved the Central Atolls. I think that was my favourite because the waves there were incredible. There's a wave called Machines. You'd love it. It's crazy
Is it a
fun.
left?
It's not. It's a right, but it's like barrel
Not
turns.
kidding.
I'm not going.
I am kidding. I do like a right. I just do prefer a left.
Yes, of course. I actually prefer left too. Growing up at Narrabeen, I love going left.
Yeah, okay. So this is a replay of our man in green. Not too much happening. That was kind of a dodgy wipeout, but I'm sure he's good. Our current heat leader, so just 3 minutes, 25 seconds left. We'll see if anything happens in this last 3 minutes, but, I'm sure on that trip where you were able to probably surf so many waves by yourself.
Yeah, we did. We got a lot of lineups with no one out, and it was just so great. And so we were on this big boat, but then we would travel to all of the waves by this little tinny. And if we'd go and check the surf on this little boat. It's not a tinny, but you know what I mean, like one of those smaller motorboats. And then we would go and we'd come here and we'd check here and be like, not interested. And then we'd zip over to chickens and go and look at chickens. Like, it was such a cool way to see the world, especially for me because we drive everywhere. No one goes and checks the surf by boat. Like, it was just so fun and so cool. Oh, and looking like we've got Hamad up and riding. Trying to get some work done on this one. Nothing of substance just yet. He's currently in 4th. Has a bit of groundwork to do to get up into 2nd. There's 2 minutes 20 on the clock. And he's looking a little bit frustrated there. Potentially not getting the steepness of the wave or the sections on offer. Yeah, he just went a little bit too straight at the start there. Looks like his front foot is too far back as well. So if he moved that a little bit forward, he might have been able to gain a little bit more speed moving on through this rest of this wave. But, yeah, didn't really get to show us what he's got on that one.
Yeah, they're showing us signs of, a little bit of frustration, especially as we're reaching the last minute and 50 seconds of this heat. Looking like there's someone out the back who kind of caught a smaller inside one. I think it could be Blue. There we have it. He's trying to race this one down, looking for a section to stand up for him, and it does. Let's see what he does here. Ooh, that was pretty close.
Yeah, 1 minute 30 on the clock. There's been a couple close calls in this here. A couple bit scary, I guess, ejects out of the wave. But he read this wave really well. I was like, what is he racing for? And then it happened to double up through this inside section here. He's really got his body moving to get the speed. But, yeah, luckily that board moved away where it did. I feel like a bit of wind got under it and helped him out there.
That's right. Maybe I feel like he could have taken a little bit more advantage of the beginning of the wave. Maybe done a turn and then raced just to get a few extra points. But, yeah, really well read wave. This is our man in white, Hamad. Oh, just closes out on him. So we will be counting this one down soon, and it's looking pretty solid with the results.
Yeah, I'm kind of keeping my eye on Red because he doesn't need a very big score. Green getting a little bit caught behind there. That's a better jump off. He was well away from his surfboard. But Green and White, just getting caught behind at the end here. But just hearing the beach announcer say there's 10 seconds remaining, so I was really hoping to see if our surfer in red could get another wave. He could really challenge for 2nd, but I'm not sure if it's going to be his story today.
Yeah, but lucky for him, there is recharge round.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be a problem just yet. He's still in competition. And with that, this is the end of this heat. So we're going to head to a quick recap, and then we'll catch you guys in the next one.
Every time I watch that replay, I just go, oh my gosh, last year looked amazing. This year looks amazing too, though, don't get me wrong, but those waves in that recap of last year is incredible. My name is Jessie Starling. This is my friend Afri joining us back in the booth. Afri, how was your time out there?
I love it.
Me too.
How can't you love this wave? You know what you were talking about last year? It was amazing, without a doubt, but actually we were facing some difficulties because it was too big. I mean, look at... Yeah, for sure. Look at round number 1. We have surfers from all those different nations. Like, for example, this Heat 16 got surfers from Japan, Iran, Kuwait. So some of these nations, surfers from these nations, they're not that experienced. So I actually believe that the forecast that we have right now is better for this competition.
Amazing.
Yeah, right, because it starts sort of smaller, but... If you can trust the forecast, is getting bigger and bigger. So let's see what is going on with heat number 16. That's actually the last heat of first round of the men's. We already can see surfer in green for Kuwait on his first wave, Ahmad Al-Rafi. Nice one. He starts with, compressed surfing, looking for the open face. And that was his very first wave, not only on this heat, but in this event. This is... And not only that, it's actually the first wave ever ridden from a Kuwaiti surfer in an international event.
How exciting.
Absolutely. And together with him, we have Mohammed Shami and the surfer in red from Japan. Definitely not the first surfing for Team Japan. As you can see, one of the big favorites in this year's event, one of the big favorites in any Asian competitions event. So this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, Taki Kanazawa, one of 2 really talented Japanese brother duos. His older brother Roy Kanazawa, he is absolutely incredible. Both of them really talented surfer. I mean, Taki unfortunately went down in his second turn, but just by the power displaced on that first turn, and even the second one, just shows his caliber of surfing. He is a really talented surfer. 3.67 for his first attempt, and that was with a fall. 2.1 for Ahmed, so Ahmed in second, so we'll see what Mohammed can bring. He does have second priority though, so he just lost it because he did paddle for that last wave, but yeah, Taki, incredible surfer, and he spent a lot of time on the QS now too.
Well, all the surfers from Japan, they always, set the bar. One of the best surfers, not only in Asia, but in the world. Have surfed in the Olympics, both male and female, not only in Tiahupu, but also in the Tokyo 2020 games. So, as always, together with Indonesia, the big favorites for this event. And you know what? We can see him surfing his second wave here. He, goes for it. Really nice critical surfing on the pocket. I even think that as long as the waves are not pumping offshore, Japan might be the biggest favorite. And I will tell you in a sec why. You can see it here. They know how to read the wave. They are technically good. And the big difference to countries like Philippines, Indonesia, and Maldives is they train in any sort of conditions. They are full all around us. So once it gets, picture perfect, obviously we know the Indonesians know how to surf that, but these Japanese, they can surf any sort of conditions.
Yeah, the Japanese team is incredibly talented. I totally agree with you though, and even being, out here at Cokes in the free surfs, watching all the different countries and teams try and hassle for waves out there, the number 1 dominant team in the free surf is Japan.
Yep.
Hands down. Being out there a couple of times with everyone, Japan was dominant. They took no prisoners. They were going any set that came through, and it took the Maldivian team to start giving some local patrol, dropping in on people. But this is a bit of a slow-mo replay. I mean, bit of a down-the-line float there for Taki, but this next turn, this was no easy section to attack. Look how deep his bottom turn is. Gets it up there above the lip, so his board is out in front of the water, which is why he comes down so easily with speed. So
this is textbook surfing.
Yes.
If you want to get better, look at that slow-mo, analyze each movement, and try to do it, and this is how you should surf.
Absolutely, and he's locked himself in a 5, so he's already got 9.17 total, and he's just under, 7 minutes into this heat. But speaking of heats, we have Giada with the winner of the last heat.
All right, I'm here with the winner of the last heat. Congratulations. Tell us a little bit what the conditions are like out there.
The condition out there is a little bit tricky. It's small than yesterday, and it's hard to find a wave. And for my wave, I think I just got 2 wave and long weight. I'm lucky to get some point for my heat. Yeah.
You know, leading up to this event, what have you been training specifically?
Actually, I didn't training because in Malaysia now there are no wave like flat. So I just training from my physical, like jogging in the evening and do some workout and playing football. Yeah, that's all.
All right, so not a lot of people know that there's waves in Malaysia. Can you talk a little bit about surfing culture there?
So in Malaysia, basically they have a wave from October to March, yeah. So, and the wave there was so small, like knee high, and it's good for longboard and not good for shortboard. And actually, there's the culture there is same like Batu Karas. Yeah, it's a left-hander with long left-hander. Yeah, that's.
That's really cool. And why did you decide to take shortboarding instead of longboarding in a place like that?
For me, shortboard is more interesting. Like you can go fast, aggressive, and longboard is just like you just chill, walk on the board. Yeah, see the nose and come back. Yeah, that's all.
I totally agree. So I'm sure there's lots of people back at home watching. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Alright, I want to say thank you for who support me, especially my sponsor, Plum, MSSM, and Sheraton Surf Club, and all my family at home. Thank you.
All right. Congratulations and see you in the next heat. Back to you guys in the booth.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Giada. It's so interesting to know that there's only surf 6 months of the year there.
Imagine,
is
yeah, you come to the
crazy.
Continental Championship and you prepare with jogging and playing football. That shows also diversity. I mean, respect to him. He must be quite a efficient jogging if that makes him win this heat.
I would think that if there was no surf and I had to train for the event, you'd probably look at like a certain type of skateboarding. I feel like that would be the best kind of sport to really help transition. If you got one of those skateboards that was almost like a surf skate, like a Smooth Star or an OB5. So that interesting to know that he took up jogging.
Right.
That is crazy.
I mean, I reckon one thing about jogging is it really helps you to maximize your VO2 max capacity, meaning like the amount of oxygen that your body is able to efficiently use while being in the heat. And especially when you have to paddle a lot, or in a situation like here, 25 minutes, where you really want to make sure after you surf a wave, paddle back to the lineup as fast as you can to get to priority. For things like that, jogging might be a good thing to do. But obviously, as you said, for the actual surfing, probably you want to mix it up a little bit with some surf skate, or what else can you do?
I feel like surf skate would probably be the best one that does transition to it because it has those loose trucks, so you're still getting that feeling of your ankles, the way that they have to move, your ankle mobility with surfing. You can mimic a bottom turn. I would say that that's the best, but in gym training, you want to make sure you have strong core, strong legs, strong shoulders, so I feel like obviously jogging would help that as well, but he said he was been in the gym, so definitely want to be strength training to be a professional surfer, but also most important, it's mental training.
For sure.
Putting yourself under high pressure situations and making decisions calmly, I feel like that's such an important part of being an athlete, because there might be 2 minutes left to go in a heat and you need a 6. If you put yourself in that high pressure situation and you know you've nailed it in the pre-season, you know you'll be able to do it during a heat as well. So many of these surfers know this. And I definitely think physical training, in-water training, mental training, and then maybe something a little bit different like skateboarding or jogging, whatever it is, that's definitely going to help you the most.
Maybe a question on the skateboarding or surf skating. I do feel like it's a double-edged sword, because yes, you're right, you can mimic your movement quite good with those boards, but on the other hand, you can also use the skateboard and the surf skate in a, in a way where it wouldn't make sense to do it in a surfboard. So I feel like you really need a coach or at least some video analysis to make sure that you are actually training the right movements. Some live action from the surfer in blue from Iran, Mohammed Shamrudi. His friends call him Russell. And this is actually second time for him participating in the Asian Surfing Championships. And he was also participating in El Salvador. And the interesting thing about all this is he's barely surfing for more than 2 years.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I love that his friends call him Russell.
He actually lives in France these days.
Oh, wow.
He used to live in Italy before, so he's super dedicated. He loves surfing. You don't have to rip, you don't have to be a world champion to be in this, to love surfing and dedicate your life for surfing.
Yeah, no, I agree. I feel like seeing so many surfers show up with just so much love and passion for surfing, and that's all you need. That's all you need to be here. Obviously, everyone wants to win, and I feel like there is a competitive fire definitely through that Indonesian team. The Maldivian team has it. Team Japan really has it. India, they're looking competitive this year. So I feel like there definitely is a competitive drive from a lot of those athletes who have had a lot of experience competing. But there's this fun aspect of love and passion and just enjoyment coming out of these nations like Iran that just love the fact that they get to be here representing their country, surfing in perfect world-class waves. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Absolutely. And the Iranian surf community actually started in the south of Iran in a city called Charbahar in the very south east of Iran. But you know what? They're actually quite really good. I'm talking about high-class, elite Iranian surfers, at least having Iranian descent. And one guy I'm sure a lot of you out there are aware of is actually Cole Hoshman, who is in the CT right now. He is from Iranian descent, both his parents. Yeah, so it would be super interesting to see if he at one stage is going to surf for Iran as this elite surfer is surfing for his home country of Japan. Taki on his third wave there, small little turn. Seems like the conditions are changing a little bit. Maybe the wind makes it a little bit more tricky here.
Yeah, the wind has definitely puffed up, but I feel like it kind of goes round in circles here. Look at that turn. That was high class. That was quality. That was risk versus reward. That was not an easy turn to make. But yeah, I feel like I've noticed the wind and the rain here almost circles. It circles around the island. We'll get a little windy puff come through, but then it will just go away for a little while, and then it might come back around in a few hours' time. So I don't know if this wind is really set in for the rest of the day, but it's in the right direction at least. It's not really interfering with the wave at all.
Yeah, whenever you have this strong offshore winds in islands, and even more so in islands that have a high altitude, at a certain point, as you said, it will wrap around and create this side shore for some time, and might be what we are facing here right now. But coming back to all the Asian surfers who are not surfing currently for their home country or country of origin, instead for other countries. I mean, one good example for the other way is actually Conor O'Leary, who was surfing most of his life for your home country, for Australia, and then just before the Teahupo'o Games made use of his lineage of his mother's side and was surfing for Japan.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of competitors now who are taking that into consideration, that the Olympics, everyone wants to be an Olympian. If you grew up playing a sport, you want to grow up and you want to represent your country at the Olympics, or at least on the world stage. But the Olympics is it's so prestigious. And, I think Conor, he analysed that perfectly and went, you know what, let's represent Japan. Let's represent my mother's home country. Let's, really push for Team Japan. And
as did Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, Kanoa Igarashi did as well. There's a few other people who, like you said, there's Cole Hausman, who's from Iran heritage. Alyssa Spence is actually from Chinese heritage.
There you go.
So she could swap
Coco
if she
Ho,
wanted to.
Ezekiel Lau, both have Chinese descent.
Yeah, there's so many people out there who could make the swap if they wanted to. We've seen a lot of Hawaiians like Luana Silva, Tatiana Weston Webb. They've moved to Brazil now, so I feel like it's cool to see how people are choosing to represent their lineage. And I think even though Connor, to me, is still like Aussie.
What about yourself? What are like your roots?
I have. So I am very much Australian for the last few generations, but mine.
So British convicts?
Yeah,
is that
so my heritage is British. My grandparents are actually from Ipswich in England, so they came over when they were 16 or 17. So I could technically represent England if I wanted to, but Australia is my home. I wouldn't represent any other country.
As this guy won't do either. Again, super slow-mo to see that picture perfect technique. Bam! Creates the spray there with his pad. This is the sort of surfing the judges want to see. Clean technique, powerful flow. Even if it's just one maneuver, you get a lot of points for surfing like this.
Yeah, I mean, he did a really good job to not bury his nose. You saw it go underwater for just a slight second, but managed to stomp on that back foot, pull the nose out, ride out cleanly, got himself a 407 just for that one turn. Tucky up and riding again now, slams that for an end turn, drifts the fins. That board is looking really nice. It looks like maybe a bit of an older board, but it's working really well for him. Maybe an Old Faithful, that one.
And we can see what we were talking about before. Team Japan not only being able to get barreled as we saw last year, but really be able to surf in any conditions, windy conditions like that, know what to do in any sort of waves. And this is actually what you need to do if you want to compete internationally. You should not only be like the big barrel hunter, you should know any conditions and be able to surf in it.
Absolutely. I mean, Giada and I were talking about this yesterday. You know, even the best surfers in the world, like the Olympics just happen, a very small percentage of people can surf chopu, but then can surf chopu properly. You know, so then having the Olympics on a wave as scary as that, I mean, it just shows that if you want to make it as a professional surfer, you have to be so versatile. You know, even the Challenger Series finishes in Brazil. If you qualify in Brazil, which is a really fun beach break, you start your year at Pipeline. They are two very opposing waves. Like, you have to be so versatile, so ready to be able to surf in any type of condition. And I agree, the Japanese are so well-rounded. They put a lot of time in every single condition, and it definitely pays off in their competitive approach, because Taki, he looks like he's still in cruise control. I don't really think he's pushing as hard as I know he can push.
For sure, he's having fun out there, as I'm quite sure this surfer has. First-time participation for Team Kuwait. Ahmad on his third wave here, pumping his way through, and I'm sure he's stoked just by being here. I mean, the finish, probably for the sake of his health, he shouldn't do too often on a shallow part to jump like this. But whatever, he's having fun there.
Yeah, he's just rode this one all the way through. Got a bit of a check turn there and then went for it at this section. But yeah, buried the nose. It does get very shallow through there. You want to be able to fall flat in that section so you don't really hit the reef. He looks like he's going to make his way in. That potentially could be our friend Muhammad making his way in. So only 5 minutes to go in this heat.
I hope everything's okay. Oh, actually, that's Russell from Team Iran. I hope he's... Oh, okay, seems like he's have something with his shoulder. Hope it's not too serious, but we do have our jet ski support here. So, yeah.
He's paddling, so that's a good sign. I think as long as you can move it, it should be okay. Hopefully nothing too bad has happened there. This is the replay of his last wave, so kind of gets hung up in the foam there and goes down, unfortunately. And then I saw that he unfortunately had to bail that wave that we saw our surfer from Kuwait on as well. So he's going to make his way in. He should be really proud of his performance, though. I mean, a really great region to see pushing surfing in Iran. That's really cool. And just over 4 minutes on the clock, he surfed a really great heat. So he's going to call this one a day, and we'll see him in the repechage.
Yeah, as we said, Russell surfing just barely more than 2 years, so absolutely can be proud of himself, paving the way for the next generation of Iranian surfers. Absolutely big applause for Russell. But the heat is not over yet for the other two surfers. Surfer in green and red, still having almost 4 minutes left to showcase what they can do. I mean, let's be honest, probably the positions won't change here. I mean, difficult for the Kuwaiti surfer. He's in a combo situation already, but hey, he's gaining experience here. He will actually go straight into round number 3, so not even having the sort of the longer road to the rapid charge. Hopefully Russell's shoulder is not too bad, so he will still have the chance to continue in round number 2 in the rapid charge round to stay here in this competition. But now it's just having fun for all the surfers out there and enjoy surfing cokes alone.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so fun out there. Looking like that wind definitely is easing a little bit as we speak. Taki making his way back up the point. He wants more. He's got a 5.5 and a 6 in his lineup now. So I feel like he just wants to get his rhythm out there. You know, every round is going to get harder as you progress through. So he's just kind of getting his feet in the wax, getting himself set and ready for the next round, because he's going to come up against another couple of hard competitors, and he just wants to make sure he keeps making heats.
Also, Taki is going to surf in the under 18s.
Amazing.
So, yeah, right. That's the strategy of Team Japan, to really bring all their big talents into this event. And already at this age, they are favorites. Last year we saw it, second and third place position in the male competition, and also female competition, first and third place. So though being young, they do already have all the abilities to compete here with the best surfers from Asia.
Yeah, it's really cool to see like this kind of youthful group coming out of Japan. It's it's really exciting to see, and they're all looking on point. I know I said it before, but them in the free surfs, the Japanese team in the free surfs are really good.
You know, on the free surfs, once I see a Japanese guy is paddling for it, no matter how deep he is, I just stop paddling and look for the next wave.
Like, oh, well, story's over for this one. Here we go. Taki having a look here again. Wow, really beautiful bottom turn. Straight into a deep pocket and lays it back again. So 3 strong turns there. This is what I said. He's trying to build his ground. He's trying to get his feet, push a little bit harder, and potentially maybe scare off his competitors a little bit more.
What is it that you have to have in mind once the sideshore starts? Like, how would you change your surfing approach on a wind like this?
You have to adjust your line on the wave for sure. So potentially turning under the pocket ever so slightly, because if you go too far up on the wave, you can get hung up. The wind can keep you up there, or potentially if you go too far out, you might struggle to make your way all the way back to the power source. So even you saw Taki on that last wave, every turn was slightly under. He never kicked the fins out above the lip. He never really pushed to get too far away from that power section, because he's adjusted. He knows that he needs to maintain himself in that power source so he can start this wave from start to finish. And even his last turn was under as well, but I think that was all on purpose to make sure that he could ride out and not get hung up.
Half a minute to go in this last heat of round number 1 open men. Taki Kanazawa with 11.5 points in the lead. Ahmed from Team Kuwait. And there we see the Iranian surfer. Looks like he's in pain with his shoulder. Just got out of the heat. Hopefully he'll manage to recover soon to continue surfing in round number 2, because round number 1 of the men's officially is over, and with this we finished the first round. Both surfers coming back. First position Team Japan, second Kuwait. So they are both going to proceed to round number 3, and the Iranian surfer has got another chance. Before we continue with our next round with the girls under 18, we will have a recap of this round. See you soon. Stay tuned. Looking forward to see the girls surfing. Hello and welcome back to the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2024. I am here with my friend Oni Anwar from Indonesia, and we are happy to open the heats for the girls under 18. First heat, Arisha Ishii from Japan versus Salma Linjawa from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Wow. What exciting heat. There's only two of them in the water.
Yep.
How
The thing is, due to the amount of participants in the girls' event, it's a little bit different to all the other categories. Here, it's only the first position that will advance straight to round number 3, whereas the second one will have another chance in round 2 in the repechage round.
Wow. All right. Then I guess looks like there's no storm coming. I saw there was a little bit strong wind came on the other side.
Right. We can see that the condition changed. We do see a lot of sideshore here, so it will be interesting to see how the girls are going to cope with this. I have no doubt that Team Japan is absolutely prepared for any condition whatsoever, but it will be interesting to see how it is for the surfer from Saudi Arabia who's participating here for the very first time. I think not only in the Asian Championships, but also first time for her ever competing in an international event.
Yeah, this is an exciting moment for all of them, and coming here with the whole team, have the coaches are watching them and adjusting every bit of their technique and strategy. So, yeah, for all these women here, all new to them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's really nice to see all the fluctuation, all the, playing around of Team Saudi Arabia. They really want to see what works and what doesn't for the next years to come. They are on a long-term mission here. And we do see the surfer in blue from Saudi Arabia giving everything she has with her hands and her leg to make this wave for her very first wave. Is this the historic moment for her? Unfortunately, she couldn't stand up, but good on her to give everything to, be able to participate here.
Yeah, I'm sure the time will go so fast, so much adrenaline, what do you call it? The word adrenaline? Because there's a lot of 25 minutes, it's going to go past by so fast for this at this moment, because there's so much pressure for them, and also like just, trying to get that wave, and you duck dive it through a wave and the wind, and just that feeling. I don't know how it feels, to be out here right now for all these girls out in the water. Then she get to watch our surfer in red, where she probably has a lot of more experience and learning from each other,
For sure. I mean, not only is Selma young, but the whole surfing of Saudi Arabia is young. So, yeah, every competition, every time being out there is a learning possibility for the whole team and for each surfer. And Bruno, their surf coach from Brazil, he's really pushing their limits. He's trying to, even bring them out of their comfort zone to make them be able to surf waves like this, though not being, surfing all their lives. But if you're not that experienced, it is sort of even scary, I would say, to surf on a reef break like this, even on smaller conditions like this.
Yeah, I guess like in my point of view, they already win because they already putting themselves out of their comfort zone. So for me, it's so impressed that they come in here surfing the reef break. There's not just a wave out there, actually. Sea urchin, the reefs and everything. So, but meanwhile, we're gonna go down with Jessie for our last heat winner. So go ahead, Jessie.
Yeah, guys, I'm with Taki Kanazawa. Taki, great heat. How was it out there?
So good, but I want a big wave, but I don't comes up good wave. But small wave is good condition. That wave, I'm making a layback. So good, yeah.
Yeah, that layback you did was absolutely sick. We saw all of Team Japan sitting there supporting you. How's it been traveling here with Team Japan?
So good, yeah. But my house is so near the Japan team. Is a good team and good, good, yeah.
What does it mean to represent your country here at the Asian Surfing Championships?
My first time
ISA Junior Championship, but I'm so nervous that this heat, yeah.
Amazing. And you've got a heat potentially tomorrow. How are you going to rest for the rest of the day? Just relax around the Maldives?
Okay, I'm relaxed and yeah, good. I like this food and I like Maldives and local. So thank you.
And is there anything you want to say to anyone back home in Japanese?
勝てましたので次も頑張ります。よろしくお願いします。
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Arigatou gozaimashite for Team Japan. So good, yeah. This is the spirit we want to have. It's awesome to have the Japanese surfer being here with the full team, and full team for them means half the size of for everybody else, because these surfers are competing for both the adults and the under 18, as does Arisha Ishii, who's surfing currently in the first heave of the under 18 girls. She is actually not having priority anymore, but Salma Linjavi still waiting for scores. And meanwhile, we see the beach marshal, and we see right now in the right side with the blue jersey, Xiji Yang from China, our Olympian, Asian Olympian here. Everybody is super excited to see her surfing once again in Thulusdhoo. She was already ripping last year, got second in the adults, first in the under 18. But look at this! Woohoo! Team Saudi Arabia. Salma is on her first wave standing there. What an achievement for the surfer in blue.
Yeah, that's his exciting moments right now. She complete this takeoff, and that is amazing, you know. I love
she must be stoked.
I love this one. This is the moment that she will remember, you know, coming here to Maldives and getting this wave. Her pop up straight away, and yeah, I saw there is a wave pool, like Kelly's Ladder wave pool, and that is gonna be her playground. So I'm so excited. I want to go surf that wave. Looks like a really fun wave to surf.
Who doesn't? You know, it seems like all those superb indoor and outdoor artificial waves are just popping up like mushrooms in the Middle East, man, everywhere. Like we're gonna have one soon in Abu Dhabi, and also in Saudi Arabia there will be a couple of them. You can see Team Philippines analyzing the spot. Conditions changed, but that's the thing, you know, like it's not only in the Middle East, but everywhere in the world, the artificial waves, they will have a big impact on surfing, and most probably also for the Japanese, because as you can see right now, they are already, you know, super sharp in their technique, but with those new technologies, they probably even get sharper. And once again, the first wave for Salma, what an achievement.
Yeah, exactly. And Salma is learning so much from this event, and I'm sure she will come back next time stronger, because this is just the beginning for her to to compete in this Maldives event. And you can see John Mark Tokong talking to one of the
Amade, the captain of Team Maldives. And you know what? Team Maldives, they gave us something special from the island, something special from the Maldives. It's very traditional sort of chips made of specific fruits. Next time we will be live here, we will show you what this is all about. Man, it's so good to be here in the Maldives. Actually, it's called bambuqueyo. It's one of the many special things to eat here in the Maldives, and we are all celebrating it. Especially only you and I. We might not be in the water so often these days, but I think part of the reason is the good food here, man. We are eating like, I don't know, like animals here.
Well, I was actually just talking to him before I met Gil. He's actually told me, hey man, I got some snacks, the Maldivian snacks I gave to a friend, and I was like, wow, that's so grateful for them to actually think about us that who come here. For me especially, it's my first time here, and being able to just to share their favorite snacks. And
bro, I have it in here. Next time we are in the booth, we'll show it. Look at this, man. It looks beautiful. But what also looks beautiful is what Salma is doing here. The surfer in blue from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, representing her country for the very first time against one of the elites, one of the favorites in this event, against the Japanese surfer. So, man, it's not only the food, it's the waves, it's the spirit. Everything is on in the Asian Surfing Championships. Third time the ASF is able to, well, make this happen for the Asian continent.
I guess the biggest part of traveling and surfing is that you experience the food as well, not just the wave and competing or winning or anything, but it's part of it is meeting new people,
Absolutely,
friends,
bro.
you know, like for me, come from Indonesia. I come here, I meet so many different nationalities. You know, I met a new friend from Saudi Arabia and from Bangladesh and from all over Asia, you know, and that's we creating a family, you know, one love and team up together, and we're sharing the love by surfing. And that's what you can see on the screen. That's the whole team of Asia cheering for each other. And then, you know, it was a healthy sport, you know, just being out there, just surfing and catch some waves. And they're here, the team of the judges are scoring, giving for all this team some, you know, adrenaline is going high. Even you have a good score on your board and your teams are happy, you know, even if you lose, but you are training for the next one. So, yeah, I love is all these mentality that we bring here. As you can see, our surfing red up and riding right now, just looking to have some fun, you know. And it's only 2 surfers in the water. What a blast! That was a nice turn. Yeah, what are you thinking?
Man, look, it's the girls. They you know, still have so much room to get better, but they're ripping already. I mean, these right now aren't the easiest condition. It's so different to what we start the day with, and they're just adjusting. I mean, she couldn't finish her last maneuver there, but still there's plenty of time, 12 minutes. And as you said, probably for the Japanese, this is more like, you know, testing out things, getting ready, getting in sync with the waves for the next couple of heats to come. Because, yeah, I mean, for the Saudi Arabian surfer who you can see right now there, it's already the achievement, the whole thing is already to be here and to be able to represent her country and having fun out there. And you said it before, you know, it's not only the camaraderie that we see here that it's so special, but I would say in general, our sport, surfing, is so different to all the other sports that are Olympic. You know, okay, obviously we are biased, so probably we are not the best to ask, but I've talked to many other people watching all the Olympics. Man, the footages that we can create, it's just something else. It's, you know, being in the midst of nature, being in the water, traveling to all those beautiful places. That's something unique about our sport.
Man, hearing you saying all this stuff, I'm just so grateful. I'm so grateful to be alive and actually being here and talk about surfing. I'm so grateful that I actually born to become a surfer, you know. So
I
that
can
makes
see
my
that, bro.
heart happy.
I can see that. You know, I thought it's the air conditioning that is so cold that gave you goosebumps, but it's actually watching surfing the reason why you have the goosebumps in here.
You tell every secret out there, man. Come on, that's my secret.
Meanwhile, it's 10 minutes left. Surfer in red, Risa has got priority, sitting on the lead with the 7.93, and Salma from Saudi Arabia still waiting for her second wave to back up her 1.33.
Yeah, there is a lot of waves coming through right now. I'm sure every other surfers that are going up next, they'll be so itching. They waxing their boards, you know, just looking, just visualizing everything to see. As you can see, there's a lot of good surfers coming.
2 Chinese surfers next surfing against an Indian surfer. So the countries with the biggest population in the world will send their athletes for the next heat. Yeah, it's nice to see all those new countries to surfing being almost, yeah, purely established here. The Saudi surfer is on her way back, if I'm not mistaken here. I hope that doesn't mean that something went wrong there, because she is in a shallow part right now.
Yeah, it's pretty sketchy because there is a lot of sea urchin there, so the coach has to be fully giving the right direction for our surfer in blue.
She does have her booties, so I guess at least when it comes to urchins on her feet, it shouldn't be too bad. But maybe she was just readjusting there. We'll see what will happen. She has got still 9 minutes to go to actually there's a caddy coming out. No, that's the
Next heat.
exactly. So they really have to be careful to not interfere here. So the surfers for the next heat, they are going to paddle next to the buoy. That's where they are waiting to be able to, just wait for their next heat. They have 8 minutes before their heat starts to paddle out there. And this is what they're trying to do right now.
Yeah, I would say like the next hit should go at least, if there's a caddy, it should be paddle out 3 minutes before. And for the competitors, you can paddle out 5 minutes, but depend where you paddle out. If you're paddling out from the channel at front, 3 minutes, but if from here it takes a while to get back. There's two entrances here, so one's near the judge tower and one is front of the lineup where you can see right now Salma Linjawi is trying to get back in the lineup. There's a channel there. So
right. The thing is, the reason why we are so strict, or the technical officials are so strict regarding the paddle in before the next heat, is the judging tower, though, you know, being big and having a good view, it's still quite a couple of 100 meters away from the actual spot, because obviously nobody wants to damage the reef close to the spot. Well, they don't want to damage it at all, so this is why we are further back, and we just want to make sure that the judges and priority judges are able to see who's surfing right now, and no confusion arises.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of direction is the coach telling Salma right now, because she's really close to the judge tower. I wonder if she just come in and go back at the lineup the other way, because there is a shallowness in the other direction where she's going toward right now.
And also the current is pushing her further to the left.
Yeah.
So that is sort of an obstacle, and especially if you're not that experienced, you know, all those things like paddling, duck diving, which is probably not so much of a topic for the more experienced surfers. It's still a challenge for the new surfers here, and Salma being one of them from Team Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. There you go.
Ibu
Boys are playing
at the back, the GOAT from Maldives, who was actually the bronze medal winner of last year's event. He was the silver medal winner of the first Asian Championship, if I'm not mistaken, in China, and the most successful surfer in the Maldives, and now being one of the coaches for the team.
Yeah, I was talking to one of the boys last night that Ibu is one of the guy here that they're coaching the team, and really inspiring a lot of up-and-coming surfers here. We can see the replay for our surfer in red. Looks like a nice turn here, but the waves had run off and shutting down. Yeah, Ibu has been a good inspiration for all the young surfer, and I would like to just talk to him later. Maybe we'll do some training. There is a competition coming up after this. There's a local event. So, yeah, good to give something back to the team, the community here, some strategies, some heat training stuff for all the Maldivian team. So
yeah, he's a role model, man, in any aspect. For sure in the water. You know, he was ripping last year, so there's a lot that the surfers, all surfers, not only Maldivian, can learn, but just by watching him. But also, he's a great coach, having an eye for all the details, good analyzing skills. But also outside of the water, man, he's the nicest dude, super humble, friendly. So big shout out to the Maldivian GOAT, Ibu.
Yep. That's good to have. You gotta have to have one of those people, you know, just to inspire and show some direction for the young one to where to go, and especially he has that experience of getting the bronze or the gold.
Bronze last time,
yeah,
and if I'm not mistaken, it was silver or at least a medal in the Asian Championships 2019 Shantou, China.
Wow,
bronze it was, I think. Yeah, now I remember. This is actually where I got to know him, man. And this is when I started to become a fan of him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good achievement.
There he is. Casually talking, explaining what's going on. Together with Che, the guy who's standing there. He's the president of the chairman of the MSA, Maldivian Surfing Association. He's like the man behind all this, surfing here. He was one of the main people who make this happen against all odds, second time. So also big shout out to Che.
Yeah, they're going through a lot and appreciate their hard work in here to make things happening. It's not easy.
Man, absolutely.
And,
so committed. You know, so many obstacles this year, but they were like, hey, come on. This is the first qualification for the Asia Games. Actually, interesting trivia. It's not only the first time that surfing will be part of the Asia with this being the first qualifier ever for any Asian Games. So they are trying to go more and more into qualifier mode. And one way to qualify is like this surfer is doing right now, the Japanese surfer, giving her best on that last wave before she kicks out. So yeah, this is qualification for the Asia Games, and this is the reason why the MSA said, hey, we have to make this, we have to, try everything to be able to push Asian surfing. And also for the Maldives, it's a great thing because for them too it's a historic event, because it's the first qualifier ever for them for a continental event. So a lot of history is written with this competition that we are seeing right now.
Yeah, how exciting is that? All the Asia coming to surf in Maldives, and they learn so much, and I'm so excited what the future will come for all these people, because every talent, every strategy, everything, that the mindset that they're seeing, and
especially from your mouth coming, I find it interesting because you are, even though you just turned 31, one of the guys, Asian surfers who's so long into competitional surfing, elite surfing, and now seeing that all the other countries are slowly starting to build up. It must be interesting for you seeing this.
Yeah, definitely. What a huge ticket to success of surfing for all these people, because we are here. We have a whole team with us. We have got the judges, we got the coach, we got the media, we got live. You can watch it around the world. And for us to going to the next level is right there. It's just a matter of how you grow your community and bring all the team and up and coming generation together to have that discipline, So it's way much easier now to compare when I started. When I started, I was just loving of surfing, and I don't know where I will go. But now we obviously see what will we have if we work hard and we put our mind into this and enjoying the surfing and protecting our the cleanness of the beach and the coral and everything like that. Because surfing is not about just us, we gotta also. Look, you see on the beach now, and
Salma, the Saudi surfer, getting hugged by her family and teammates, by her coach. Everybody's super stoked. That was, I'm sure, event that she will never forget in her life. Memorable first participation for the surfer in blue, and you can still see the Japanese surfer in red out there alone. Another 10 seconds for her until she successfully finishes her first heat. And with this last wave, the first heat of the round number 1 under 18 girls finishes. Nice surfing from the Japanese surfer on her very last wave. Oi, she has to be careful on that part. We are going to have one more score for her, but that won't change the result. She will be the first one to proceed in round number 3, and Salma from Saudi Arabia will be the first one proceeding to the repechage round. And with this, we're going to have a recap of this heat, and we will meet you all hopefully for the next heat of the girls under 18 round 1, heat number 2.
All right, we are back live again. Now we just had amazing snack from the Maldives, bamboo keo, and this is what it looked like. And had couple of them during the break.
Yeah, a couple.
A couple actually. So the
Way
taste
more
so
than a
good. Thank
couple.
you to Ahmed Agil to share this local snack.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes when you travel around, it's all about the food and the waves and friends and
That's
everything. So
exactly right. And the
Thank you,
bamboo
brother.
is delicious. Thank you so much for bringing it up. So now we are in Heat 2 of the round 1 under 18 girls. We have Yitiang Wang, we have Yuting Zhang, and Kamali Prakash in green. So exciting stuff here. Already red up and riding on her backhand. Nice first turn. Gets around the whitewash. And unfortunately just gets pushed off right behind her. Our woman in green gets a little bit, the rail stuck on the way back. But a great start. Exciting moments ahead.
yeah, I love her character of our surfer in green, and yeah, obviously you can see the picture of hers on the profile there. This is our surfer from China. Um, is Yuting Zhang. That's a nice opening wave for her. So this is what another turn again, and yeah, the personality is all about. And as you can see, our surf in red. There was a replay, bit caught up behind, just feeling the rhythm here. So, and at the back you can see our surf in green. Obviously get up and down on this one, bit dig too hard on the rail.
Yep, so the tide has officially covered all the reef. We're not seeing any more rocks. Makes it easier to paddle out without having to really deal with the sea urchins. So in that, while we wait for some live action, we're going to head down with the last heat winner. Take it away.
Everyone, I'm here with probably the stokest person right now here on the beach. It's 12-year-old Salma, not being the first in her last heat, but that doesn't matter. She won, well, not only her biggest event, but also the hearts of everybody here on the spot. Salma, tell us, how was it for you surfing there for the first time in your life in the Asian Championships?
At first, I was really nervous, but when I just got in the water, I had the adrenaline in my body, and I just caught that wave. It was amazing.
Great, we can hear that. So tell us, what was the preparation? What were you guys doing before coming here and surfing Cokes?
We were training. We were traveling to lots of places, Portugal. We traveled to the UK in the wave, Bristol, and we traveled to Sri Lanka. We really put practice into this.
Well, we can see that. Where are you normally surfing in Saudi Arabia?
There's actually no waves in Saudi Arabia, but I'm hoping they'll build a wave pool in Riyadh.
Fingers crossed to everyone having more wave pools so that we can, well, surf those perfect waves. And we were talking about this. Can you tell me who are the two, well, surfers that you like most in the whole wide world?
Yeah, I like Carissa Moore and probably myself.
That's such a bold statement from this 12-year-old ripper. Looking forward to see you in round number 2 to show us why you are one of your favorite surfers. Thank you, Selma.
See you guys later. Woo!
Oh, what an epic interview. She's so adorable. I love the confidence. She's her favorite surfer. And it was amazing to see her out there. She gave it her best, and the stoke is real. And this is a bit of a replay while we were in that interview of our woman in red. So really nicely done. 2 good turns. Takes it all the way down to the inside. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to finish that wave off. But right behind, looking like Blue had an opportunity as well. Good first opening turn. She manages to get around the section again. Nice second. I love her style, that open, her arms are so nice and wide. Kind of a little bit of a Carissa Moore.
Yeah, I love that energy of Salma.
Me
she
too.
kind of gave me that like spark in your energy booster. You see her energy, how confident she is. Also, Our surfing green, I love her energy as well. Kamali Prakash from India, I love her energy around here. Just so positive, so driven too, you know. Big smile. Sometimes that's what the energy, what you want to bring into a
Yeah.
surfing competition, you know. And we're not going to like a UFC or something like that. Like this is the Indonesian team, just having fun on the beach, and this is just a warm up before they paddle out. It's part of like strategies to wake up the brain and to be in the present moment.
That's exactly right. Just showing some different types of warm ups, kind of get that brain activated, keep that keep that confidence and concentration up. Oni enjoying the breadfruit.
Oh, wait, that's a secret. Why are you telling people that I'm eating? Anyway.
I don't have to tell them, they can hear it.
Oh, really? Sorry, everyone's watching. Yeah. So, yeah, my new favorite team right now, Saudi Surfing, is one of my favorite energy who's bringing here. That's what we're all about, bringing the whole good energy, good vibes. And Salma, I'm looking forward for her future in her surfing career in the next couple of years. As you can see, our Chinese surfer in red, up and riding, really hard wave to surf, but wow, that was really cool. She managed to ride out that turn with that difficulties to ride out, and see the replay here, Jeddah.
Yeah, this is a replay of our last wave from red. Really nicely done. Gets a little bit, wobbly on the way down, but she manages to kind of compress and stick the landing. So I think that's definitely going to improve her score maybe. Oh, unfortunately, current heat leader sitting on a 417, wants to get rid of the 293. Look at that lineup. As you said before, it kind of looks like trestles a little bit. So, these are some incredible waves we are getting to witness right now. Just showcasing good surfing. This is a type of wave that can really show, your true potential.
Yeah, 100%. That's when you see your top to bottom surfing, how you read the wave, how you timing it when you hit the section, the vertical turns. And so when you come to a competition like this, the judges would like to see that critical turns to get rewarded the big score. And that's what the coach job is, to communicate with their athlete to get that excellent score. They need to hit the section right there, and which sections are more difficult to hit, and yeah, just so much more than just going out there to surf. So yeah.
Yeah, totally right. You have to have this heat strategy. You have to go out there and kind of have a plan A and a plan B, just in case a plan A doesn't work, because the ocean is so unpredictable, and you can't just paddle out and expect just to surf. Especially at this type of level, you have to go out there with plans and make sure that you kind of reduce any percentage of losing as much as you can.
Yeah, there we go. How cool is that boat behind? That's the local boat here. I love it. It's so nice to look at it. Just so different to other boats. That's all like, looks like what's it called in the? How's the head from the thing? I don't know how to say it, but it's cool. It's unique and different.
Two of them now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's such a gorgeous boat. It's some of the local. I've never seen any boat like that. So
Elephant. Sorry, it looks like an elephant thing. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I can see it. That's true.
That's so cool. Elephant in the ocean.
I wonder where that boat takes you. Does it take you to Male or maybe around the island? Or
yeah,
not sure.
Definitely local people like to explore around and see each island, probably. And there's a fast boat, there's a chill boat, and there's like probably, what boat is a big one? I think that's like for the submarine connection.
Here we have the close-up of that boat we have been speaking of. Absolutely gorgeous, very unique, the style of it. Behind it we have a speedboat. But yeah, it would be incredible to get a ride on one of those boats and get a little tour. But I was telling Jesse earlier actually that boat out there is a sea ambulance. So if anything goes wrong, just to show that it's covered and help is right there. So, our safety procedures are on point. This is current number 2, Yitiang 1 from China. Just a one turn. I don't think that would be considered a complete. But still plenty of time left. Here's a replay. You know, she picked a wave who had quite a bit of whitewash on the face, and that whitewash makes it so difficult to keep that board under control. That's why, you know, they kind of recommend never to go for that second or third wave of a set, just so it doesn't have that whitewash in the back, unless it's bigger than the previous ones. So yeah, now Yuting Zhang sitting on a 4.17 and a 293. Yi Tiang Wang sitting on a 3 and a 3.33, and Kamali Prakash right now on a 1 and a 2.33. So still a bit of work for Kamali. For the under 18 girls, they have told us that only first place passes. Second and third do go into the repechage round. But making that a little bit harder for the athletes to, you know, they really want that first place. Usually it's first and second that pass to the next round. But in this current format, because there's only 3 surfers, they will only be putting first place.
Yeah, the cool thing is that there still be a repechage. It's kind of like a warm-up surfing for all of the surfers. As you can see here, our surfer in blue, currently in first place. She knows that she needs to get a better wave, as she sees now already a couple of turns. There's already some good scores on the board. It kicks out perfectly here, so she probably extend her first place, extended her lead. Yeah. Talk to me to this one, Diara.
100%. She's only trying to get rid of a 293. 2 really good first turn. The size of the wave is a lot bigger than some of the other waves we've seen ridden out through this heat. She took it all the way down to the inside. She milked it all the way, pulled off on time. There wasn't much else happening down on the inside, so she decided to go back out. I definitely think she's going to be improving her scoreline. You know, kind of putting that one step into the next round. She has 1 foot there already, so, but I don't want to kind of write off the other girls. There's so much time left, and the waves are pumping, so you just never really know what can happen.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. 11 minutes, and Kamali still in third place with the first priority. She's still finding her rhythm out there, where to sit. I think right now she's sitting a little bit wide. Probably a smart choice, because there is some good wide waves that coming through that she probably can get a good score on. Where I surfing red, Yi Tian Wang is going deeper than Kamali. So there's 3.0 and a 3.33. Yi Tian Wang, where our surfer in blue right now just got a score of 5.17 for that wave.
Yep, that's exactly right. And just taking a look here at the rest of the under 18 girls, we will be going into heat 3. We'll be seeing in red Yao Mei Wu from China. In blue, we see Isabel Faye Higgs, pretty sure from Thailand. And in green, Mara Lopez from Philippines. That will be heat 3, and we'll finish off this round with heat 4. In red, Kokoro Baba from Japan. In blue, Hana Surijabrik from Indonesia. And in the green, Chen Wanyu from Chinese Taipei, I'm pretty sure. So we will be going straight to the under 18 boys after this with 8 heats. And that will be the end of today. Right now, this is our woman in green, Kamali Prakash. 2 beautiful turns, and takes this one all the way down to the inside. Wraps it around again. She wants to milk it all the way.
Yeah, that was great surfing for our surfing green. As you can see, here's a replay. She's looking to do a nice first turn here. She recovers nicely into another one. A bit smaller wave though, but the way she surfed it, she managed to complete it. So I'm sure she'll replace that 1 point ride. And now we still have time though to go back at the back, knowing that she completed that wave. She will have a confidence to get a bigger wave maybe. And as you can see, our currently heat leader, She's on a better clean wave, and that's what the judges want to see. Be on the clean face wave, a little bit bigger, and the turn has to be like nice and clean and complete. Yeah, when you get those waves, you gotta make sure don't get the whitewash. There's some white water wave in that makes it a little bit challenging to do a nice clean turn. So what that affects is that your score will be low, even though your talent is high. But if you get the wrong wave, that can affect the score. Um, as you can see, red and green's palm back out the back, and the surfing red out the back with some sets coming through right now. Will she go or will she let it go?
Yeah, on a day like today, the swell has dropped quite a bit from yesterday, but it's not too big of a problem as we're going to be seeing a bit of swell fill in throughout the rest of the week. We have perfect lineup right there, so it's going to be an exciting week of competition ahead. There we have the next heat paddling out already with 7 minutes 20 seconds left. It's still plenty of time for the girls to get back out there. Only first place will pass this heat, so it's looking right now Yuting Zhang has a pretty healthy lead, sitting on a 4.17 and a 5.17. Yitiang Wang on a 3 and a 3.33. Kamali Prakash, still has a bit of work to do, but she has a lot of time to get there and a lots of opportunity.
Yeah, what a great opportunity to be here too. Also like to say thanks to our sponsors, hosted by the Thulusdhoo Council, managed by Surfing Association of Thulusdhoo, and also our sponsor for the hotel that we're staying. How nice is the place that we're staying right now? The Season Paradise. They are taking care of the food, and the place where we're staying always clean and a good environment. All the team over there just really positive and happy, and so there's a lot to mention here, Giada, but as we can see, there is some sets coming. There is 6 minutes to go. The situation in the water, our surfer in blue is in first place, red in second. Two of our Chinese surfers are in first and second, but right now I'll see currently heat leader staying low. I love that setup turn, caught behind, and that was like Kamali right now. She hearing the score, what she got the last wave was a 3.23. So at the back right now, she knows what she need to do now. So adjust that. See that low of bottom turn, Jetta? I love that. But just a missed timing on that turn.
Yeah, that's exactly right. She did try race it down the line a little bit, got that turn in, but I don't think it'll be going into her top two. She is currently in first place. Maybe a little bit of a priority mistake there. She should have maybe waited for a better set, but I guess only time will tell at this point.
Yeah, trying to get that back up before the time's into it. Now it's 5 minutes to go. Yitiang Wang, I'm sure all the Chinese team are stoked at the moment, happy with the situation in the water, and with the first priority, the surfing green from India. Look at this turn. Wow, really smooth, but the wave just runs off. It's a hard maneuver to do when the waves are trying to run away from you, because then you have no time to recover, but she completed that turn, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's exactly right. She managed to stick the landing. It was pretty critical. I really like that turn. She's really looking in rhythm here, so hopefully the other girls get some opportunity as well to showcase a little bit more surfing before this ends. We are up to 4 minutes left of this heat.
3 minutes 50 seconds to go. Will Kamali have the pressure maybe? She managed to looking for a wave. There is some sets coming. she needs a little bit bigger wave than what she got before. So otherwise, she'll definitely get that 2-point average wave. Where if she needs like a 4 point, she needs a bigger set and do a nice clean turn. Not too much of the small turn, but 1 or 2 big turns on the biggest set. She'll be in the game of this heat. But right now, there is time, 3 minutes to go. She has priority though.
Yeah, something I absolutely love of this event is all the teams, they're on the beach, backing each other up, supporting each other, making sure that, if their athletes need anything and their heat is coming up, they're there for each other.
Yeah.
They're not distracted by things.
It's like drinking Red Bull before you paddle out. Can be good and can be bad.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Red Bull, so.
No, well, I'm talking about the pressure the team brings.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's actually true. But I think if your team is really there for you and you feel it, then it's always a push, you know. There's nothing better than, you're finishing a wave and everyone's there like screaming and cheering for you because you can hear it. The teams are positioned right at the keyhole. There's a big deck there where they all stand. So when you finish a wave, you can actually hear them. And I think that's just one of the most beautiful things about this type of format.
Yeah, as we can see that live, we can see our surfer in green. Kamali is kind of caught behind here. The waves running off. At the back, we got red up and riding as well. I don't know where the screen went. They're trying to cover. There's two surfers on the wave. Okay, there you go. I think blue is our currently heat leader. That first turn was really nice. Covering up with the second turn. Just trying to ride this wave out all the way to the end. She knows, okay, that was amazing surfing. So it's piled back out by 2 minutes to go. Sorry, 1:20 to go. Yeah, speaking of like that moment of like, coach, you need to know every individual athlete, their way of thinking, because sometimes some athlete likes that pressure of having cheering or someone doesn't like it. So as you can see, this is the replay of all 3 surfers got the wave, so the judges have to think a lot about this. Maybe our surfer in green, wave selection wasn't there. She needed that wave that red and blue was catching, and something they will need to adjust. But how late is that drop for our surfer in blue? She's pretty much taken off when the waves are breaking on her. It was really good recover. That first turn, really nice, into another one. Wow, so that is a skill right there. And it's not easy to do when you're standing up on the wave where it's about to break on you.
That's exactly right. That was a really well surfed wave by our surfer in blue. So right now we are going to be reaching the last 20 seconds of this heat. So we're going to be counting down. There's a few scores still to come through for all these surfers. Here is a replay of our surfer in red. Some nice turns down out the back. This wave really stands up for her, but I think the best wave ridden was probably from our woman in blue. Late takeoff, but she did some really nice turns. I think that could possibly be the best wave of the heat. I guess, though, it's all up to the judges now. So I think with that, we're going to head to a recap of the heat, and we'll see you guys in the next heat. All right, guys, welcome back to the ASF Asian Surfing Championship in Maldives. We are currently in Thulusdhoo. This is day 2 of competition, and in the booth with me is Jessie Starling. Welcome back.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
It's a beautiful day of competition. The swell has dropped slightly, but it's absolutely firing out there. Nonetheless, we are currently going to be seeing Heat 3 right now. And with that, we're going to finish off the round of under 18 girls with the Heat 4 and go straight into the under 18 men to finish off the day.
Amazing. We do have a bit of a juniors day today. In the red, we have Yaomei Wu from China, Isabel Faye Higgs from Thailand in the blue, and Mara Lopez representing the Philippines. She's out there in the green, so another exciting heat coming up. 3 really talented surfer. Isabella, actually, she represents Thailand, but she spends a lot of her time on the northern beaches, which is where I grew up. So I'm pretty familiar with her surfing. She's just made the move from Okanui to Rip Curl as well. So she's found herself a new sponsor literally this week. So,
wow.
Yeah, really exciting for her. And, yeah, keen to see what this heat brings for these 3 ladies.
You know, I actually think we might be waiting for some scores from the last heat to come through just before we start with the Heat 3. You know, a lot of waves ridden in the last few seconds, so gave a little bit of some time for the judges to think about it, because, you know, every heat is crucial here. Even if there's repechage round afterwards, you know, you do not want to be risking it, and you want to be put straight into that round 3 and getting those points for your country.
Absolutely. And, you know, the under 18 girls, they're a little bit different. So first place goes straight through to this next seeded round, which I believe is the semi-finals. It is. Second and third do go to that repechage. So if you win this heat, you go straight to the semi-finals. That is insane. You're guaranteed at least a 5th place. I mean, what more would you want? I feel like when you're surfing on such an international stage like this and you have the opportunity to go straight to the semi-finals, you're saving time in the water, you're saving energy. It's a massive advantage to those girls who are getting the win.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I wouldn't be surprised if most of these girls are actually doing both the junior and the opens, you know, so kind of like double dipping, getting those double points for everyone. So, you know, you really need to save as much energy as you can, because we have a huge week of surfing ahead and the waves are going to be getting bigger. You do not want to be wasting energy on heats that you could avoid.
Exactly. I know. I feel like when the swell does get a little bit bigger as well, you might see a shift in who is progressing, because we know that when this wave gets a little bit bigger, we're going to see barrels, we're going to see bigger turn sections, the wave is going to be linking together more. I know I was talking to Afri about it. He was like, that's really when we see the Indonesian team rise. But right now, the teams that have great small wave gain, they're looking really dominant. But I'm excited to see how they can adjust from this small surf to what we're going to see in the next coming days.
That's exactly right. And while we wait for some action to come through, I want to give a big thank you for our organizers, the Asian Surfing Federation, the Maldives Surfing Association, and the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation, as well as our host, the Thulusdhoo Council, managed by Surfing Association of Thulusdhoo, our hotel partner, Season Paradise, where we're staying. Thank you so much. The hotel is great, the location is gorgeous, and the food is impeccable. Everything has been powered by Diragu. Our apparel partner is Apparel 360, and the associate partner, Nearest Embroidery. Thank you to the printing partner, Print Lab, the streaming partner, Slow Tape, video highlights, various arts studio, supporting partner, Adaran, Select Huduranfushi, and the supporting partner, Kuda Vilingili, the island with the wave chickens next door, and our travel partner Tarika Express, as well as Bon Aqua for providing us with water.
Thank you, everyone. We're so lucky. We're pretty stoked with all of our sponsors. Here we go. We got our first wave in this heat. Ooh, huge turn there. This is our competitor from China. So she's seen what her other fellow teammates did. Wow, really great surfing there.
Yeah, wow. China really pushing the level up. Look at this wave. She highlined it all the way through. This first turn was so nice. She really pushed the tail, set up that second, more of a check turn, but this last turn was incredible as well.
Yeah, she really went vertical in the pocket. There was no downtime on that wave either. You know, she just went from turn to turn. There was speed between all of them. She looked really dominant. You know, she didn't look like she was going to fall once. She was like, nah, I've got this wave. Watch me make the most of it. I'll surf it from start to finish and I'll get a good score on the board.
That's exactly right. Her board is looking really good under her feet as well. It's looking fast, it's sharp, and it throws water, you know. That's the type of equipment you need when you're in contest. You don't want to be doubting what you're riding.
Yeah, no way. I feel like when you come to events, you want to feel 110% prepared. And yeah, equipment is a massive part of that. But it's looking like we're going to have an interview with Oni, with our Indian athlete who came away with third in that last heat.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. We got here Kamali here with me. Hi, Kamali, how are you?
Good, and you?
I'm very good. So how was it out there?
It was quite. The waves were so good, and then yeah, it was good.
So I know you didn't make it, didn't win that heat, but looks like your surfing is there. So can you explain me more about what's your strategy for your next heat?
So in this heat, I was little like pressured on me. I was like not really. I was not having that much confidence, but I'll make that next heat like fun and all, so I can make it in. Yeah.
Okay, so where do you normally surf, and who are you in your team? Who are you with your team?
So I train in Mahabalipuram with like we train in different spots, but I'm from Mahabalipuram, and yeah, like I train with the Indian team, and then yeah.
And how old are you?
I'm 14 years old.
So the future is bright, and you're excited to compete again soon?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so I guess that's it for now. So get some rest, and you'll be in the repertoire. Yeah. And so what are you going to do today?
Rest, like analyze what I did wrong, what I did good, and then learn from it, and then make the next round.
Perfect. That's the game plan. So anyone who's watching, keep an eye on Kamali. So I see you guys right back. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thank you. Amazing. I love Oni. He's just so fun with everyone.
Yeah, he has that extra spice.
Yeah, definitely. But Kamali, 14 years old, actually the only female competitor for India in this event. She's competing in the women's division as well. But look at this replay for Isabel. Floats that first section, gets a strong second carve in, and gets a little bit more damage. That third carve had really nice power and drive through it. Gets a bit of a finish here, so great surfing there from Isabel. That was a great start.
Yeah, that is exactly how you want to be starting off your heat. Here's another replay from our woman in green. Gets a little bit stuck behind on that first part of the wave, but unfortunately just falls off on the way down of that turn. That was Mara Lopez from Philippines. So some scores already came through. Yao Mei Wu comes out with an 8.
Wow.
Isabella Faye Higgs last wave coming at 6.17. So already some big numbers being thrown at in this first part of the heat.
Yeah, I mean, look at these waves. With this high tide, we're seeing so many more opportunities coming through. I think we're seeing a little bit more confidence in the surf as well, with a little bit extra water across that reef. I know in the low tide it does get a little bit scary. It does get a little bit stressful to hit those end sections, but you know, this morning, all of these rocks were showing, but now they're fully covered, they're fully submerged, so you can hit those steeper end sections without any fear of going to hit the reef, because there is so much more water than what there was this morning.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But something I found really, really interesting was even if it was really shallow and sharp with all those sea urchins under, people were still going all the way down. You know, it just shows the importance of this contest and how they really want to pass heats. They're not holding back. They were just like, you know what, reef, that's nothing for me. They were finishing those turns and giving it their all.
Yeah, I know. It's really great to see. I think we're going to have a good couple hours of surfing now as the tide is coming back up. This is this replay of the 8-point ride, one of the biggest scores of the event so far, but look at that bottom turn, straight into a really nice top turn there, pushes hard, gets a bit of a fin drift. I love this slow-mo camera, really just shows her technique, how hard she's pushing to get from start to finish. There's the second turn there, but Look, there's barely any downtime. She's straight up again into that third turn. And this one was a little bit of a check turn to get down the line. And yeah, she finished this wave off beautifully.
I absolutely love this last turn. I mean, she was so solid in it, you know, and even though it kind of shut down on her, she was like, got there early. She managed to finish it off and ride out of it, showing the judges, you know, I know what I'm doing, and this is exactly how I want to win my heat.
Oh, this is another wave that must have happened while we were going through that replay. So our heat leader getting a few turns in under her belt, now out the back. Our surfer from the Philippines getting two really nice carves in here. This wave, though, unfortunately tapering towards the inside. Oh, careful. And then tags it for a finish. Does she get the ride out? We'll leave that one with our lovely judges upstairs. But yeah, a couple of good waves coming through right now.
That's right. It's looking so fun out there. Even though it's smaller than yesterday, it's such a fun wall. You kind of see it bending a little towards the surfers as it comes down to that inside. But something I want to mention is that we will have another interview with the last heat winner.
All right, guys. So welcome back again. I do 2 interviews here. So this is our currently last heat winner. So she's gonna speak Mandarin or Chinese. Yeah. So you can say something in your own language.
Say Chinese.
Yeah.
OK. 我是第一次来到马尔代夫，我觉得非常兴奋，然后浪也非常好。
And so you have a good caddy here, support. Cindy is been Olympic, so you have so much inspired to become like her. So how you feel out there in the water?
感觉浪就是特别特别的快，然后自己在下面，主要是感觉一直在划水，特别特别累。
It's okay. So I guess the waves are getting better, and you have a chance to surf into the next round. So what's your next plan and your game plan for your next heat?
还会来这儿吗？对，我下次。Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. No worries. Well, for now, you can get some rest. You're surfing good, so we're excited to see you into the next round. And now get some rest. And thank you for showing us some good action over there. Congratulations. Okay, no worries. See you guys. Back you guys in the booth.
Oni, thank you so much. You did a great job. And here are some replays while we were watching that interview. This is our surfer from Thailand in blue. Good second turn. I love that. Just wrapped it around full power.
Wow.
She is surfing really well.
Oh, sorry.
I spoke to Sin.
Yeah, there were 3 really nice turns. I mean, she was definitely giving it some. She was pushing pretty hard off the back of that tail. I love her kind of wide arm moments. Going to keep her nice and balanced, especially in those steeper sections or where there's a little bit of wobble. I can see you looking onto this team quite closely now. This is all your friends and family.
That's exactly right. We have Suri Jabrek going to be paddling out to the next heat. I think Pajar with the helmet ready to go and be the best caddy. So I'm excited to be watching that heat right after this. But currently, Yao Mei Wu with an 8 and a 5. So she's feeling pretty comfortable right now.
Yeah, extremely comfortable. That is one of the highest heat totals we've seen today. I believe the 8 could potentially be the highest wave we've seen this event so far. And then Isabel in second with a 617 and a 467. So she's looking good. She's sitting pretty comfy in second. Right now, Mara, she's got a 4.9 total. She needs to get a little bit of work done, but Good thing is we've only just hit the halfway mark, but these girls are getting really pristine conditions right now. I mean, it's a really nice mid-tide. The wind has dropped off. We saw a bit of a storm come through before, but it's gone. It's made its way out, and it looks like the sun might be coming out a little bit as well. So I feel like, you know, those heats where you're like, oh, I wish I was in that heat. This is one of those heats.
That's exactly right. I feel like this wave actually kind of prefers the high tide than the low tide.
I agree.
Because it kind of happened yesterday afternoon as well. As we reached the higher tide, it was just reeling through, and Chickens was the same. So hopefully we're going to be having a few more heats this afternoon with these perfect conditions. You know, Oni was mentioning earlier, because I remember you asked me what this wave reminds me of, and he said it kind of reminds him of trestles.
Really?
Yeah. So I wanted to get your opinion on it.
Trestles. I've never surfed trestles. The closest wave I've surfed to trestles was Jinzhen Harbor in Taiwan.
Yeah.
I would say that is the closest wave I've surfed to trestles. This wave, oh, I don't know what it reminds me of. Honestly, probably a wave somewhere in Indo. I feel like when I'm out there, I feel like I'm kind of surfing Karamis a little bit, like when it's on that lower tide and a little bit steeper, but it lacks the power that Karamis has for sure on those wider sections. But maybe I still agree with your call of small low tide crewy left reversed.
Yeah, I would say that too. Here we have now Mara Lopez with a bit of work to do. Nice first swooping cutback. Kind of pumps to get this second one done. This wave just going a little bit flat on her, but it's looking like it's going to give her a little bit more opportunity on the inside. She does a bit of a check turn and finishes it off. She rides out of it and is going to quickly try to get back out there to catch up, doing a little bit of catch up here.
Yeah, she does have a little bit of catch up work to do. I agree. That was definitely her best wave so far. She finished that one. She got it from start to end. Looking like our surfer in red, Yao Mei, might have had a bit of a wave as well. So we'll see if we can get a replay of that one. Now Isabel sitting pretty out there with first priority. Here's the replay of our Filipino surfer, though. Really beautiful roundhouse carve to start this one off. And then she kind of did get stuck in carve land for just a little bit, but I think you can see from about this point on, she's thinking, I need more on this wave. You can tell she's got a little bit more pizzazz, a little bit more aggression in her pumps down the line. Makes it to this end section, and that wasn't an easy turn to ride out of. Like, that was a tricky section, but she got the finish, and then behind her, Yao Mei, wow, she's got really gorgeous technique and style. I mean, she's just making it look fun out there. Tags it there and then goes for that end turn, but she gets out of there. So probably not going to go into her top two, but I really like that wave from Mara. I thought it was pretty good, pretty well put together from start to finish.
Yeah, I agree. I think Mara's wave was really well surfed. I think maybe the choice of wave wasn't really going to help her out, but she did the best she could on that. But I totally agree. Yao Mei Wu's style is effortless. You know, she goes, she's smooth. She's not pumping around or moving her upper body too much. She's compressed most of the time. So I think that was really nice surfing from Yao Mei Wu. I haven't seen much of her in the past, actually. So it's going to be pretty nice to get a little interview down with her.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen much of all of the Chinese competitors, if I'm being honest. I haven't really come in to contact with them with competitive surfing other than the Olympics. You know, being at a few of the Asian events, you don't really see Chinese competitors competing through those QS regions, those Challenger Series regions. But with the talent that they have, I mean, they should. They are so incredibly talented. Every single Chinese competitor I've seen in this women's division now has been absolutely incredible. And yeah, I want to see more of it. Show me more, China.
Here we have the replay of our woman in red. Good first turn. Sets it up nicely for that second one. Here, decides to pull off. That was a pretty big whitewash coming towards her. I'm just letting you know. And behind her, Isabel Faye Higgs as well. I love her style. Nice cut back here. Unfortunately, the wave not giving her too much to work with, but she's going to get back out with just passing the 8-minute mark of this heat. There's still plenty of time for these surfers to get out there and kind of increase on their scoreline. I'm kind of hoping to see a little bit more of those 8s from
I
Yao.
know. Let's see some more of that. Wow, this wave at the start looked like it had a good bowl, but it kind of fizzled out. I love how hard Isabel pushed through that carve. You can tell she was really trying to give it some all the way through, and then a roundhouse there, but that wave didn't match her energy. She went into that wave thinking she was going to get so much more than what she did. So I love the approach, though. I feel like she needs to match all of her waves with that much aggression, that much energy, but potentially just a little bit of wave selection she needs to work on.
Yeah, for sure. But I think I would have probably thought that wave was going to give me a little bit more. When she kind of took off, I was like, oh, wow, it's going to be a sick one. And then it just kind of fizzled out really quickly as well, you know. As she reached that first section of that first turn, it kind of disappeared on her feet. So well done, but hopefully she's going to be getting a bit more opportunity. Here we have Team Maldives supporting their local surfers.
Yeah, they're a fun-loving team, that team. They are funny. They're a little bit cheeky, all of them. They're all a little bit cheeky, but they're really talented. It's a really family-orientated team. Then we've got some more of Team China on screen supporting their competitors too. So we're out to sea a little bit in this judges, commentators tower, which we get a pretty cool view of the surf out here. But then on land, it's a really cool community vibe in there. I mean, everyone's supporting their country, but also all the countries are hanging out with each other. It's really fun. It's a cool environment to be a part of.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I was just telling Oni earlier that it's such an epic feeling when your team is on the beach cheering you on. You finish a wave that you know is going to be a pretty good score, and you have that extra push of your team on the beach. So it's a really special feeling, and you can't really get it anywhere else. What I love about this is that surfing tends to be an individual sport.
Yeah.
So it kind of brings people together and makes it more of a team thing.
Well, I feel like you would have experienced that so much. I mean, you represent Italy.
Yeah.
How is it kind of traveling with Team Italy? Tell me about what the dynamic is there.
Well, yeah, we do travel together a lot, and I'll get right back to that as we're watching Yao Mei Wu now on this great-looking wave. Unfortunately, gets a little bit caught at the top, so won't be able to finish that one off, but this was looking like a pretty good one.
Yeah, kind of just unfortunate there. She just stayed a little too high on that wave, so couldn't really connect with the power source down the bottom. But yeah, like you were saying.
So traveling with the team is actually really cool because you actually end up becoming a little bit like a family. Obviously, you bicker like brothers and sisters. So there's obviously moments where things get a little like spicy, but at the end of the day, we all really love each other and we're all there for each other. So it's great to have that support and knowing that when you're paddling out for a heat, like there's people there for you and really want you to pass. So it's such an incredible thing, and it makes it a little bit less lonely because sometimes being on the road all the time by yourself and being, making it such an individual thing can get slightly lonely, and having that team with you makes it incredibly fun. There's always jokes and banter going around, so those are special moments.
I feel like you have a really cool kind of experience with that because you don't only get that with Team Italy, but I feel like you are a part of Team Indonesia's family too. Like obviously you lived there, you basically grew up there, right?
Yeah.
So like even seeing you before, like you're with all your friends, and it's like you have a family wherever you go in the world. It's really cool, actually.
Thank you.
And the Indonesian team are amazing.
Yeah, it's a funny thing because I was born and raised in Bali, so when I see them, I feel like they're home. But then when I'm with the Italian team, they feel like home as well. So it's great to just have that little piece of my heart placed everywhere.
Yeah, in different places of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fun. You've got family all over the world. I just think it's a real attribute to like whoever has that, to have homes in different part of the world. And like even you make connections at events like this, for example, and say, you might become friends with someone from Thailand, and then if you ever go to Thailand, you got a friend over there. It's a really awesome experience for all of these competitors to get to know each other, for us to get to know the competitors and establish lifelong friendships. Because at the end of the day, no one understands the sport as much as surfers do.
Yeah.
So it's cool to be in like an environment with them where you get to experience exactly what this is and how much it means to you with someone who may not live down the road from you but across the world, and you might go there one day and get to experience more with them.
That's exactly right. And I remember we were talking the other day, you know, you said that you're super close to Leilani. And if
Yeah.
it wasn't for surfing, I mean, you would have probably never met each other.
Seriously.
She lives on the other side of the world.
On the absolute other side of the world from me, but she's like a sister to me, and wherever she comes with our family. When she comes to Australia, my sister's actually currently in Costa Rica spending time with her family, so it's exciting. I love when I go to Bali too and I get to see all the girls. I'm like, hey, it's just like, it's so good.
Yeah, that is, you know, I actually still have this memory of meeting you and your sister in Canggu
On the
time.
beach?
Yeah.
Yes.
And we were just on the beach having a chat, talking about waves. Here is Isabel Faye Biggs right now on a good looking one. A bit of a speed check turn there. Unfortunately, that second turn wasn't really working out to her. She hits the last one and gets a little unstuck, but that was going to be a pretty good score.
Yeah, that was like looking like it was going to be a nice wave, but unfortunately just maybe a little slightly off kilter. That was a really beautiful wave rolling through. Here's the replay of this last one for Isabel. So I feel like she hit a bit of a bump there and that kind of put her off balance for the rest of this wave. Definitely didn't connect with that section like we know she can, and probably like how she wanted to, so she knew she had to go big on that end turn there, but unfortunately that power kind of getting the better of her, so she went down. But there is 1 minute to go, so all eyes on our surfer in green, Mara Lopez. Can she get the score to get her up into second?
Yeah, she's in a little bit of a tough situation right now because Yao Mei Wu has first priority. So whichever wave Yao Mei Wu wants to go to, she has that, you know, priority card on her side. So unless Mara maybe tries to create a little bit of distance from herself and Yao Mei, it's going to be pretty hard to be catching one of the waves that she's really looking for because she needs a big score.
Yeah, she's going to need something. She's going to need one of those waves that links from start to finish, has the bowl that bends back at her as well, so the wave works with you. But looking like the ocean could be a little bit sleepy, a little bit quiet right now. Hearing the beach marshal say 10 seconds. So unfortunately, I think that might be story over for this heat. So Mara Lopez and Isabel Faye Higgs are going to find themselves in the repechage round. Yao Mei Wu making her way straight to the semi-finals. You're going to get to chat with her, but before that, we're going to have a heat recap. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with the final heat of the under 18 girls right after this. All right, welcome back. We are here at the Asian Surf Championships. We have had really, really fun couple of heats. The under 18 junior girls are going crazy.
Hell yeah. And the ocean is delivering. We were just talking about it. We are so excited to, well, first of all, watch the heats, but also to go surfing. It's pumping right now.
Oh my gosh, it is pumping right now. It's almost hard to watch. So I want to be out there. It looks so fun. The girls are making it look absolutely so rippable right now. So we are into the last heat of the under 18 girls. So heat number 4. In the red, we have Kokoro Baba from Japan. We have Hansuri Jabrik representing Indonesia and Chen Wan Yu representing Chinese Taipei. So very exciting heat coming up. I'm actually quite good friends with Suri, so I'm loving seeing her out here representing her country. Her dad Tipi, a big part of Indonesia's surfing and their movement forward. So Suri, yeah, she's a competitor, and she's been looking pretty good in the free surfs too. But that last heat and the heat before, all of the Chinese competitors, outstanding.
For sure, for sure.
Outstanding.
The focus of Chinese whole surfing is obviously the young fellas, and they were so successful, having the youngest surfer in the Olympic Games ever with CG Young, 15 years old. But we could see that it's not only CG, it's the whole team that is strong in here. So absolutely interesting to watch. But also this heat, the last heat, will be quite a thing. You know, all these surfers are experienced. You said it, the Indonesian surfer, for sure, being the daughter of Tipi, knows how to surf, is probably surfing all her life, as is the Japanese surfer. And, of course, Taiwan, Chinese Taipei, we've seen, being solid in every heat. So this is going to be an interesting one, especially now that the waves are pumping.
Yeah, and I feel like we would have seen Kokoro and Suri compete against each other a fair bit in the junior series, especially both of Japan and Indonesia competing against each other so much. This is Suri up and riding now on her first wave. Ooh, just goes down on that second turn, but I loved that feistiness she had during that first carve. She really whipped that round quickly. So now we'll see the battle of who can get the next wave, who's going to get the inside out of Kokoro and our surfer in green. But look at this replay.
Yeah, you can see she's got power. So was probably not trying to finish the wave there, but really surf it critically. But this is what happens, obviously, if you go full on the critical section. Sometimes you miss it, especially when it gets faster. But she is up and riding again. Oh, no, that's actually her first wave that we just saw with this last maneuver not being able to stand. But you know what? Still 20 minutes to go. And she's got plenty of time to show us what she's capable of.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I haven't really come into a lot of contact with either Chinese surfers or Taipei surfers. When I went to Taiwan last year, it was kind of my first interaction with those kind of cultures, and I was really impressed, and even more impressed today with those Chinese surfers. The girls in the last heat, Yao Mei Wu got an 8-point ride on her very first wave. It was so impressive. She looked so lethal sharp when she was on, did not look like she was going to fall once. So I'm excited to see how Chen surfs in this heat, what she can bring to the table, how she answers back to two pretty big surfing regions in Asia, being Japan and Indonesia.
Hey, I think it's just a matter of time. Give it a couple more years until whole Eastern Asia, not only Japan, is up in the world elite surfing against the best of the best. Because, man, it's quite an easy recipe, having so many people living there, having a huge coast, and obviously the big support of the government. So CG did the first step, but many to follow from East Asia.
Absolutely, many to follow. I mean, it was the Olympics. I know we've touched on it so much, but it was such a step forward for surfing. I mean, we all know that it should have been on the Olympics sooner. I mean, but we're surfers, right? So we think it should have been on there years ago. But to have it on the stage for the second year in a wave like Chopu, I mean, that is just beyond wild to me. It was such a amazing experience, and I feel like, I'm not sure if you saw the stats, but even surfers like Al Cleland, he gained 150,000 Instagram followers. I'll get back to that in a second. Look at that first carve. Goes undone. We do have an interview down there with Giada.
All right, I'm here with the winner of the last heat. Congratulations, you got an 8. That's the highest point wave throughout the event. How are you feeling?
什么感觉？感觉还可以。我说感觉很好。
Your team is here to support you. Does that help you perform better?
No. Again.
Your team is here supporting you. And does that help you feel more confident?
我感觉给了我很大的鼓舞。
I'm sure there's people in China watching. Would you like to say something to your friends and family?
感谢我的团队，感谢这次带我们出来的教练、领队，然后还要感谢我的队友。
All right, thank you and congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Giada. Thank you, Yame.
I'm loving it.
I'm loving it too.
You see, that's the difference about this kind of competitions. It is authentic. It's not repetitive. So, man, that was an interview for the history books. I love it.
I know. I had an interview like that the other day, and I think before we started, he was like, "My English isn't very good." I was like, "Don't worry about it. We'll answer it in Chinese." And
well, they come here to surf. Her surfing was on point, so that's what matter.
Well, even before the interview, I had his coach, and she was translating. And I was like, "This is what I'm going to ask him." And so we like planned it all, pre-planned it, and then he was bang, it was on, and he was answering. I was like, perfect, love it. I love it.
It's great to see that all these surfers are ripping out there, and like as if it would be something they do every day. But then once they're in front of the camera, this is when the nerve starts. But the nerves won't start and don't start for this surfer in red, Japanese surfer Kokoro, on a beautiful wave there.
Yeah, that was a good size wave. It had a really nice bowl to it, just 2 turns, but she definitely got a bit of damage done. Got it in front of our surfer in green as well, so it's been like, hey, watch this. But yeah, that first turn, really nice in the pocket. I love her bottom turn. Gets the second one in, and she's going to opt out of that one. Didn't see much more down the line, so looking like all 3 surfers got a wave, but I think Kokoro getting the best of the exchange there.
Yeah, I guess that was the best wave you've seen in the heat so far. Kokoro, if I'm not mistaken, in Japanese is the name of a flower. Kokoro. So, flowery surfing from Surfer in Red, Kokoro for Team Japan.
I mean, how impressed have you been? This is our under 18 girls. We have surfers as young as 14 in this.
Jesse, this is something we are not only watching here in the Asian Surfing Championship, but actually we saw it in Olympics and we see it in the CT. It's incredible how many young female surfers are coming. It seems like it's a generational change.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, Carissa, Stephanie Gilmore, and all those great surfers, it's always fun watching them, but it seems like the new generation is bringing something different to that, like almost as if it's the next level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like there was even a shift with like the Molly Picklams, the Katie Simmers, and then now, we grew up looking at Carissa Moore, Steph Gilmore. They were the people that we idolized, but now these girls, although they're probably idolizing the Stephs and Carissas, they're also idolizing, Katie Simmers, Molly Picklam, who have brought in aerial games years ago. So they've had this air game that they've been able to bring in at a younger age now. And, I'm not sure if you watched the Stab High, but all the girls, they were under 16 going for full air roasts. I was like, what? And you're under 16? Like, that is beyond me. And I know that right now in surfing, the fastest growing segment in surfing is junior girls.
Yeah, looks like it, for sure. And it's not only within surfing, you know, the grooms are coming, but actually surfing is sort of like a groom compared to all the other Olympic Olympic categories, sports. And you were talking about it, like the numbers for surfing and the Olympic Games were off the charts.
Oh my gosh, there was people. Imagine going into the Olympics and then gaining 150,000 Instagram followers. Like, I know it's not a tangible thing and it doesn't really mean much in the end of it, but you left a mark on 150,000 people worldwide. And I know Gabriel Medina gained like over 1 million or
Crazy.
2 million followers just because of that one photo. I mean,
And that photo is the most, by now already, the most famous surfing photo ever made. It went viral around the world, even outside of, you know, the surfing media. It was published in the New York Times, in Indian
Crazy.
newspapers everywhere. So it was not only a gain for Gabriel Medina, but for our sport in total.
yeah, it's definitely a pinnacle point. Like, obviously Tokyo, those Olympics, as unique as they were because of the situation that the world had at that point in time, it was an exciting start for surfing to be in the Olympics. But I feel like this year at Chopu, it was a game changer. It was another level up, and for all eyes to turn to surfing on a stage like that, I mean, we're so biased. We love surfing. To me, it's the best sport in the world. I will not argue it. But to have it platformed on a stage like the Olympics, which this is a pathway for, I mean, it just brought eyes to us from everywhere, every corner of the world, and it was so exciting. And it's really cool to see the growth of surfing and how much has happened in just such a short period of time.
Look, it was a gamble by the ISA. They sort of went all in pre-flop with a good cards in their hand with calling Teahupo'o the spot for 2024, because, you know, it could have gone wrong. You know, with this wave, there could have been like crazy accidents, but thank God the only real accident that we had was Joan Defay in the first round. Instead, it pushed the surfing sport to, well, a height that we have never seen before.
Absolutely. I mean, how dangerous that wave was, I think it made it appealing, more appealing to the audience watching. Speaking of appealing, look at these waves that we are competing with right now. This is our current heat leader, Kokoro. So she's just kind of surfing this one through. Nothing too dynamic on that wave, just trying to link some turns together, get some rhythm going. She's not one of those surfers who likes to sit and wait. She's a momentum surfer. She catches a lot of waves. So now Hansuri out there with first priority, Chen with second. Just over 10 minutes to go. Hoping that we see a couple more exchanges and a couple more attacks to the lip. I'd love to see it.
Chen, surfing green for Chinese Taipei, still waiting for her second score. Kokoro is trying to get rid of her backup score of a 1.23. And Hanasuri Jabrik from Team Indonesia is looking in a 4-point range to be able to proceed directly to round number 3, because with the girls under 18 the rule set is a little bit different. Here it's just the first ranked in this heat in this round who will proceed straight to round number 3. The other ones are going to the repechage round to try to stick in this competition.
Yeah, so we've already had 3 surfers make their way through. We've had 2 from China and 1 from Japan make their way to the semi-finals. So imagine winning a heat and going straight to the semi-finals. That is a real confidence boost if you can take a win here. Looking like we've got Team Japan. They are such a close-knit team. They are looking from the platform where you can paddle out straight on. I feel like that's the best place to view the waves from if you're a competitor, to see where the lineups is, to see how the reef works. But look at these waves coming throughout the back. Green up and riding here. Looks like Suri got a wave as well, so we'll see if we can get a replay. But unfortunately, Chen not being able to find any open sections for her to attack. So looking like we might have a few replays coming our way.
So Jesse, on a wave like this that Chen just had, where she really was trying to stick on it, generate enough speed, how would you surf this? Would you really hope for an open face, or what is the right approach here?
Unfortunately, Chen's first mistake, which put her on the back foot, is that she took off square and she took off too late under the lip, which forced her to go straight. So she was chasing the whole wave. She had been able to take off across the face up the top of the wave at the start, she would have been able to find herself two really nice open water sections. Just the fact that she was a little bit too far inside and took off square, it put her in bad rhythm for the rest of the wave. So she'll learn from it. I love that she's going for it on those waves, but she just needs to make sure she's got those takeoffs, especially on her back end on a wave like this. You want to be taking off across the wave.
So you want to stay on a high line? Is that where you get most of the speed on a wave like this?
Definitely, if you start your wave high and come down low, you're going to generate so much speed. So she, unfortunately, because she dropped straight down to the bottom, she had to generate her own speed. But if you can work with the wave at the start, do a little high line, come down with speed and get a big first turn in. And as soon as you turn, you're generating more speed. So there is a bit of a way you can surf these waves that'll play in your own favour. I think, again, the person who comes to mind who did it really well yesterday was Lucky from Sri Lanka. So I think if you want to watch how to do it as a goofy footer, he would be the guy to watch for me.
Right. But then these are the girls under 18, so there's still a lot of time in their careers to get better in reading waves and surfing them. And the Indonesian surfer shows us her experience on a wave, but fortunately for her, she got clipped by the lip here.
Yeah, that wave had a really long wall ahead of it, so it kind of looked like she was going to be chasing that one as well. Love that she went for it on that one section, but yeah, just didn't get her board up above that lip. And then now Kokoro, unfortunately, bogging a little bit of rail there as well. So 7 minutes to go. We've hit a bit of a slump. I feel like all three surfers have hit a bit of a, I still really want to get a good wave moment in this heat. So I feel like we'll see them analyse their decisions a little bit more and potentially the next decision for all of them be a little bit better.
Right. Here she goes for the bottom turn, but then got clipped by the lip. Couldn't finish her maneuver, and straight after that wave we see Kokoro's wave for Team Japan, but also she loses the energy of the wave, so priority is established for the Japanese surfer, but still surfer in green and blue are paddling back to the lineup for second priority, and they have a little bit more than 6 minutes left to try to proceed straight into the semifinals here.
Yeah, 6 minutes to go. Everyone wants that first place. You know, Kokoro, she really has established herself ahead of the pack. There's a fair gap between her and second place, so Suri would be looking for a pretty big score.
Already combination situation for that surf. Oh, actually no, she with a 9 point something, she would make it with her backup score.
Yeah, it's definitely a big task, especially for Chen. I mean, that's going to be a huge task. She's going to need close to a perfect 10 to be able to jump in the lead off one wave. But with 5 minutes 40 to go, I still do think it is capable for her to do it in two waves. If you break it down, if you look at Kokoro's total, she's got a 6 and a 4. That's all you need. You need to find yourself a 6-5 and a 4-5 or two 5-5s. So she can get those mid-size ones, get two turns, two really nice combinations on them. They're two 5-5s. Can definitely be done for her. Mm-hmm. Or she can do what Yao Mei Wu did in that last heat and just absolutely attack a set 4 times and get an 8. She was very, very impressive. So a little bit sleepy right now, but I learned something today. It's a sea ambulance out to sea.
Okay, and what does that mean? How are they going to provide any help in case it's necessary?
In case they have to come in, they've got all the equipment out there, or the jet ski.
Okay.
You know, if they have to get them, can whip them out to the boat. But I was like, they've really thought of everything, haven't they? We've got medical assistant on land. We've got it in the ocean. What more do you want?
On air, maybe, in a helicopter?
Yeah, a little helicopter hovering around. Drone, maybe with a first aid kit above us.
Just dropping it into the lineup.
Yeah. No, I was like, oh my gosh, that is genius. So well thought out. So thank you to everyone who made this event possible. We are so, so thankful. But looking like we might have a few waves rolling through, but no takers on this one. Look at those waves.
Yeah, depending on the tide, you can see it. If the wind changes just a little bit further to the north, we are probably going to see some barrel surfing.
Ooh.
But the tide, since it is or was full moon yesterday, is quite big, and that changes the best spot. So on a lower tide, you want to be further to the left, to the right, whereas on a higher tide, as we have it right now, everything moves further to the left. So it is a little bit tricky out there for the competitors to really find the correct spot right now. But they're doing well. I mean, Kokoro with her 11 points already, she shows us it is possible to get some decent scores in these conditions.
And tell me, we have the under 18 boys coming up next. Is there any standouts that or any names that you know of already that you're looking forward to watch?
I mean, for sure, Team Japan, Kaisai with the first heat, definitely one of the favorites here. Their team is surfing the adults, and they are favorites in the adults, so obviously it goes without saying there will be also the favorites in the under 18s. But it's not only them, it's the Korean team. They are ripping. Chinese Taipei, all the countries that were participating last year, they're quite strong, so curious to see how they will surf in here.
I've got my eye on an Indian surfer who really impressed me yesterday. It's Harish. He's coming up in the second heat. He is an incredible surfer. I was really well surprised by him yesterday. So is this lady. Wow, big first turn there for Kokoro. Rips through another section, hopefully gets another steep section to work with here, and she does. Look at her surfing with so much speed. Gets the finish. She looks into Team Japan and says, how you like that?
And it's amazing to see her catching that wave without even having priority and being out there in the lineup with the others. So, I mean, that shows her abilities with dealing with the crowd in the competition. Good on her.
Yeah, I love this next turn here. Look, there's a bowl that allows her to kick the fins out the back and then tags it for a finish. I love that. She looks in, gives a little head nod to Team Japan, and it's just, she's ready to go. Now, Suri, this is more like it from Suri. She's got such a great carve on her, really pushes hard in the pocket, so she's going to try and get another one because I reckon Kokoro is going to look in a good score.
And back-to-back surfing now. Surfer in green, Chinese Taipei, is going most probably on her best wave right now. Fourth maneuver here with a little spray, and then still not finishing. Oh, actually, the wave decided to stop her surfing more and more maneuvers. But I'm really curious to see the replay of this exchange, because the interesting thing that I saw with the surfer in blue, the Indonesian surfer, was how she was using her back foot, like really strong pushes on her pad on waves that, well, probably wouldn't normally allow you to create so much spray, but she did it. So
yeah, Suri, she was looking at this first wave, so I think she probably knew she had to go hard because this wave had such a nice bowl to it. I mean, that first turn was strong. She backed it up with a really nice roundhouse. This turn I like. She really pushes hard and then floats that one for a finish. I would say that is one of Kokoro's best wave in this heat. And then here's this wave of Suri. So she takes off up the point a bit. Wow, huge first turn in the pocket there for Suri. This is where we caught up with her. This is a good looking wave.
Yeah, look at the push at the end. Right, like, you know, it's one thing to start your maneuver properly, but the finish, that's where you normally get the extra points from the judges. And with this, we hear the horn. The last heat of the first round of the under 18 girls finishes. We're still waiting for scores for this last exchange to see who will proceed straight to round number 3 and who will have another chance in round number 2, rapid charge round. But before we know that, we will check the recap and see you all soon, hopefully, for the boys under 18.
Oh, we're going to actually stay with this replay. This is Suri trying to get a last-minute score. So her last wave was really impressive and then found this one, got a finish all the way through. So Suri Jabrik representing Indonesia. And then that looks like it may be all the replays we've got. So now we're going to go to our recap. And like Afri said, don't go anywhere. Under 18 boys coming up right after this.
Back again at the ASF Asian Surf Championship 2024. I'm here with our surf expert, Oni Anwar from Indonesia, and we are ready to start with the under 18 boys round number 1. Oni, what's going on?
Look, I'm really excited to watch the boys surfing, and as we just witnessed our Indonesian team, Suri also made. I'm really happy, but all these other surfers is ripping, man. So here we are in the water. On the screen right now, Casey Adachi from Japan, Korean surfer Sayun Zun, and of course our Taiwanese from Taipei representing. I've been to Zinzhen Harbor, and Lu Ming Zhang is one of the great talent from the juniors over there. So it's a good hit.
Nice. So you have been surfing in Chinese Taipei already?
Yeah, I've been there visiting with a group of people from the wave dance here, the Fendi and Jimmy in Ulan. And you fly in there, there's such a good wave, fun wave there. And here you go, open up with our Japanese surfer, surfing red. And then he was been ripping yesterday, watching him getting through the round of one of men's. That was a nice surfing there, man.
On point surfing, no nerve whatsoever, super professional, and already also the surfer from Korea on his first wave with a almost nice finish there. If he would have made that one, that would have been some good points for him. And we got our surfer from Korea in blue here on his first wave, and also him, he's sharp, man. That's quite a interesting heat right now, starting with the first round 1, heat number 1 for the under 18 boys.
Yeah, I love how he surfed here. He's really fast. I love this turn. Throws spray. He managed to recover and go into the next one. And this wave is a small wave, but there he just dig in too low, where the wave kind of wrap around, hugs him, where his bottom turn is not enough space to give him that bottom turn to go hit the vertical. So he boxed the rail a bit.
But you could see he's hungry for waves, hungry to show everyone what he is capable of. So, yeah, looking forward to see the Korean team, the Korean surfer, competing against Japan and Taiwan. So right now we have an East Asian heat right now.
Yeah, that is true. As you can see, our surfer in red, that last wave was a nice flowing surfing. How the weather kind of clear up a bit. Look at that. You can see the reef straight through, and that is last heat. That was the last heat for a surfer from Japan.
Kokoro Baba, who just won her heat on her way to the beach marshals, having a smile for us. And probably after giving back her shirt, will support her teammate in Kaisai Adachi from Japan, who is not only surfing here for the under 18s, but also for the adults, and in both categories being definitely a favorite with his other comrades to get some medals here for Team Japan.
Yeah.
So you were saying, One, you were in Taiwan. Tell us about the waves. What was going on there?
Honestly, Taiwan is one of my favorite waves around Asia because it has such a good ramp, and also that good for airs, and it's playful. There's a left and there's a right, and not because it's just wave as well, but the people around there are super welcoming, and the food is next level. Yeah, I'm definitely going back there again, and that is our
people having fun being on the camera. Hey. Yoo-hoo! It's so nice to see everybody being stoked here watching the Asian Surfing Championships. And by the way, thanks a lot to many people who make this possible, this event. Obviously, Asian Surfing Federation, the Maldives Surfing Association, the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation, all are crucial for all of you out there watching this event right now. But it's also the Thulusdhoo Council who allows this. Let me tell you, more people, give some more credits. But before we do that, let's hear what Jesse is telling us with the winner of last heat, Kokoro Baba from Team Japan.
Yeah, guys, Kokoro, you were so impressive out there. The waves are absolutely pumping. How was your heat?
It was so fun because I was like good waves.
It looks like you're having the best time here traveling with Team Japan. You've got a couple team members supporting you now. What's it been like traveling with your teammates?
Team Japan is so good, so fun, and everyone kind.
Yeah, you guys look like you have the best time. Tell me about your board. I haven't seen this brand before. What are you riding? It looks like it's going really good for you.
This board is M6. It is Japanese board. Size is 5'4". Yeah.
Amazing, and I'm sure you got a lot of fans and friends and family back home supporting you. Anything you want to say in Japanese?
応援ありがとうございました。次も全力で楽しめるように頑張ります。
Amazing, thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
I love it. It's not only on point and sharp how the Japanese are surfing, but they're doing the same thing with the interviews. No unnecessary blah blah, but really telling you what she wants to say. And same thing goes true with the surfing, as we can see here right now in the replay. Kaizai for Team Japan. Wow, how did he finish that one?
Yeah, there's a lot of tricky section. There's a backwash, or not the backwash, come from the boat, like we've been talking about yesterday. As I can see our surfing green. This is a more like a medium-sized wave, but there's no enough section. Kicks out, smart choice, but you can see the lineup here. There's so many good waves coming through.
And smart call for the surfer in blue to kick out there, because green had the priority. So this is why no interference. Instead, the surfer from Taiwan was able to surf this wave. But yeah, once again, a lot of credits to the Thulusdhoo Council, who are hosting us here in their beautiful island, allowing us to watch this. Here you can see it once again. Surfer in blue kicking out to not risking any interference, and surfer in green doing some carves on this wave. This event that you see right now, Surfing Association of Thulusdhoo is managing it. Hotel partner Season Paradise, powered by Diragu. Apparel partners Apparel 360, and the associated partner is Nidis Embroidery. Printing partner Print Lab. Streaming partner Slow Tape. Video highlight partners here. For example, what you see right now, this is part of what they are doing. It's various art studios showing us how the surfer from Korea in blue is surfing on his second wave. Not being able to finish it, but he did do some nice maneuvers before, so that will be a good, not even backup score for him, but probably his best score so far. You can see open face, doing deep bottom turns here, nice carves before he goes to the finish. And let us hear one more interview by Jesse from the last heat. Jesse, who do you got for us? Okay, so it seems like we have the girls under 18 taking a good rest after their heats, so no more interviews from that heat. But let me correct myself. It's Slow Tape that is showing us the broadcast. The video highlights partner is Various Art Studio. And the supporting partner is Adaran Select Huduruan Fushi. Supporting partner Kuda Vilingili, the island where Chickens, the other world-class surf spot that is within reach here, is based. And travel partner is Tarika Express, who makes sure that you can come straight from the airport to Thulusdhoo Island. And the hydrate partner is Bonaqua. So a lot of credits to a lot of people helping making this event as epic as it is.
Wow, what a great team, and thank you for all of these people that making it happen. It is such a great team, and look at this, the view, you know, every people here, I should say thank you so much to make it all happen. We're watching the paradise here. Look at this, it's our surfing green. I was trying to fight to qualify. The second or first place goes to repechage round.
Well, with the boys it's different. It's again the first and the second going to round 3, and the third to fourth. Hey, tell me, Oni, did he lose a little bit of the scoring potential here? Wasn't it possible to do some maneuvers at the beginning here?
Yeah, I would say that's incomplete because you need to stand there for a little bit, like maybe 3 more seconds, to say that you actually ride out that turn. It looks like he did, but he did not. So judges would probably take that score down as incomplete.
Okay, but he's still got almost 10 minutes left to try to make his best, to at least get something like a high 5-point score to be able to advance straight to round number 3 with second position here.
Yeah, that's correct. There's 9 minutes to go and plenty of time. There are going to be some sets, and it's going to be a change of a situation for all these surfers. But knowing that our Japanese team is being solid the whole event, already scoring total score of 13 points. So that it shows how much confidence and how much the talent that Kaishi Adachi has with a 7-point ride and a 6.0. And I think he's not comfortable at the front, but he is feeling the rhythm of the Mother Nature. As you can see, our currently heat leader. Wow, that was amazing. Recover from that turn, because I said there is a lot of not just the beautiful face of the wave, but there's a backwash. As you can see this turn, there is a lump right there that you can push off. So not easy to do a proper turn, because there is gonna be a lump that pushes you off your board, that makes you not ride out as smooth as what the judges want to see. So it's gonna be another thing that you need to manage to recover yourself.
So in a wind like this, would you recommend to not go too vertical and not have too much of your board outside of the wave, or what is the right approach here?
Depend on the skill of the surfers. Some of the surfers that has the skill knows how to timing it, hitting at the sweet spot where they don't have to go too much power. It's about the timing. So if the timing is good, they can go vertical. But if the timing is slow, sometimes they can cut behind. As you can see, our surfer in red, he has that talent to do everything. He can turn, he can get barrel, he can do airs. But right now, he's not doing any of the airs because he doesn't need to, as he has already scored some good score with the turns.
Man, look at this. I mean, he didn't make it out, but how technical is this? He was in the upper part of this barrel, making himself small, but still pumping his way through to generate speed. But unfortunately for him, this wave was too fast. But actually, you could see his board. He was so close to make this.
Yeah, I think the board scored the points because it came out, but his body, unfortunately, the body just stuck inside. The board came out, so
let's see if his board proceeds to the next round and without him. No, he's still.
The shaper will be stoked. Okay, my board came out, but the surfer didn't. Yeah. So yeah, it's a hard one, to get barrel out there as the tide filled up a little bit and a lot of water movement. So to get barrel, it's really hard. As you can see, our surfer in green setting up for a nice deep bottom turn. So that is a nice turn for the start. Let's see if he can finish this. Unfortunately not. See there, that section there is going to be really tricky for all the surfers. And I love how slow motion, all the people that are working with the media, the videographer here, and that's really, thanking for them to see every detail of it. And he's our currently heel leader, currently Kaishi Adachi. And
nice carve all the way to the end. Really make sure that he gets the maximum. Is he standing this one? No, it looked like it that he could finish that free fall, but unfortunately for him it didn't work. Still, he's in a good lead with 7 point and 6 point. Guide us through, Oni. What is going on here?
Yeah, I love his first turn here. That's what I'm saying about the wave. It's really smooth at the first few turns. But like this turn is nice, but that end section is the turn that really hard to manage to ride out because there is a lot of backwashing in that part. If you can ride out that part section, the judges will know it's a really tricky turn to complete, so they will have to work that out because not many surfers can complete that end section. So when you take off, the first turn is easily you can ride it out, and second turn, even the one you can fully push it and make it nice, but then the last turn is what we're talking about. We're looking for every detail, because sometimes, as you can see, our surfer in blue before was like late drop, kind of the board went down first and he stuck on the top because the backwash just kind of pushed him off of his balance. So yeah, I mean, the money turn is going to be the end section.
Some deep analysis from our expert, Oni Anwar. He knows how to surf barrels, that's for sure. So good to have you here, my friend. Tell us, what is next for you? I mean, you were surfing the Challenger Series like less than 2 years ago. Are you still attacking?
Well, after this wave, I will tell you, because this wave looks like a really nice wave, but that I was surfing green, really trying to go big on that one. He knows in third place you really need to go big, but I don't know if that is required to do big, because these waves are pretty big. If I was him, I would do a really nice one turn here instead of going big, because he's pushing too hard, where the surfer in blue doesn't have much of a big score. So there's not much to go big out here. The 3 minutes ago, all you need to have a mid-range fours, which is a one turn wave or two turn clean right out to make himself in the second place. Yeah, for me, I love doing this. I'm just trying to figure out things out and just feeling the experience, what surfing life. I want to be a coach, I want to be a commentator, I want to be everything. So
and you are a daddy.
Yeah, I also am a father, and yeah, I love my son. He's actually in Portugal right now. He's trying to surf this morning.
Oui.
I think he's a regular footer too, so I'm really happy with that. Not a goofy footer. I guess if you're a goofy footer in Indonesia, you get Desert Point, Padang Padang, Uluwatu. So nothing wrong being a goofy, but I'm regular footer, so I'm sorry, son. You have to change that feet.
There you go. But are you still competing in a lot of QSs and other events?
Well, so right now I'm actually just doing the Asian region, but not 100%, because right now I just want to be home, and I just built a house at Lakey Peak, and my home is really nice. The waves are really good to be home. And maybe next year I will see where I stand, because I really enjoying being like trying everything out as a coach or a commentator and stuff like that. So competition is there, but I'm not focused on it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see. As these people we see right now probably not too focused on the water, but having a good chat there. That's part of our event, meeting new friends, talking about your experiences and having a good laugh with each other. This is the Asian Surfing Championship, ladies and gentlemen, and we are watching heat number 1, round 1 from the under 18 boys, and there's still a little bit less than 2 minutes left for our surfers in blue and green, Korean surfer and Taiwanese surfer, to try to get the first position. I have to say it's gonna be a difficult one, since at least Liu is already in a combo situation. But you know what? You don't need to be in first position to proceed straight to round number 3. Second is sufficient here, and even for the third one, it doesn't mean bye-bye yet. You still have a chance in the repechage round, which is round number 2.
Exactly, so there is space to adjust his heat strategy. As you can see, our surfer in blue looking like that was a nice turn. So he is knowing what he needs to do to stay in second or first, so he doesn't push too hard, where he pushed really hard. That's what I'm talking about, the money turns, that end section. Okay, here we go. He's fighting back right now. Our surfer in green. That's what he should be doing at the beginning of the heat, just to complete every turn, just to get through. So you need to build the house, the foundation first before you have the house. So so surfing green has to think about with his coach and everyone behind him to talk about what's going on. As you can see, our surfer in blue, very smart surfing. That first stand throws a lot of spray, and he's the money turn right here. Like not the end section right here, sorry, there you go. There's a backwash right there. It's hard to do. And our surfing green looking, that's a nice turn, but smaller wave, so probably not gonna change any of the situation.
But it's good morally for him to be able to finish his last wave as he did. So as I said, even we're still waiting for the judges to give the last score, but even if it won't be sufficient for him to take this second position, he will still have a chance to continue in this event in the repechage round. And here we see once again Surfer in Red, who got this heat, who got the first position. Japanese surfer Kaizai Adachi on one of his many waves here.
There's something in his mouth.
True, I hope. Yeah,
Something.
looks like he's fine, whatever it is in his mouth. Before we continue, we will have another recap, and then we will hopefully meet you all back for Heat 2 of the Under 18 boys. Thank you very much.
Okay, then we are back again, guys. Who were just watching that last heat. Our surfer from Japan just dominated that heat into the next round, following with our Korean surfer. So, unfortunately, our surfer from Taipei didn't make it through, but he'll be in repechage. So, right now, we are back with Jada. Hey, Jada.
Hello, super happy to be back. Had a little bit of a walk around the comp area. Went to have some lunch. The food here is absolutely incredible. And on your screen right now, we have the under 18 boys round 1 heat 2. We have Harish Prakash in red. We have Kanapathy Ramesh in blue. Abdullah Al-Hazmi in green. And Azam Al-Hazmi in white. So looking like brothers.
They look brothers.
Yeah.
And the same name too.
I'm pretty sure they're brothers. They're from the same country, so very high probability.
Yeah, I served with my brother one time. It's really pushing the level. As you can see, our surfing red from India. I love this Grum. He's surfing so good for how small it is. How old is this kid?
Oh my goodness. He's so cute.
Yeah. Wow,
There.
still going and trying to finish his wave. Wow, that was great. Excellent
Oh.
completion. He's climbing it. Wow, I love that energy.
Yep, and right behind him, our surfer in blue, a quick up and out. So that was a great wave from our man from India, Harish Prakash. You know, small man but mighty.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of showed it to the very end. It's funny, that wave looked like a little overhead on him, but I'm
Yeah.
kind of curious to know how big that actual wave was.
You know what I call him? Small but spicy. He's small but the spiciest man in the water right now. So Harish Prakasa representing India, first wave complete and giving that the judges the climb. And of course we're gonna go down with our last hit winner. So go ahead.
I'm here with Kazai from Team Japan. And bro, watching you, it seems like you're not even in a competition. You're so smooth as if it would be a free surf. So what was going on? Like, were you stressed at all surfing here?
I just think keeping busy, no staying, so I can't catch much waves.
Okay, but what was the strategy before? Like you talked with your coaches, was it like go for quantity or really wait for the best wave?
Just catch two good waves in first of heat, so yeah, just catch the wave.
Nice. So you were quite successful last year in both the under 18th, I think 4th place, right? And with the men's, you went all the way to the semifinals. What's your goal for 2024 here in the Asian Games?
I entered the both division this year, so I will be champion both divisions.
Nice. And is there anything you want to say out there to all your fans in Japan and everybody who right now?
次も頑張るんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Arigatou gozaimasu and best of luck to you, my friend.
Awesome interview. Thank you so much. That was epic. He's confident. He's like, I am going to be champion of both division. No doubts. He will be.
Yeah, that's what kind of mindset that you have to bring in one of the competition mindset in Asia. Everybody got the talent, but not many people have that mindset. So if you can back it up with all this disciplinedness, if you can just complete everything that you are preparing yourself to come into this event, you got to bring that A game in your head, because there is guys like Fajar, there's guys like was it Taki Kanazawa, so those guys are machine. And there's Made Joy, and then all the surfers from other region, John Mark Tokong, and those are Predator and they're Lion. They all coming here for that, and you got to tell yourself, I'm gonna get it. So I'm really excited to see what Keisei is gonna bring for the next couple of days.
Yeah.
Because the waves are gonna get bigger, and there's some rail to rail surfing, some barrels on the waves are good, and that's why here we talk about it. Let's go.
That's exactly right. As the waves increase, we will be seeing everyone bringing out their A game. It's not an easy competition. A lot is at stake for many of these people. This is a qualifier for the Asian Games, so everyone wants a piece of that, and they're all going to be hunting. They're all going to be putting out their 100% in every heat, because if you don't, little mistakes can cost you. But look at that lineup right now.
Yeah, that's correct. So you cannot make a mistake when you're up in this level, because as you can see, our generation coming from India, such a young age already competing at this event. I cannot wait to see what he's gonna bring the next couple of years. You see this complete bang right there. That wave is a small wave, but he just looks so small, and he's climbing it. He's showing the embrace, And of course, this is our surfer from Sri Lanka, and he's been surfing on the Key West in Nias, and he's coming here with full confidence, complete that wave, and yeah, what a way, So that 3.33 for that last wave, and put him straight in front while surfing in red. that last wave with a 2.5 for our little man from India, and of course, we still have to wait for our last wave, for our opener for a surfer in white.
Yeah, so our surfer in white yet to catch a wave. He has to open up his account here, but nothing crazy happened just yet. But there is plenty of time. 16 minutes left on the clock right now. Kanapathy J is in first, but only sitting on a 3.33 and a 1. Harish Prakash, our small but spicy surfer, sitting on a 2.5, and Abdullah Alhamzi only a 0.5. So lots of work to do still. These surfers know that that's not going to be enough to be passing heats.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they are just feeling the rhythm out there. Abdullah Al-Hazmi and Azam Al-Hazmi is learning so much from this heat. They're going to go home with so much. They're going to watch back to this video again and see, okay, what do I need to adjust? And then that's where it points where they get a coach and they got to get equipment, boards, and so where I'm gonna go for the next couple months to get myself into this, to progress in the surfing career. Because this is just the beginning, especially for our surfing in red, Harish Prakash, and Aj is also in this team of India, so he's gonna Harish is learning so much from the older guys out in this team, and then being the youngest one and always looking up to trying to beat the older one. So that's what I was talking about, the brotherhood. When you compete against your brother Abdullah and Azam right now, it's gonna progress fast. The percentage of them growing every day is a lot, because even you go to dinner, they want who has more food, and if you walk, who's gonna walk faster, and then every time you go something, it's competitive mindset when you have a brother behind you, in a competition way, regardless in surfing, soccer, whatever it is. Because I was growing up with a lot of brothers, so that's what made me as a competitors, so being the youngest too out of the family, so I always look up to my older brothers. And they always let me like, Oni, you stay home, you're not coming with us because you're too young. And it's like, you know what? Because I'm young, you don't want to take me. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna beat you. And that's the motivation, to have that mindset, to get better in any sport, I guess. So
that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And I know he's not your brother. I know he's your nephew, Andre.
Yep.
Andre Arwar, yeah.
Yep.
And Andre used to be in the competitive scene a lot. So did you guys have a bit of rivalry between you guys?
Andre was a little bit too young to compete with me, because I'm also his uncle, so you never really want to beat his uncle, and it's kind of like different mindset when you look up to someone or you want to beat someone.
Yeah.
Me and my brother is like a year gap, so I wanted to beat him because he's not much older, and I was like, I don't care about if you're older or what, I want to beat you. As you can see, a surfer in blue looking. Oh, that was a nice first turn. The board going really fast into another one. Oh. See, that's what I've been talking about with Afri. That end section there's so much movement of the water. So when you do a bottom turn there, make sure you don't push too hard, because the wave will push you off the wave and lose your balance. And the judges up there probably have to reward that last turn. Depend how good it is though. This turn is nice, and this will definitely extend his lead. Yeah, there you go. So, do you have a brother and sister?
No, actually, I do not. So
you're lucky. You have no one to compete with.
But maybe I need that in my life. Maybe if I had brothers or sisters, I'd be a little better in competition and not so friendly.
No, you are good. What are you talking about? You're the best. I think more like maybe you have a friend or a close friend that you always look up to, like, oh my God, I want to be better than you, or something like that,
Actually, I'm not that competitive. My best friends, maybe I want them to go good. And talking about, here is Harish Prakash, I think the youngest competitor in this event. 2 great turns. He's going to try to take this one all the way to the inside. Nice turn over there.
I love this guy surfing. This kid surfing, sorry. He's not a guy yet. He's actually a boy. I'd like to chat with him after. I'll be interviewing one of these surfers soon, so I wonder who's gonna be. But you can see he's out surfing red. Currently, my favorite surfer.
There
Snap!
he
Wacha!
is.
Into another one. Bang! Look how much hold that. The board looks big, but it's probably like 5'2" or something. Look at this one turn. Bang!
Bang. Oh, unfortunately, just doesn't make that last turn. But that was a great wave by our little man from India. Here is Kanape J. Not sure if he did anything on the outside. That was a pretty nice turn there. But, yeah, let's go back to what we were saying earlier. Right after this, he tried to stall a little bit on that first section. Good turn here. Goes for a second one, so he got quite a bit of work done before we caught up with him in the live. But yeah, so Andre, looking up to you instead of trying to beat you, I think that's some great way to maybe inspire himself when he was competing back in the day.
Yeah, honestly, when I was living in Indonesia, I always try and push all my friends to get better and better. But then when I moved to Australia, I kind of left all my teams behind in Indonesia, like just that competitive mindset to guiding all the up and coming was really hard for me because I was in Australia, they were in Bali, and then yeah, it's Andre has that talent and have the drive to become the best, but you need to have a leader. And there Andre wasn't there all the time, and now he's a dad. He has a kid, he's living the Gold Coast, he's working, and he have like 2 or 3 jobs, built a house in Lakey Peak, helping his family. I'm really happy, being an uncle, looking at all my nephews right now. Speaking of nephews, I've got so many nephews. Because in Lakey Peak, we're such a small island, a small village, and my father have 12 brothers and sisters. So that's
wow, big family.
Big family. So if you come to Lakey Peak, and it's our hood, and all the boys gonna take care of you guys and come and join us to have a good time and surfing, go fishing. But yeah, having boys around you is always good too.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Lakey Peak, a small village, but wow, it has created some amazing surfers. You, Daddy Gun, Andre. I know some of the boys there. They don't compete, but they are so talented. So definitely a hub in surfing. It's a place to be.
Yeah, but also we have our team as well in Canggu. We got Kian, we got the squad, so that's your squad. I just joined them as well.
You joined it. You're a little bit of everywhere.
So it's good. Look at this way. It looks like Cloud9 out there right now. Where's John Mark Tokong out here right now? Yeah, similar, right? Like the views when you look at this, except it's not like hollow and sucky. It's still rippable out there. I heard when it's big, it's solid out here.
I've never been to Philippines, but I can see the similarity in the videos that I've seen. I'm sure that the Filipino team, they're all there frothing to get out there.
It's like, he asked me, like, Joe Mark say, oh man, this is so beautiful. And I say, yeah, it looks like Philippines. It's like, it is. But it's just more beautiful here. Like, he's such a nice guy. It's always like respect, and that's what it's all about, right? When you're a surfer, you don't have that ego walking around that you're the best, but you actually show some respect. That's what I love about John Mark Tokwan and all the Filipino team. Yeah. So anyway, so in the water right now, we have 7 minutes to go. Currently in first place, we have a surfer in blue, and with a score of a 3.33 and a 5.17. And Harish Prakash, our little man in red representing India, is in second place with the second priority with a 2.5 and a 2.47. And the brothers, third and fourth. And I don't know, just this team just taking their time, cruising around, enjoying the island of Maldives.
Yep, that's right. And while there's a little bit of a break from the action, we'd like to give a big thank you to our organizers, Asian Surfing Federation, Maldives Surfing Association, and the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation. It's all been hosted by Thulusdhoo Council. It's managed by the Surfing Association of Thulusdhoo. Our hotel partner is Season Paradise, where we're staying. Incredible food. The location is great. This is all powered by Diragu. The apparel partner is Apparel 360. The associate nearest embroidery. Thank you to our printing partner, Print Lab, and the streaming partner, Slow Tape. Thank you for the video highlights that we get to see, Various Art Studio, and the supporting partner, Adaran Select Huduran Fushi, and a supporting partner, Kuda Vilingili, which is located on the island next door where Chickens is, that hopefully we'll be getting to surf later this afternoon. Our travel partner, Tarika Express, and all the water from Bonaqua.
Wow. Thank you, team and sponsors and hosted and who organized this. Like I said, I really mean it. Appreciate it for saving us in this island.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly right. And without any of those guys, we wouldn't be able to be here today.
Yeah.
So a huge, huge thank you. We are super grateful to be here. This is an incredible location, and we are hoping that, we get to come back here for many more years.
Yeah, I 100% agree because the surfing is growing. There's an Olympic, and then there's every other competition is in around Asia. So it's not just Olympic, but like right now. And I just hope that there will be some amazing talent coming from the Maldives and from Sri Lanka, from India, Japan. We already have that Olympian like Kano Igarashi and Rio Inaba. And then Rio Waida representing Indonesia. And yeah, I just want to see a different other Asian countries are representing in the Olympics soon. So how exciting is that we are now just the beginning of it, and then it will see some progression in the next couple of years.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Back maybe when you were competing, maybe in Asia, the most famous surfing spots were Indonesia, of course. Japan was well known. But now we're seeing countries like Singapore, India, Sri Lanka is a big name now in surfing. Maldives has some of world-class waves. We had our first Chinese Olympian join the 2024 France Olympics. So, Asia is putting its name up in the surfing world.
Yeah, of course, because look at this, Maldives, Indonesia, Sri Lanka have this amazing wave. And sometimes it's the dangerous part about all of this island is that they have such a good wave, they don't have to wear a wetsuit. And this is the dangerous part. We get too spoiled. And the food, especially they have such a good food, the comfort food at home, and then they have to travel to like US or Brazil. So, there you go. Our little man is in the barrel. What? Oh, is he gonna do it? Oh, I love this kid. He's currently in second place. Wow, that was a nice turn. Really sharp into an ice. Please don't hurt yourself, because I want to see you the next round. But it's a really good attempt for that. That was an air.
Yeah, that was really well done from our surfer in red, Harish Prakash from India. This is a solid looking wave for him. This is double overhead almost. So here he does a good first turn. This second one tries to go for the air. Unfortunately, falls on top of his board. He's fine. He's on the way back out, and right behind him is Kanapathy J. Good. Unfortunately, just falls off on that last turn, but hopefully we'll see if he did anything out the back. He's currently in first place, so he isn't too worried. There we have it. Big first turn, slides the tail out, straight into the second one, giving this variety to the judges, keeping things interesting. Nice third one here, and unfortunately doesn't manage to just stick the landing on this one, but it was looking like it was going to be a pretty good score.
100%. I think that one of his best score, I would say. Because what I can remember, that 517 didn't have much maneuvers on it, but let's see how the quality of the turn judge will compare that with that. So a 517, will that be better or will it be just under it?
Yep, so unfortunate for Azam Al Hazmi, he has been really quiet. We're just about to reach the minute 25-second mark. So maybe looking like there's a chance there for him approaching.
There you go, a minute to 40 seconds. Now surfing blue, just staying busy, having fun. How good does that feel now when you're actually in first place? You just want to surf around, catch some few waves. Okay, kick the board out. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Here we go. The replay. Bang. Like to see more vertical surfing for our surfer in blue. But probably on the backside it's a bit harder, so I would understand. There's so much sea urchin in that part when he was kicking out, so I would not kick out there.
Yep, that's right. Maybe a little earlier, but the tide is high, so there's plenty of water on the reef. Even though they get back to that insect section, they won't really necessarily be always touching the bottom, unlike this morning when the tide was super low and it was like just dry out there.
Yeah.
But it's looking like we're gonna be counting this one down pretty soon, and Kanapathy J is sitting pretty comfortably in first, and our little man Harish Prakash in second. So we have counted this one down. We're gonna head to the recap of this heat, and we'll see you guys in heat 3 of the round 1. All right, guys, welcome back to the ASF Asian Surfing Championship here in Maldives. We're currently on the atoll of Thulusdhoo. In the booth with me, welcome back, Jessie Starling.
Thank you. I'm happy to be back. Had a little wander around. Sun's out to play today. The waves are firing. How was the first 2 heats of the men's or the boys?
I currently watched the last heat. I think Harish Prakash, our little man from India, has a new fan. Oni Anwar loved him. But right now we're going to be going into heat 3, and we have Saeed Salahuddin in red Tin Johnson in blue. We have Ryan Hakawati in green and Kayan Abdullah Arif in white. So 2 Maldivians, a Thailand surfer, and a Lebanese.
Amazing. I love these matchups where we get to see so many regions come up against each other. I think it's really fun and it's exciting for them, you know, to get to know how the Maldivian surfers compete, how our Thai surfers compete, how our Lebanese surfers compete. It's very exciting, and I think it's cool for everyone on the beach watching the dynamic as well.
That's exactly right. And I was just mentioning to Oni earlier that back in the day, you know, we were in Asia, the most famous regions, the most famous countries for surfing were probably like Indonesia, Japan, but now we have countries like China, Thailand, Singapore. Maldives is world known for its surfing now. So many places. India, Sri Lanka is on the rise. So it's great to see all these countries come together. And speaking of, here's our man in red. This is Sayed Salahuddin from the Maldives, the local surfer. Some beautiful turns here to start off his campaign in the under 18 boys.
He has great flow, great read on this wave. I mean, there was not a beat missed on that wave. He absolutely read that wave perfectly. You can see he liked it. He's kicking to get back out the back. There are more sets on the way. Are any of our competitors in the right spot? It's not looking like it. So this wave pushing a little bit wider, but look at that wall. Oh my goodness.
It's looking super fun, and this is the replay of that last one just to see it again. Nice swooping turn here. A little more critical on the second one, and this wave kind of stands up for him, so he wraps it around, giving the variety, keeping things interesting. He sticks it, he manages to stay with the wave and pulls off. So really well done from our surfer in red.
Yeah, I liked that wave, and there were 3 different maneuvers too. I think the first maneuver maybe shaking off a little bit of nerves, it was slightly off kilter. Then the second and the third, so much drive, so much aggression through it. I really love that third turn. He kicked the tail out, drifted the fins, managed to pull it back around too. So yeah, really tidy, clean, classy surfing there from Saeed. I loved it.
That's exactly right, and I'm excited to see the other surfers in this heat start off their campaign for the under 18 boys. We will be surfing up to heat 8 today, and the conditions are looking incredible. So this is our man in white, Kayan Abdullah Arif. So we're seeing him kind of pump down the line on this one, goes for that big fishing section. Unfortunately, that thing just kind of clamps down on him, and he isn't able to ride out of it.
Yeah, it was a good effort to get to that end section, but it just kind of, maybe he didn't commit to it enough. I mean, it looked like he was going to, driving into this section, full bottom turn, this section here, and then I think he was the one to press the eject button there, so maybe needing to commit to those steeper sections a little bit more, because you ride out of those turns, they're good scores.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe he could have gotten there a little bit earlier, just ridden out of it, so maybe that's something that he's going to have to discuss a little bit with his coach, but it's still early days here. There's 19 minutes left, so he doesn't really have to worry just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. Still plenty of time. Also scores to lock in for our surfer in red as well. Surfer in white, Kayan, a 1.5, a 5 to start off Saeed's account, so judges liking that wave. So a couple scores filtering in. Tin Johnson, we saw him compete in the open men's division as well. How he did is slightly escaping me, but it's cool. This is another surfer who's double dipping. He's getting to compete in both divisions, and he's up and riding right on cue.
That's exactly right. I was stoked to be able to interview Tin Johnson earlier. Looking like he's going to be on the same board that he was riding yesterday. So there was 2 nice first turns. Unfortunately, gets a little bit stuck behind on that last one, so isn't able to complete it the way he probably would have liked. But right behind him is Ryan Hakawati. Good first opening turn, kind of highlines it here. This wave kind of stands up for him, and unfortunately the lip just sweeping the board right out under his feet.
Yeah, just kind of coming unstuck there, so that's all good. No stress. 17 minutes, 45 to go. I'm still really liking that 5-point ride from Saeed. I just think that was really smooth surfing. I hope that kind of shook off some nerves for him, even though it didn't look like he was nursing his turns. But yeah, excited to see how he levels up on that next wave, what else he can bring to the table. But look at these sets going unridden. There is a wider bank there, and that is a consistent bank too. That's 2 sets we've seen go unridden, pushing a little bit further down the point.
That's exactly right. And maybe for some of the athletes watching the waves right now for like those upcoming heats, it'd be not a bad strategy to maybe catch 1 or 2 on the outside, you know, away from the competitors, having that own space. Sometimes having like athletes on top of you on the heat can create that extra pressure. So it's not a bad strategy. We've seen this a few times that there are kind of like 2 peaks. We haven't seen it fully linking together. So there is the man of the moment. He came second in his heat, but he is small but spicy.
Small but spicy. He is a little pocket rocket. So cute. I was like, oh my goodness, he's so small.
He's tiny, and some of those waves were double overhead on him, and I think that probably would have been waist high on us.
I know. I was actually looking forward to watching that heat too. He was one of the surfers that kind of stood out to me because from memory, I've seen him compete before and I was really impressed. I was like, wow, he's just incredible. So we'll see. It looked like Oni was trying to get him for an interview. So we'll see if Oni's pulling him for an interview. Who he's grabbing, we're not sure. But yeah, 16 minutes on the clock. We have our first proper situation in this heat. Saeed in the lead with a 5, Tin with a 2.33, Ryan with a 2, so not looking for a big score, and Kayan with a 1.5. So still quite close between all surfers. We'll see how that second wave locks in for everyone.
Yeah, that is right. So it's looking like our man in white is taking a look at this. He only has a 1.5 to his name, so he wants to improve that nice first turn, sets it up for the second one, wraps it around, but looking like this wave is going to give him a little bit more on the inside. And he does get a few more turns there. He's working nicely. He tries to maintain his speed, but decides to pull off. Right behind him is our man Tin Johnson. Big first turn, unfortunately just falls off. And while we wait for some scores to come through, we're going to head down with Oni and someone that he'll be interviewing from the last heat.
All right, so g'day everyone. I've got the man, the small but spicy. He managed to make second place on that heat. Hey, what's your name?
Harish.
And you have a nickname, right?
Bondavaya.
And why is people calling you Bonda over here?
I don't know.
So tell me how you're feeling out there. I saw you got a couple of good waves. So were you feeling excited, nervous?
Excited.
Excited? And who is here with you guys, with the whole team?
My coach Samay and Sanjay. I have my uncle, first coach Samay. Thank you for sponsoring me to here. Thank you.
And what is your goals? What's your dream? You want to become a professional surfer?
I want to become a professional surfer. I want to win this competition.
All right, so there you go. Everyone who's watching, keep an eye on this little man. He is going to show you guys all. And yeah, back you guys in the booth.
That is the cutest interview I have seen in a long time. I think he's probably my favorite surfer of the event.
That was awesome. I love that attitude. I want to win this whole event. Yeah, you do. Every athlete should. That is epic. Say it out loud. Scream from the rooftops. I love it.
That is incredible. So right now on your screen is Kayan Abdullah Arif in white. So we saw this wave live earlier. He milked it all the way through. He got plenty of turns in. Decides to pull off at the very end of this wave. And this turn was looking like it was going to be really good. Unfortunately, just falls off on the way down. What do you think about this one? Oh,
yeah, just a bit of an up and out there for green. And then we had our surfer Saeed out the back. Wow, gorgeous bottom turn there, but bogged a bit of rail. So not sure what went wrong up the top there, but it was looking like it was going to be a good wave from the start, but unfortunately didn't really work out. He is in the lead though with a 5 and a 1.43. And then Kayan in the white, he's made his way up to second, so a little bit of a change. Tin down to third, Ryan in fourth, so still really close right now between all four surfers. The only point of difference is that 5-point ride from Saeed, but I feel like with the caliber of surfing from all four of these guys, it's definitely not story over just yet.
Yep, that's exactly right. And, Saeed must be feeling pretty comfortable that he did catch that wave really early on. That was like the first wave he caught. He got a 5, and I think he's just looking to back it up. He wants to get rid of that 1.43 pretty quickly because he knows that the other competitors can catch up to him pretty quick.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like you wouldn't be comfortable at all with a 143 as your backup. But you know what? There's plenty of waves coming through. We've said it all day. It looks so fun out here. Looking like we've got a paddle from Blue, I believe, Tin Johnson. So there's the first carve there. Gets a bit of a second snap in the pocket. Looking for a steeper wall here. Tags it with the finish. I like it. Bit of a dramatic finish there.
Yeah, and he managed to ride out of it pretty nicely. He stuck with the whitewash a little bit just to prove to the judges, I got this. I'm under control. No worries, guys. So here is the replay of that last one. I really like this first turn. He threw a lot of water out the back. The second one, a little bit of a check turn, I'm guessing, and then here sets it up to finish it off. Super vertical, goes upside down, and sticks the landing pretty nicely. So I think we're going to be seeing some more of Tin Johnson later on this heat. He's been surfing pretty good. He did get his first heat out of the way yesterday, and those first heats are always the toughest, the ones where you have more nerves, so he shook them off yesterday. Some of these guys are surfing for the first time today.
Yeah, I feel like that dreaded first round, it's always the worst, but you can either run away from it or you can meet it. And I feel like a lot of these guys are definitely trying to meet it right now. Looks like we've got a surfer in white trying to get around this section, but just getting caught behind. That was another one of those wide sets we've seen roll through. So almost finding himself on one of those beautiful pearly ones. We've got Giada's left reeling off in the background.
Look at that yacht.
I know. It's huge.
Man in white right now. Yeah, just gets away from him. But if we go back to live, that's a big boat. Like, I thought the ambulance was a big one until that one showed up.
Yeah.
So Tin Johnson, quick up and out. That wave kind of runs away from him. Look at that thing.
Look at it next to the sea ambulance. It's like double the size.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Whoa.
Oh. Big boat.
Oh my gosh, imagine being on that. Look at the guy just cruising up the front.
I mean, look at him compared to the rest of the boat. That just kind of gives you the size difference. Like, it's a big boat. I wonder if it's like a surf charter or if it's just like someone on holiday.
Yeah, someone's just like bought it out. Imagine you just cruise up and down the mountain.
Take me. Okay.
He's living the dream.
That is some incredible stuff right there. In Bali, we don't get many boats like that, so I'm not really used to it.
Oh no, Australia, we get something like that, but you don't see a lot of it. You don't see people cruise. You're not sitting in the surf seeing that cruise by.
Yeah, exactly.
You might see it in the harbour in Sydney, but that is the life out there.
He knows what he's doing.
He knows what's up.
Yeah. I've seen a few friends. Well, you went on a charter last year, you said. Was the boat like that? Or
it was a pretty big boat. I won't lie. The boat I was on last year was pretty big. It was so much fun, and it was just like, boat life is the best. Like, it is the best. There's no traffic, first of all. Best thing ever. There's no traffic lights. When you want to get around quickly, you just get on the smaller boat. You zip past anywhere. It's great. We see, it looks like the Maldivian team coach with his flag there, probably trying to guide his competitors out there, Saeed. But the flag's down right now, so I'm assuming that means Saeed's in the right spot.
Yeah, I can totally agree with you. It could mean that he's in the right spot, like stay right there. I know that when I'm competing with the Italian team, we have our various flag. We use boards actually.
Really?
Yeah, because we have so many flags, it's a little bit confusing. So we actually use our own boards as signals.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
The place where I learned like signals with flags was at my home board riders, which is North Narrabeen. Everything is signaled with the flag, and it is so big and like so rock solid. You're like, okay, you can't miss the signals. Like you cannot miss the signals.
Well, that's pretty epic that you guys have those board riders competitions over there back in Australia. It's like a similar format to this. You know?
It's really similar actually, and it is so passionate. The board riders events that we have back in Australia are just next level. I mean, the Australian Board Riders Battle, the final that we have at the start of every year, hands down, best event in Australia.
So I have a question for you, because you live in the Gold Coast now.
I do.
So what board riders are you with?
North Narrabeen.
Oh, you're still with North Narrabeen.
Yeah, and I got told when I left that I am never allowed to join another board riders club. But also in saying that, you know how there's that phrase, it takes a village to raise a kid?
Yeah.
They're my village. So I pay respect back to that. I could never leave them. They're my family. So much like these guys are to each other too. You know, we've got Kayan up and riding right now, but his team, that's like his family. And even if he had to move countries, I'm sure he would still, you know, pay tribute to these guys. So once you love them, you love them.
That's exactly right. And I respect that. I like that you stay true to your roots.
Yeah, I love it.
So this was a really nice wave from our man in white, Kayan Arif. A little bit of wobble there, but he managed to stick with it. I think I like that turn. You know, it was a little more critical in the pocket, swift, and unfortunately doesn't ride out of it, but it was a really well done wave.
It was, and it was enough to... Oh, no, he's already in second, but it looks like he may be extending second ever so slightly. So he's creeping up his totals towards Saeed. I mean, Saeed has 6.43, Kayan 6.23. It's very close between those two surfers right now. If I was Saeed, I'm thinking, ooh, let's get rid of that 1.43. Let's try and find at least a 3. Another 5, a 6 would be amazing. But if you get at least a 3, you're going to make Kayan, Tins, and Ryan's life so much harder.
Yep, that's exactly right. So he knows he's in a bit of a dangerous spot. I mean, he's good in first, but he has to back it up quickly because at this level, you know, you have to be getting those scores and backing it up quite swiftly.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, these guys are so competitive. I would say that the juniors... I'm going to go out on a whim and I'm going to back what I say, but I'm going to say the juniors are more competitive than the adult division.
100%. I can see that happening.
The fire and the mongrel that these juniors have behind them, like, it's electrifying that they're like, no, I'm winning, you're not. The interview we just had, he's like, I'm here to win the event.
Yeah, and he's like 13.
Yeah. Okay, are you serious? I love that. So many adults might be like, taking it heat by heat. Like, no, you're here to win the event. Don't lie to me.
That's exactly right. Don't lie. We know why you're here.
I know why you're here.
So this was a pretty good wave from our man in green. Just to replay, good first turn. This is probably going to be the best one of his heat right now. So he is going to be feeling pretty confident. He has time to get back out there. 4 minutes left. Back it up. He needs to get rid of a 0.93, and I'm pretty sure he's done it with that one.
Yeah, I would say so too, but I still think he has a bit more work to do before he can find himself in a nice little comfort zone right now. We're into the final 5 minutes, so hopefully that intensity builds again. They stay on theme with the rest of the event, but yeah, the under-18 boys, they've been looking pretty on point. There is all the support crew. We also have some of our media guys there trying to get some content, all the content you can find on Asian Surf or the Maldivian Surf. There's so many Instagram pages that you can find it across. Giada and mine, we post heaps of content.
Content creators.
We're content creators. No, but seriously, I mean, there's so much behind the scene action. If you want to find it, it is literally at the tip of your fingers. We have so many supporters here, so many sponsors. While we have a slight break, we may as well thank some of our sponsors. So Asian Surfing Federation, Maldives Surfing Association, Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation have put this event on. They are organisers. We are so grateful. And then a big shout out to Thulusdhoo Council, Surfing Association of Thulusdhoo, Season Paradise, Diragu Apparel 360, Niris Embroidery Print Lab, Slow Tape, Various Art Studio, Adaran Selects Huru Ranfusi, Kuda Vilingili, and Tarika Express and Bon Aqua. We have so many amazing sponsors. Thank you to everyone for making this event possible, because if not, we wouldn't be here chatting your ear off right now.
That's exactly right. We are super grateful that they have all come together and made this event happen. We're really hoping that it will be back throughout the other years and in the future. As we've mentioned many times before, this is such an important event for the Asian, surf community. Like, this is a qualifier for the Asian Games, so it's a lot at stake, and the governments from each country are putting so much support for all these surfers to get here to train, because it's not just this event. There's so much preparation that comes leading up to this. So lots of days of training, the coaches, people have to really watch what they're eating. It takes a lot of time and effort.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, like even the mental preparation. Like, we have no idea what the athletes are doing when they go home. Like, are they journaling? Are they meditating? Are they spending time out of the day to better themselves? Yes, they are. Like, all the best athletes are doing so. And then they've got team camaraderie. I mean, and also a lot of places might not be used to the heat of here. Some places definitely would be, but there'd be others where this could be really hot, so they have to adjust to the climate. Like, so much goes into it, but at the end of the day, you're here and you've got one job.
That's exactly right, and that was actually a common issue that we had when we were in crew in Nias. A lot of the post-heat interview was, it's too hot.
It is so hot there.
You guys come from surfing wetsuits, and
yeah,
specifically from Australia and Japan, where it does get much colder. I can see that how it could actually be a big of an issue. Dehydration's a big thing. The sun's hot. You need lots of sunscreen, so it's a thing.
Yeah, I definitely find it's winter at home in Australia right now, so coming to places like this, it takes me a few days. Like, when I got here the first day, I was definitely too dehydrated. I was like, oh my goodness, I am so sleepy, I'm so tired, and obviously there was jet lag, but the dehydration factor, it's real. It is real.
And as we're gonna count this one down, it doesn't look like there's too much happening. Well, there's a bit of movement from the surfers, but I don't think they will get the last opportunity that they're looking for. And with that, we're going to go with a quick recap of this heat, and we'll see you guys in Heat 4.
second heat. All right, we are here still in round number 1 and heat number 4. You can see right now Maldivian surfer Kayan Saki, and in green from Singapore, Julian Mark on his first wave in this heat, trying to really stay compressed on his backside here, trying to find the right place to explode on this wave, doing a nice little finish check turn there. 22 minutes still to go in this round number 1, heat number 4. Here you can see Julian on the replay. He was actually before already surfing for the adults for his country, Singapore. The surfer in green, who most of the time surfs in Bali, Uluwatu. And, well, I'm sure even though Uluwatu, a famous left-hander, is a different direction to coax in here, it still helps you to understand how to surf a reef. And now we have Oni with an interview from the second heat. Oni, tell us what's up.
Hey guys, welcome back. So this is our not this heat winner, actually the second heat. So, guy, brother, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm great. So how's the wave out there?
It's pretty sick. I mean, tide's pretty high, but found a couple. Missed the big one, but, you know, just learning the basics, you know. It's been pretty bad the last few days, but just as the comp started, the waves started firing. It's been so epic.
So where have you been training for this event?
My home break, east coast of Sri Lanka, Aragon Bay. It's not similar. I mean, here it's much more punchy and hollow, but it's the closest thing we got to this wave. I'd say it's enough.
And I guess you have your whole team here with you. You must be feeling confident. And you look like, what board are you riding? Can you explain me more about that?
Yeah, I mean, this time we came with a big team. Last year was pretty small, and so we got a whole kind of backing each other. It's been pretty nice to have that support group. I've been riding a Paizo Radius, 511, 28.2, I think it is. Yeah, it goes amazing. It's probably the best board I've ever had, actually. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone supporting, and please keep watching. And thank you to the Surf Federation Sri Lanka for getting us out here. It's an honor to represent my country at the ASF Games.
Yeah, so it must be feeling good to have that support behind you. You know, brings the team here. So get to connect again for our next event. Now, even though you're still making the main event for the Pro Junior. So what's your game plan for the rest of the day?
We're going to go get a bite to eat after this. Going to chill for a bit and hopefully go for another surf if the event holds, or maybe we'll go somewhere else. But just cruising.
Right. There you go, everyone who's watching live. There is a lot of action here, so keep your eye on the screen. I see you guys soon.
Thank you, Oni, and thank you, Kanapati Rameshjai Haila from Sri Lanka, the heat winner of round 2. And we see some live action here from the surfer from Thailand in blue, Natri, on his wave, super fast, super flow. Jada, what was that?
That was some incredible surfing from Natri. You know, those 2 or 3 first turns were super strong. Lots of spray out the back. But just before we get back to that wave, this is our man in red, Yusuf Kayan from Maldives, our local surfer. He has that extra local knowledge, but here, man in blue, beautiful wave. I love how in the pocket he wastes no time from one turn to the next. 3 really powerful turns. Unfortunately, doesn't really stick the landing here, so that could really alter his score. The judges are really serious about it. You know, you have to be completing these waves. And on your screen right now is Mohammed Inan,
the local surfer from Thulusdhoo Island. Interesting heat. We have pretty much 2 guys from the Maldives. We said it before, out of respect for all what this island was doing, Thulusdhoo. They have their own team, obviously all of them being Maldivians. Here we can see him on his deep bottom turn, doing a nice frontside carve there, and going back to the pocket to try to make the best out of this surf here. And good first score for him, doing 4 maneuvers, nice snap there at the end, but couldn't also finish it. You know what? Many people sort of struggle with that section. You can see that a lot of them have their rail just too deep in the water and can't stand it. What's going on there?
Yeah. Oh, that was a big lip to the head. But, you know, I was just mentioning it to Jesse on the last heat. It's kind of looking like the surfers are kind of getting to that last section a little bit too late. So maybe if they got there like half a second earlier, they might be riding out of it better.
Let's have a closer look on what this end section is doing. But before that, let's have another interview from Oni Anwar with the winner from heat number 3. And before we do that interview, we have another look at heat number 4. We see Julian Mark, the only one so far with the score. Priority is established. The first priority is Kayan from Team Maldives. Second priority for Julian Mark, who actually already has his second scoring there. And with priority 3, position number 1, Natri from Thailand. And now Oni, what's going on? Tell us about the Maldivian surfer.
Yeah, Maldivian. Hey, congratulations. How you feel out there?
Really good. The waves are pretty good. So I got some good ones. One actually, but yeah.
Is that a lot of pressure to represent your country and then you get to surf in front of your brothers and family and friends and the supporter here?
It's a pressure that pushes me to do more and try to achieve as much as I can. So it's a good pressure.
So obviously you are local here, you know exactly the wave out there. Did you play any like tactics and stuff out there, or you just being out there and having fun?
I played some tactics, but I don't think I used all of it yet. I used mostly free surfed, yeah.
Nice. Well, we're getting so excited to see more of you coming. So you're into the next round now, so congratulations. So what's your plan for the rest of the day?
Rest for a bit and then come back to support the team.
So you got a few more teams competing?
Maldives team, yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're surfing right now as well.
Okay, so,
yeah.
Well, keep you guys' eyes in the screen, and the Maldivian is on fire. So wish you luck for the next heat.
Yeah.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Sira.
Awesome interview with Oni Anwar and the winner of the last heat. And on your screen right now, this is Thulusdhoo Island, exactly where we are placed right now. So you can see where the surfers are. That perfect right hand break is just peeling down right now. It's such an incredible day of waves right now. The water is turquoise, it's crystal clear, and it's looking like there might be a bit of a set coming. I see a bit of movement there between the surfers. So priority is with red, so he is, sitting on the inside. He knows that the other people can't get in his way. They can't really be altering his wave. So it's a good position to be.
Exactly, and he knows the wave. Especially from this angle, you can see that waves in here, they come from different sort of angles. Right now we are mainly seeing a swell, a primary swell from the southeast, but also there's some south swell and a little bit of a southwesterly swell in here. So there are opportunities from different spots, but both the local surfer Mohammed Inan in white and the surfer for Team Maldives Kayan Saki know exactly where to position themselves. Tide is high, so it's gonna be quite a tactical heat here.
And on your screen, that is exactly where we are sitting. You can't see us because we are under the judges and inside the booth, but that's where we're sitting. We have the best view of the waves right now. This is our current heat leader, Natri from Thailand, and he's gonna be racing a little bit more down the line. He wants to finish that wave, and that was that end section that we've been talking about, that some of the surfers have been really struggling, but you saw him, he raced down, he got there early, and he rode out of it really nicely.
Right. You can see him taking this wave in between all the other competitors, doing his roundhouse cutback there, pumping his way on the top part of the wave to get to the open area and doing a nice finish there. Jeddah, how comes that the final part, the final maneuver is so important for your scoring?
I think because it's it's the completion of the wave. It's supposed to show the judges that I've got this, I'm under control, not just everything out the back and nothing in to finalize. And at the end of the day, that last turn is what the judges are going to remember the most. So everything that kind of happens in the first part of wave doesn't get forgotten, but it doesn't become as important maybe as that last exclamation mark. So you have to finalize it to kind of just prove that you've got it all under control. So that's kind of what I've been told throughout my whole life of competing, that it's an important thing because it's what the judges last remember and it's the last taste in their mouth of your wave.
All right. And I guess same goes true sort of with the beginning, right? Because this is where, the judges start the scoring. They start to have a look on what you're doing. And we see a nice starting from the surfer in red, Kayan here, with some spray in the face, in the pocket of the wave. And then trying to make the best out of it at the very end with this finish here. So good third score for the surfer in red for Team Maldives, Kayan Saki's. Actually, his second wave it was, so he can still try to get the second or first position with this wave here.
But yeah, what you're saying is super true, because that first turn, it's what catches the eye of the judges. It's that first thing they're going to see. It's what's going to get their attention onto you. So if you start it strong, they're going to be most likely going to be watching that whole wave really closely because, oh, wow, this guy is on fire. He got that first turn in. He really took advantage of that critical part of the lip, because that's the most important and biggest part of the wave always.
Right. So on a wave like this that we see right now, it's not really barreling. You can see the tide is super high. So on this size, it's sort of, the inside is not the barrel that we are used to from Cokes. What do you think is the right approach? Like we said it, obviously you want to have a first beginning and also finish strong. But what is the maximum you can get out of here?
And I'll get right back to that after we watch this wave from Julian Mark. So he's representing Singapore. 2 really nice turns. He's going to want to finish this one off, but unfortunately this wave just kind of runs away from him. But 2 nice first turns. But yeah, as you were saying, what to take most advantage of, if I was a coach and I had an athlete come out, I would tell him to first not to catch any waves that have too much of a shoulder, because those are the ones that are going to kind of run away from you, and to get that first turn done as quickly as possible. So as soon as you stand up, be setting up for that turn, because this wave kind of tapers off quite quickly. So you really want that critical section. You want to get those points. So stand up, do the first turn, and then read the rest of the wave.
So deep bottom turn and just go for it?
Yeah.
All right.
And that's kind of what I've been seeing some of the Japanese surfers do. I saw Pajar do it yesterday, and they just stand up, get that first turn done, and that's where most of the points are going to be coming from that wave.
Some good tricks here from our professional surfer and expert Jada. And we are seeing Natri in blue for Team Thailand. Not being able to finish that one. Maybe a little bit too much power there on the top turn. We can see him reading the wave nicely, really looking for the meat section, but then just too much up with his board so that the wind just pushes him out.
Yeah, you're right. Kind of looked like he really pushed that tail a little too hard, kind of flipped up under his feet, but he is sitting with a 5-point ride, so he's, I wouldn't say comfortable, but he has 1 foot into the next heat already.
And again, in this heat, the first 2 will proceed to round number 3, and the other ones will still have a chance in round number 2 in the rapid charge round. So there's no game over for none of these surfer yet, and they still have almost 9 minutes to be able to go straight to round number 3.
That's exactly right, and not many contests have that opportunity to be able to go into the rapid charge round and have that second chance, because surfing, we depend so much on the ocean, and it's not like running, it's not like swimming where the first one gets there, it wins. There's so much factors to it, so sometimes it could just not be your day and you just don't catch waves. And I'm sure every surfer knows the feeling that sometimes you just can't catch what you're looking for. It doesn't matter how hard you try.
Jetta, you were and still are surfing a lot of QS events. What is the format there? Is it really like if you don't get the scores you need to proceed in the first round, that it's bye-bye for you?
That's exactly right. If you don't get the scores you need, it's, ciao pa casa, which means bye, go home. Because it's pretty cutthroat. There's no second opportunities. You need to make advantage of every moment that you're in that heat. And talking about taking advantage of moments, this is Mohammed Inan on a good-looking wave. I love that second turn, swooped it right back to the whitewash. And this third one was really well done.
What shallow out there. I hope everything's all right there, but he's the local. He most probably knows what he's doing. So you can see him reading the wave here, goes for a deep bottom to create some spray there on his carve, trying to really stick on the pocket, because critical surfing at the pocket is what the judges want to see. That gives you the points, but then really trying to not go head first on the reef. That's a smart call to do here.
So there we have the supporters looking at scores, making sure that their teammates pass, but it's such a great event. I love these types of team surfing events because surfing is so individual. So when you bring that team factor in, it just becomes a lot more lighthearted.
Absolutely. And you said the difference between, for example, QS's events. It's obviously, you have amazing events there and high-level surfing, but the approach and, the whole vibe is a different thing, because there people are surfing for themselves individually, and everybody is trying to, get as far as possible in the heats. Obviously, the aim in this championship is also to, get some medals, ideally get the first place, but also here it's about surfing for your nation and get to know new surfers, new nations. And this is an ambassador for Team Thailand. Well, the finish, I hope, didn't lead to any injuries there, but it's just great to see those participants from all the different nations. Look at Natri here, also pumping his way to the open face again, working on his finish. And once more we see an incomplete wave. So it is really like the difficult part in here to finish the wave.
Yep, that's right. It's just that critical section, and that last section does shut down pretty quick. So it's important to really get that practice in on the free surfs and make sure you know this wave well and you can time it well. This is Julian Mark representing Singapore. Nice first turn. I'm really liking this wave from him. That was a good swooping cutback. He's going to try finish this one. Gets a few more turns on the inside, but decides to come off. He only needs to get rid of a 3.30.
What's the reason why we don't see more floaters in the end section to play it a little bit more safe?
I think floaters maybe don't have as many points as maybe a critical upside down turn would in that section. And actually floaters, people kind of write them off, but they're super hard, especially on a section like that. But I think in those situations, people are going to be wanting to get those really big scores, so they might as well just go for it.
Yeah, it's interesting. There are some maneuvers, you named one of them floater, that are technically quite demanding, but then still don't give you the maximum score. Another maneuver that I'm thinking of, I'll tell you in a sec, but before that we see the local surfer on the replay from Team Thulusdhoo going for the critical section and finishing it. So another one of those maneuvers which technically is quite demanding, but for some reason you don't get that much of a score, is a 360 on the wave. So, I don't even know what the technical term for that is. So if you go for sort of a snap, but you don't do the change of direction, but just go for the 360.
Yeah.
Why is it that you don't get that much point for that kind of maneuver?
So what I've been told in my years of competing was that 360s are considered tricks. They're not considered maneuvers.
What's the difference?
Well, I don't know, but I agree with you. I think 360s are super hard, but they're considered tricks, and they want to see more like surfing, like traditional surfing styles and things that are more critical. So I think 360s, they kind of see more as a playful thing rather than surfing.
But wasn't it the case with airs at the beginning? That,
Yeah.
everybody knows nowadays how difficult it is technically, but back then when people were starting doing airs, you could barely get some good points for that.
That's exactly right, but I think the difference between airs is, besides barrels, I think that's probably the hardest or most critical maneuver you could do in surfing. The chances of going wrong doing an air are way higher than the chances of doing a 360. So maybe that could be the point of difference. As we're seeing a really nice peak come for our man in blue. Good first swooping turn here. He's going to want to get rid of that 357, sorry. And look at that. Our local surfer from Thulusdhoo gets a 5.5 on his last wave and goes straight to first.
Amazing. You see, it pays off to understand the wave, but Natri is really doing good here. At the beginning, it looked like this wave will provide some more, but then somehow the energy, disappeared after the drop. Let's see if that was enough for Natri to take the lead. And this is the wave for our surfer in white, the Thulusdhoo surfer, which allowed him to take the first position. You can see that he has got flow on this wave, and this is definitely one of the main criteria, together with speed and power, that the judges are looking at.
Actually, Mohammed has a beautiful style. If you look at him, the way he goes through those turns are so stylish, and he doesn't really spend a lot of time waiting in between turns. He kind of just does it. It was all right, tight in the pocket, lots of spray. So that was a really, really well done job from Mohammed.
Clean transitions, as if it would be all just one maneuver that he's doing. And obviously that is what we mean when we are talking about flow, not losing any speed. This is how you get your scores. 1 minute remaining, and this heat number 4, round 1, under 18 boys. We are currently seeing number 1 with the local, and this is currently number 3 surfer from Maldives, Kayan Saki, on his attempt to be able to get the second or first position. I don't know if that was enough to get a higher backup score of the current 3.8 that he's having. What do you think, Jada?
Yeah, so this one, that first turn, he got a little bit stuck behind. I think he probably mistimed it slightly on that first turn, but that second turn was really nice. He finished it off. That wave had a lot of whitewash on the face, and it's not easy to deal with it. It's hard to keep that board under control, but it was really well done. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to be going into that second position, but again, I'm not a judge, so I'm not sure.
We are just commentators.
And we're going to be counting this one down. That one went super quick. We're going to be seeing the heat results in the next heat, and we're going to go with a quick recap and catch you guys soon.
hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to ASF, Asian Surfing Championship 2024 here in beautiful Thulusdhoo, Maldives. We are, well, having a blast on the under 18 boys right now before we saw the girls already surfing. And together with me, my friend and legendary surfer from Indonesia, Oni Anwar.
Good day, everyone. Yeah, stoked to be here. And again, there's some good surfing before, and in the water right now, we have Yasin Ahmed Nasib from the Maldives. Of course, follow up with the blue Dohun Yan from Korea and Aidin Kayani from the Singaporean. So they is currently in the water right now. So what's been happening the last couple of heats?
Man, the boys are ripping. You know, this we have to say, a really challenging condition in that regard, as if it's changing all the time. You know, I mean, obviously it's always good, but the wind is changing, so it's sort of interesting to see how those boys are adapting to it, how they are able to implement all the coaching that they get from their teams. And I'm sure the Maldives surfer will have quite an advantage here, because for him, you know, he knows the spot, he knows all the different conditions. We talked about it before. We have 3 different swells right now, so that means you really have to know which waves you're going for. Are you trying to go for you know, the wide ones and, you know, pump your way through, gain all the speed to do critical one maneuver finish, or is it more like diverse surfing that you want to show the judges to really show what kind of technical abilities you have?
Yeah, that's a great information that most people are watching right now probably don't know everything of that, so it's good. Thank you for explaining it. And the waves actually gotten better, and the weather still haven't came the storm yet, so it's good. And waves still pumping, haven't dropped so much. So
yeah, another thing that is changing the conditions quite a lot is the tide. We had full moon yesterday. When we were starting the day, you could see those reefs sticking out everywhere, and now it's the contrary, man. Like even almost to the booth where we are sitting, and we are just underneath the judges, you can see the water splashing to us.
Yeah, and then I love to see that clear water into the reef, and there's fish going past as walking through from the beach to the judging tent.
Some lemon sharks.
Yeah, lemon shark. Yeah, I saw the shark yesterday. I think we both saw it on the screen.
Yep. And you know what? There's actually a spot in here close by where you can go swimming with sharks, with nursery sharks. And once you step in there, like, man, I don't want to lie, but I would say like hundreds of them around you. So full of wildlife here. Even the odd tiger shark, if you are lucky or not so lucky, you can see them. But you know what? They have so much to eat here, so they really are not interested in any of the surfers.
Wow.
Dolphins, man. I've seen so many dolphins. I was surfing yesterday chickens twice, which is, I don't know, like 500 meters away across the channel. Another world-class spot, left-hander. And I was surfing it both early morning and late afternoon. And both times I've seen plenty of dolphins moving from one side to the other.
Sounds like we live in an Aquaman's world.
And this Aquaman right now from, I think, yes, it is Team Korea in blue. Wow! I was trying to do critical finish here, but instead the wave finished him.
Yeah, there's a backwash, as we can say. The tides are really high. Those boats you can see at the back there, the water coming to push into the wave, into the surfers. That it's really difficult to land a maneuver, because maybe you can see on this wave that backwashy, and our surfer in blue are pretty smart, like how he just managed to go through all the fat section.
Right, but then decided to not push it too much. One, obviously, you don't want to go too much to the shallow section, but then he saw that the potential on this wave was probably not too high, so better pedal back, get your position right, and with almost 20 minutes to go, 90 minutes, you have still plenty of time to get some better waves.
Yeah, here's a replay of it. That one wave that pretty sketchy. Another wave here. I think this was a 3.13, I think, this one. Wow.
Splash. colorful board he's surfing there.
Yeah, I like the color. I love colored boards. Do you like having colors on your board?
I think I'm more old school, man.
Yeah.
I'm really into that white, plain surfboards.
Yeah.
But let's forget about the colors. What kind of board would you recommend to surf in this kind of conditions?
I would say because it has so much power underneath, so you would have like a round tail for when it is big, like not big, but maybe like mid-range sets, maybe like 5-6 foot. But when it's small, I would say swallowtail. And
why not squash? Why swallowtail?
For my personal waves, I only use squash for small beach break wave, and because it just kind of allows you to do vertical snap really quickly for me. But every surfer is different, so some surfers just like to surf squash on any condition when it's big or small.
What's the trade-off of a squash when it's bigger or more barrely?
Yeah, I think squash has that on and off drive on the turn. When you bottom turn or you want to go vertical, or even on your carving, it doesn't have that full connection with the carve. So with the swallowtail, it has that, but the round tail even better. So more like a thumb tail. You can see like Medina's board, most of his board like round tail, round thumb tail. So yeah, that's what I would say for out here right now, a round tail or a swallowtail. Squash tail is still good, but you know, maybe you have to try it. You never try, you can tell. You never try, you never know.
Good
and that's what I would recommend. And single concave.
What about fins? Is that something? And let's talk about the concavity in a bit. What about fins? Are you playing around a lot with your fins?
Yes, it's having the changing of fins is so interesting, because one time I was actually surfing just the normal AM1 future fin, and I put my template Eric Arakawa with has a concave inside this fin. It just like creates a different speed. And also right now I'm riding a carbon wrap. It's epoxy carbon wrap. So people will say like, why are you surfing carbon wrap when it's big and messy? But it's just the drive it has in this carbon wrap. So, but meanwhile, we're gonna go down for the last heat winner with Giada. Go ahead, Giada.
All right, I'm here with the last heat winner. Congratulations. How were the waves out there?
The waves were good. I got a few good waves. It was a really tough heat, and I'm just happy I was able to make it to the next round and got some good waves.
All right, so tell me, you're at home, the crowds are cheering for you. Do you feel extra pressure, or is that pushing you forward?
No, it just motivates me even more to even have my family, my friends, everyone out here supporting me throughout the event, and I was just really grateful for everyone.
All right. Sorry, you told me you're from Mali, so coming up to this event, you knew it was going to be here. Have you been spending lots of time here in Thulusdhoo?
Yeah, I spend a lot of time. Partially, I spend most of my time here training at Cox, and it's one of my favorite waves.
Besides Cox, what are some of your other favorite waves around Maldives?
I'd say Sultans and Jails. Yeah, that's it.
And do you have any waves in Mali, or is that a little bit of a secret spot?
No, there's a wave. It's called Ralugandu. It's a cool wave under the bridge. It's nice for practicing.
Wow, that's under the bridge. That's really cool.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm sure you have a big crowd here supporting you. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family?
I'd like to say thank you to all my friends, my family, my coach especially for helping me train during this event and all the support. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jada, and thank you, Kayan, talking about his home break in Mali. And you know what? I will tell you a little bit more about that wave, but before we see another Maldivian, and that is Yasin in red, going for almost a vertical top turn there. All right, critical surfing is risky. You can see it, he didn't manage it, but if he would have stayed that one, wow, that would have been some scores.
Yeah, I love the style here. He has a really nice setup here. It goes the high line into a nice vertical snap. I really love that turn. And this one, unfortunately, didn't make it, but I love how risky he goes for vertical turn again.
For sure. And with more than 30 minutes on the clock, he can still afford to surf like that. And we see almost we saw the surfer in green surfing, but instead he lost his priority, and now it's the Korean surfer. Let's quickly talk about the wave in Male. So I'd say from all the waves around here, Kayan was talking about it, jail, sultans, then we have honky, chickens, ninjas, all those world-class spots. The one wave in Mali underneath the bridge is the closest to a beach break, so it's a really good playing ground, learning spot to be able to just, practice different conditions. But once the swell is pumping, it becomes a heavy, heavy break, bro. They call it the pipe of the Maldives for a good reason, man. It can
Wow.
get heavy.
Wow, that's interesting, because when you just look at this wave right now, you don't expect that Maldives have that kind of thing, and yeah, they do.
They do. They absolutely do. And man, we were talking about equipment. Let's maybe dig a little bit deeper there until we see some more live action. So you were talking about fins. Are you always surfing thruster, or are there occasions where you surf a quad?
Huh, that's a good question for me actually, because since I was a Grom, I always used thruster, and that's kind of like my job, surfing, competing in a high level. You have to use thruster. But then recently, I just took a break from competing, and I'm just kind of take it easy with surfing. I figured out that the twin fin surfing is one of my favorite surfing in the world. Like just cruising, you can create your style. It's just easier, like board to just carry around. You can have one board everywhere you go, just as long as you don't go like 10-foot waves.
What is it about twin fins? I mean, I hear so many people being crazy about it. What is the fun part of it?
I think just that speed, and also with just creating like carving. You can't push too hard, but you have to kind of feel the board before you do full on turn. So you learn to communicate with the power of the wave, with the board, and yourself. You can't really just go out there and just smashing it. As you can see here, I was surfing Red. I love his surfing right now.
He's the smasher. Not so tall in size, but wow, tall in his turns.
Yeah, he has a huge potential. That you can see his stand, his style, more like an Italo Ferreira kind of style. You can see that arm extension into another one, and he's still a Grom. Imagine in the next couple of years, that turn is gonna be a solid turn right there. He'll manage to, how's that, like whip screen wiper, would you call it in English? Sorry. So he has that already. So we're really exciting things to see come from Yasin Ahmed representing Maldives here. So when you see him surfing like this kind of wave, it's not perfect out there. It's still like kind of hard to surf. So you can see a bright future for these kids
For
under
sure.
18 years old.
Yeah, I mean, look, Maldives, they have the waves, they have the dedication, and they definitely have the talent. And this young fellas here, they're hungry, and that's good to see. I mean, you yourself coming from Indonesia, having all those perfect waves. I feel like if you're always in this spot, you get spoiled. You're like, ah man, if I don't surf now, tomorrow it will be good too. So you sort of maybe lose that, this focus and being hungry for good waves. But these kids here, they always want to go out in any condition and just surf.
Yeah, look, just a lot of other athletes come and visit this beautiful island of Maldives. So the younger kids are always wanted to become like them, having free travels and get free product from the company. And you don't have a choice to become spoiled anymore. You have the same kids, same as you, coming to surf your town, and you can surf better than them. And they have sticker on their board, and they don't have a sticker like for our locals. So that's kind of like competitive in their mindset. So it used to be spoiled like for the newer generation before that, when surfing started, wasn't like professionally in Olympic. But now, man, just changing a lot. And for these kids, they want to be Italo Ferreira, they want to be Gabriel Medina, they want to be all these surfers out there that are doing amazing, especially with the social media nowadays. They all learn so much from it. They watch it every day and they compare themselves. And so obviously Yasin is in first place right now with a 4-point ride and a 3.5. Yeah.
I wonder what's going on with Aiden Nazir on Team Singapore. But before that, we see once again Yassin on a wave on his backside, going vertical on this small wave. So he's on fire.
I love his surfing, to be honest. That's really great. Look at this bottom turn. Straight to the top.
Super deep. And then really go compressed and releases everything on top. Nice.
And you know what? It's the hardest thing that in that maneuver is that he goes from the bottom turn. You can see he's going right and then left and goes straight to the pocket.
Right.
So it's not easy to do that actually, because some people are just going straight to the top to bottom, but he's actually setting it up differently. That's the challenging maneuvers on your backside, because there is no much speed underneath that wave. When you go underneath, like there is a surface. Let's talk through this one, but not really a good wave selection here. He's kind of caught behind, so that's another thing. Local knowledge. Yassin knows which waves are better to take compared to other competitors that are struggling to sit on this, get themselves in the right position.
Would you say there's anything where you have an advantage on your backside compared to frontside surfing?
Yeah, I always have my equipment. So if I have a good board there on my backside, I love going left. But when I have a good board, it's all about equipment. And for me, when I won the Crew Pros, I have a really good board that actually suits my backside. But then other board doesn't suit, and just kind of lack of confidence. So when you have a good board like that, you want to keep it on ice. You don't want to touch it. And yeah, for now, you can see Yassin, that board looking really good under his feet. I don't know what it is, but the talent also, kid has it.
Let's try to find out after the heats if we will manage to have an interview with Yassin. So what is it on your backside surfing? What kind of boards would you prefer having on your backside compared to your front side?
On my backside, I will choose a swallowtail
Mhm.
because that has a tip to tip, and because it comes from a swallow left and right. And also having a double concave, it helps a lot because you lean so much on the whatever direction on your backside is. So but front side, I would like round tail.
And there we can see the first wave for surfing green. Aidin Nazir trying to, maybe, not the best wave selection there, but it's fine, for him. It's the first time being here in the Asian Surfing Federation's Asian Championship, and pumps his way through, but then the wave closes and he is not managing to go over it on his backside. He will still have a chance even if he won't proceed here, because it is round number 1. So the first 2 positions will go to round number 3, and the third one will have another chance in the repechage in this under 18s boys round 1.
Yeah, sometimes like having a hit of a rapid chart is also good, because then when you guys are paddling out, you don't have a pressure.
True.
Yeah.
And especially for somebody like Aidin who doesn't have that experience so much in Cokes, it might even be an advantage to do the rapid charge, because that gives him more experience, more time in this wave, and if he makes it through, maybe that's a good thing to have for the next rounds.
Yeah, exactly. And it's different feeling when you're actually going for a free surf or just putting a jersey on. When you come out of jersey, it just does so much pressure. As you can see, our surfer in blue, in and out on that wave. Like when you're free surfing, you have no pressure. You feel more connected with the mother nature and the wave. But when you're putting that jersey on, it's all about winning, and that winning mindset is really, really hard to manage when you're on that.
So do you feel like sometimes it's better to just try to have the same approach, same mindset in the competition as you would have in a free surf?
Yeah, well, most athletes, their goal is to keep simple and trying to be in that same mindset when there's free surfing. That's most like the meditation before going heat, breathing technique, just to get all the body and mind calm and not to think too much about winning or losing. Just trying to okay, I'm here to surf. I'm just gonna enjoy my time here. And beside that, then you have to think about your strategy. How do you want to serve your heat? You want to start early? You want to start late? Do you want to play the tactic, or you want to do this, do that? Obviously, you have to use that as the heat goes on. But before you paddle out, you always have to know. Okay, you also need to know how many sets are coming on that in 20 minutes, and which one do I take? Do I take the first one or the second one? Do I sit wide or do I sit deep? And you gotta know this to actually take the pressure out. But if you don't know that, then you're actually piling out with the eyes blind.
And you can see that knowing all this information definitely paid out for surfer in red Yassin Ahmed Nasheed, who is still in the first position, having the lead with a 9.17, 4.30 and a 5.17 gives him that score. Second place right now, the Korean surfer Do-hoon Yoon, with having the third priority and a total score of 5.53. He is looking for a 6-0 to be able to get the first position, to have a better seating in round number 3 if those positions will stay like this in the remaining 2 minutes and 35 seconds. And Aydin Nazir still waiting for his second wave with second priority. He needs a 4.40 to be able to get to second position, which would allow him to go to round number 3 straight without any turns via round number 2, the rapid charge round.
Yeah, if I was Aydin Nasir, I would tell him to go deep. Go see that back there. There is some wave that actually good one. Oh, as we see the flag, I'll go with that.
21 nations participating this year in the Asian Surfing Championship. It is the biggest, the highest participation of all countries, of all athletes in the young history of the ASF Asian Surfing Championship. Last year we already had, I think, over 17, and it's getting more and more. And the nice thing about this is we even have some countries participating here that are not even have participated in the ISAs yet. Kuwait, Emirates and Philippines being here for the very first time. And we can see surfer in blue trying to get a backup score there, but fortunately for him, this wave was closing in front of him.
Yeah, speaking of the positioning right now, this is our surfer in blue getting it from really wide, and the wider wave that actually runs off now because the tide's probably starting to push out, and especially having that backwash coming in. And yeah, it's just so many strategies for, as a coach, you sit there and watch the wave, you know, not just going out there and trying to smash the wave, but you actually know the tides and the, you know, the current and the backwash from the boat.
Is there actually a lot of active coaching that the coaches can do in a situation like here? In your experience, is there like, you know, a lot of information that you can get from your coaches once you're in the heat?
Yeah, like my way of when I was getting coached by my coach, I learned to read the wave together with me. As you can see, our surfer in red currently in first place. So yeah, my coach will ask, Oni, look at the wave. What do you think? Where would you sit? So he asked me instead of he decided for me. So that's cool. So as you can see, he's up and down here. That was it. The heat was over. The Yassin Ahmed representing for the Maldives. Congratulations. But we're going to come back with the heat recap and see you guys shortly. All right, so now we are back live. As you can see, that last heat, our surfer from the Maldives won that heat, and now we are in the water. There's 4 boys in the water right now. We are in under 18 boys round 1 here, number 6. We have in red Kishore Kumar from India, Nathan Kron Sewi from Thailand, and our representative from China, Xing Cheng Wang. And of course, we have a surfer from the Philippines, Troy Espejon. His Dodo-san, I know his dad. It came to Lake Ipig, visited, and it's going to be a good hit. And I'm looking forward to see him surfing here. Shout out to the Philippine teams who are watching right now. And yeah, it looks like a familiar to Cloud9 out there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The waves are absolutely firing right now. It's like perfect point break. Well, point break. It's a right. It's giving the best trestles impression. Oni says Cloud9. Me and Jesse were saying earlier, it looks like Ujung Bochur but a right when it's really small. So this wave is giving a lot of different impressions lately. So it's super, super, super good. This wave is fun. We've had some great days, and I can't wait to see it when it's fully firing.
Yeah, yeah, I can see some couple of good photos from the boys, the local boys here, and there is some stand-up barrels here, so I'm excited. Are you gonna pile out and get some barrel with us when it's big?
Oh, 100%. But honestly, I think I'll meet you guys out at Chickens because I like going left.
Well, I'm going right, so you can stay with your left and stay out of my way.
You stay out of my way.
Yeah. So it's fair deal, Yara. So yeah, I mean, this wave today is good for the opening round. Everybody get the feeling of it, So a couple of turns, and I haven't seen any aerials or crazy barrels yet. And yeah, so it'll be exciting to see what the main rounds are gonna be. And as you can see, the John Mak Tokong in the water yesterday, showing some good action. Mari Joy and Taki Kanazawa, Kaisei Adachi. That's one of those guys that's just showing some action.
That's exactly right. And someone that I'm super, super excited to watch right now is Kishore Kumar from India, because earlier this year, just before Krui, I spent some time with him in Bali. We were both training with Ivan. We had a few training sessions together. He's a little bit of a shy guy in the beginning, but he has a very beautiful smile. And once he opens up to you, he's very friendly, really outgoing. So I'm excited to be watching his heat, and I'm pushing for him to catch some good waves. I'm sure Ivan is watching right now. He's probably at home watching this. It's great to have that support from someone. Even if he's not here physically, it's great to have a phone call or someone to assure you, you're going to be good. Just surf. You got the talent. Just do it.
Wow, this is exciting heat because there's all these people have such a good talent, Nathan girl from Thailand, been ripping on the free surf. And yeah. Well, I want to see some action.
Yeah, just before coming back into the booth, I was outside and I saw Troy Espejon doing some warm-ups with John Mark Takong, actually, with Marmar. So I saw Marmar kind of like giving him some exercises to do before getting into his heat. So it's great to see, that older generation kind of helping out the younger guys and showing them the way a little bit.
Wow, what a great way to lead John Mark Tokong, helping the teammate here, Troy. And wow, so many talents in the water just now. It's a matter of who will get the win, because that first place goes to the next round, and second, third, fourth go into repechage. Is that correct?
That's exact. Well, no, third and fourth go into repechage, and we'll get right back to that. Unfortunately, Troy just
has a good style.
Quick up and out. Yeah, he does. He's really stylish.
Even though he fell off on that one, Jada, I can see the spark on his turn. Very sharp, very fast. And I'm sure there will be some good turn.
Yeah, I'm sure too. You know, actually, he kind of reminds me of you.
Me?
Yeah, that bottom turn looked very similar. I think it was his hands. Like,
Oh.
just we'll check it out again. But that millisecond he was up, I was like, Oni?
That's good. I like his style. Oh, look at that. Do I look like
You
that?
do that with your backhand. Do I do that?
Whatever.
You do that.
I don't believe you.
But yeah, so it's super, super great to be seeing these under 18 boys out
Wow.
there. This is Cheng Zheng Wang.
Oh my God, this is such great surfing here. Our surfer in green already posting some nice, excellent turns.
Oh.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is a round 1. Heat number 6 is dangerous. And here we go, our surfer in blue, represent from the Thailand. Nice first turn. Look at the big spray on this man. Bam! To another one. Can he ride it out? Yes, he does. Wow, so that's a good complete surfing, even though the second turn wasn't that good. And at the back, right now, it has Troy is up and riding again. Nice first turn with wobble, but managed to go around this one. Another turn again. Wow.
Yeah, it was really nice wave from Troy Espejon. Milking this one all the way through. He manages to stick the landing. It does a little fist pump. He's liking it. We're liking it. All right, and with...
So we're going to check out some replays. And then we're going to go straight to the interview. But let's see the replay on this Jada. Like that nice turn for surfing green. And to another one. That floater turn, it's so sick. It's hard to do. You can easily lose your board into this another one if he makes that, but incomplete, sorry. So this turn is nice too for our surfer in blue. Loose turn, bam, throws a lot of spray. There's a power and flow on this one, and this one is just a little bit caught behind. The judges will put question mark on that one, and yeah, we'll go on for our surfer in white. That was a really nice turn.
Yeah, that was actually. And he managed to get around the whitewash here. Goes vertical again. So this was a really well surfed wave by our man in white. There we have a few more all the way on the inside. And with that, we're going to go straight to the post-heat interview.
Jada, Oni, I'm here with my small friend, 12 years old, not even surfing for 3 years. How many years old? Tell me.
13.
13, but surfing less than 4 years. He was ripping out there. You know what, Yasin? Me and Oni, we were wondering, what kind of board are you surfing?
It's a sharp eye.
Okay, and how do you like it? How was it being out there with your sharp eye?
It's super good and it's a bit drifty, so I like it.
Awesome, man. We could see that you like it. And it feels like even though you're not from Thulusdhoo, you have quite a lot of knowledge about this wave. You really knew which wave to go through. So were you training a lot in here?
Yes.
Awesome. But where's your home spot?
Male, Ralugandu.
And how is that wave like?
It's the best.
It's the best. Tell us, why is it the best?
Because there's a right and a left.
Okay, awesome. And is there anything you want to share with your fans, with everybody who's watching right now?
Thanks, Mom and Dad, and my sponsor, Sea Sports, for the equipments and everything.
Awesome. Any last words in your language for all the fans watching?
Shukuriya.
Woo! Thanks, Yasin. And back to you, Jada and Oni.
All right, he definitely got a new fan right here. I love that interview. That was absolutely adorable.
He's a little legend.
Yeah, you know, he's stoked. I'm stoked.
I love the energy that
You're
he brought.
stoked. Yeah,
He's smiling. He rips. He surfs so good. And we're back to life again right now. Our surfer in red.
Kishore Kumar from India. That was a nice big first turn. So we're still waiting for a few scores to come through, but look at that. Boom. Gets a little bit stuck on the top. And that was a good second one, but unfortunately just falls off. This is actually a replay of a previous wave he caught. This is the one we saw last. That was a nice turn. That was a lot better from the previous one. He managed to stick the landing. Unfortunately, it was just one. But, you know, he will be looking to do that again. He wants to back it up pretty quickly. So back-to-back waves for Kishore Kumar. There we have little legend. I like how he was like, no, actually, I'm 13.
Yes, I love that. He has a good character. You know, sometimes when you become a really good surfer, it's not about the talent, it's actually the character that he's actually carrying. And I really love that.
That's exactly right. Yeah, and he has that personality.
Yeah.
He was out there. He was like, talked about his home spot. He's like, it's the best.
Yeah, the confident and proud, and that's what it's all about, representing your own home. And yeah, that's him gonna carry around that for sure around the world soon, because that talent he has, Yasin, is definitely is gonna be around the world. Here we go, the Thailand team.
There we
what's
have it.
up?
Team Thailand.
Cheering for the surfer in blue in the water right now, currently in 4th place with priority number 2. So only waves at 3.5. So it's exciting to see, because that only one turn and that second turn was like kind of caught behind, and the judges rewarded. So we'll see some good surfing from all these surfers in this heat. And currently in 1st place right now, Troy with a 4-point ride and a 1.33. And our surfer in green with that nice surfing, he got like a 5.17. So single score is higher than any other surface in the water. So all he need to do is just get another 4 or 3. He's gonna go straight in 1st place and putting pressure for our other surfers.
That's exactly right. So he's sitting on a 4, but he knows that the other surfers are dangerous competitors. So he's going to be wanting to back that 4 up really quick and get rid of that 1.23. This is Cheng Zheng Wang right now, a 5.17. He's going to back this up really nicely.
Wow.
This is some incredible surfing right now from Chen Zheng Wang. He is milking this one all the way. Will he complete it? And he does. So he does a little bit of a pat of the whitewash. I don't know if that will be considered complete or not, actually, now that I'm kind of rethinking about it. But we'll just leave that up to the judges.
Yeah, I love how he just picking the right wave here and staying really low, throwing a lot of spray. That bottom turn though, Giada, is so deep, and still managed to throw spray and create speed in here. So he knows what he's doing. Look at that finishing, riding out, complete the wave. Really smart by our surfer in green. Definitely goes straight into 1st place after that. And I'm not surprised in that guy. He has really good technique on his bottom turn.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He only needs to back up that 5.17, and that's already the highest wave of this heat, so he's definitely going straight to 1st after that.
Yeah, the coolest thing in this heat right now is all backside surfers. So none of them actually regular for. I can see our surfing wide. Wow, just doing a turn underneath a lip. That's a hard one to do. This is not Cloud9, but he still just want to hit that section. Look at this. When his bottom turn, the wave's already like covering him up. Boom, right there.
That thing ate him up.
So that it's a risky turn. I don't know if the judges will reward if even he rides that out, because it's not a big set, but it still looks scary when he covered up like that.
Yeah, I definitely don't think I would have gone for that section, but you know, he went for it. That's incredible stuff, and just shows the commitment that these surfers are willing to, you know, take and give, and to get those points they need to be passing on to the next heat, because this contest is super important and there's a lot at stake. This is a qualifier for the SEA Games, so you know, everyone wants a piece of that cake. Everyone wants to be at the SEA Game. Everyone wants to qualify, and everyone's bringing out their A game right now.
Yeah, this our surfer in blue right now. He has power. He has flow. Look at that. Throwing a lot of spray in 2nd turn into another one. Look at that. So that's already a really nice surfing for our surfer in blue. It's definitely have changed the situation soon. And this is the view from the bottom angle. We would like to see this. The judges will definitely look at the replay. That 2nd turn is the money turn. This turn. So the waves are smaller. Like I think the best wave is the medium size one, because the set is a little bit wobbly and doesn't allow you to go hit vertically, because it goes kind of fade away, where the medium one kind of hugs the reef. So you can see our surfing green still waiting for that score. other surfers hearing the surfers on green got a 517. That's why our surfer in blue took that medium-sized one. So you don't have to wait for a big set. And also you don't lose time.
Yeah, and you know, the judges taking a really good, long, hard think about Chang Seng's last wave. You know, they still haven't dropped it. He's waiting to hear that score, and when he does, I'm pretty sure he's going to go straight to first. With just under 9 minutes left in this heat, it's looking like Chang Zhang Wang is in a comfortable position, but I wouldn't say secure just yet. We're still waiting for Troy Espejon to back up that 4. He knows that he has to get rid of that 1.33 to be able to solidify his spot in the next round.
Oh my god, look at that. It's so nice.
How gorgeous is that?
That is paradise.
Mm.
Very happy. I want to go to chicken surfing there. They look so beautiful there too. Look at the lineup.
Stay at the right.
Okay, whatever. Look at the lineup, man. Look at the ride. Who is on this wave?
Goodness.
Looks like a blue, maybe? Oh, red.
Kishore, yes. Big first turn. This is probably the biggest wave I've seen in a long time. Nice second turn. Will he get a third one in? That was really well done. He needs to complete this, and he does.
Wow.
That's going to be a really solid score for Kishore Kumar. I'm super stoked to see that. There's going to be definitely a change in situation right now.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see the replay on this one. There's a little chop at the start, but I love how he just going deep on his bottom turn. Look, this one is tricky section, but he throws spray, managed to ride out smoothly into this turn here. But this is the turn that I like. Boom. Didn't compress, but you know, that's a hard one to do because reef is looking at you. Come here.
Come here.
Come hug me.
Come give me a little
Kishore
kiss.
say like, no, bro. I want to smash the lip. Anyway, no more joking, but let's back to action. We have seen some couple of good scores are coming in soon. Our surfer in green is still waiting for that score. And of course, this is our surfer in white, currently heat leader. Nice. Wow, see that turn? It's really nice. Into another one. Well, I like that he's risking his turn. There's no safe turn on that one. If you compare to other surfers, he's actually going to attack. Oh, there's a different angle.
That's the left.
Chicken.
That's my left right there.
Oh, alright. The left looks good, huh? Okay, Jada is closing my eyes because you don't want to look. I actually look good. Because I'm not a big fan going left.
I'm just kidding. I like surfing with you, Oni. You can come to the left.
No, I don't want to surf with you on my right.
Oh, you don't want to surf with me?
You can stay out of my right-handers.
You can have your right-hander. I don't want your right-hander.
Okay. Look. So here's the replay, but we don't know what the score is. What do you reckon, Jada?
So this was looking like it was going to be a really good score. That second turn was super critical in the pocket, but unfortunately he falls off on this third one. You know, that's definitely going to be altering his scoreline just a little bit, but I'm not sure because Kishore's wave was probably the biggest wave I've seen, but I feel like Troy was a little bit more critical, had a bit more fire to it, you know. We'll be seeing the scores come through soon. This is Natakron now, our surfer from Thailand. Oh. I thought he had that for a second.
Yeah, so there's 5 minutes to go in this heat. We have a couple of replays, couple scores going, so the situation's gonna be changing in a minute. This is a hard wave to surf for Surf in Blue because it's a lot of bump. It's hard to stay balanced on that because it's not because of skill, but just a lot of backwash out there from the boat.
Yeah, backwash from the boat, but also backwash from maybe the reef. The tide is super high right now, so it's not super easy. It's a little bit of a hard moment, but they're right above.
Wow, look at that. I'm just loving looking at this view.
Yeah.
That's so nice. Come live in one on this island.
Look how gorgeous that is.
So nice. We're a real paradise in Maldives.
This is paradise. Like
This is beautiful.
what dreams are made of.
And he's currently live. Our surfer in red, staying busy, currently in 4th place. He knows what he needs to do to get back on top. And there you go. Scores are in for our surfing. We have to wait and replay. Let's watch this one, Giada.
Wow, I really like this wave. I feel like he attacked this wave a little bit more than he did on that bigger one. So this was really well done. The wave is much smaller, but he has that little bit more aggression. He got the confidence from that first wave, and now he's back in the game.
Yeah, there you go. Scores are in for our green, 6.17. There you go. He's in 1st place right now. Surfer in blue, it's a 5.33 and a 3.5. He's currently 2nd place. And Troy, our surfer from the Philippines, as we can see our replay for our surfer in blue, he's currently in 2nd place right now, looking to replace that 3.5. And I don't know if that is a replacement of 3.5, but let's see what we're gonna say with the judges. And your boy Kaishore Kumar still have some scores coming in for him. I don't know if it's in yet. Judges taking good time for that. That's the best thing about it, taking time. There's no rush. You just gotta make a good decision because everybody's surfing really good. The motto of right now, who really risking their turn.
Yeah, that's
some
right.
Safe, some of them actually hot, like powerful, but is there a risky turn underneath the section, you know? So those judges were thinking now. If I was a judge, I'd be a big headache.
Yeah. Lots of waves to be scored, and it's looking like not too many waves right now, but with 2 minutes left, I'm sure everyone's gonna be getting one more chance. Kishore has 2 scores to come through, so he has that set that he caught and that one that he caught right after, so he's still waiting on some waves to come through. Troy Espejon as well, so it's going to be an interesting last 2 minutes of the heat. Will there be a change in situation? Will Chen Zheng Wang and Netakrong Sai Wu be able to remain in those advancing positions? We were saying earlier, in the under 18 boys, actually 1st and 2nd move on to round 3, whereas 3rd and 4th have to head down to repechage. So it's not over just yet. No one loses completely, but moving into that repechage round, you are in a little bit of a danger zone.
Ooh, yo, Kaishore's into 2nd place now with a 6.83. Now pushes blue and white down in 3rd and 4th place. Here we go, wave coming for our surfing green. In and out, Giada. Minute to go.
So with just a minute to go, Kishore has one more score to come in. He's already in 2nd. He's going to be backing up that 6.83. So he's looking like he's in a pretty comfortable position. And there we have it. Kishore moves straight to 1st. Now, Chen Zheng Wang goes for the 360. But Kishore's last wave comes in at 6.03. That pushes him straight into 1st place. Now Chen Zheng Wang in 2nd. Both blue and white are looking for scores. Will they be able to get back into an advancing position? Troy has 1st priority. Kishore has 2nd. So he's going to be using that pretty wisely. You know, he has to stay close to his competitors, make sure they don't get those scores they're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. There's 10 minutes to go, 10 seconds to go here in the water. And I think that's gonna be it. As you can hear, the horn just went away. So meanwhile, we're gonna go for a quick recap, and I'll see you guys back shortly.
Hello, everyone, and we are back with the under 18 boys round 1, heat number 7. Indian surfer in red, Tain Arun surfing against Manimildura Sandalu from Sri Lanka in blue, Chinese surfer in green, Xiao Dong, and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with Suleiman Linjawi.
All right, this is Heat 7 of the under 18 boys, and straight off the bat, we have our surfer. Oh, and green just goes a quick up and down. That was a pretty big wipeout.
We can see him pumping his way through to go for the big turn, but then, there it seems like, well, the board just got swallowed from the wave, and with this making him fall. I hope everything is all right there.
Yeah, so just goes over the handlebars, unfortunately, on that wave. But he looks like he's okay. He's paddling back out. No help needed. So just a 1.17 to open up his account here today. So we will be finishing off today with Heat 8 of the under 18 boys. We had a pretty big day of competition. We finished off the round 1 of the open men's. We did 4 heats of the opening round of the under 18 women. And now we're finishing off 8 heats of the under 18 boys.
So the next will be the round of the female surfers. But right now you can see surfer in blue from Sri Lanka, Sadayu, on his backside, showing us his vertical finish there. Great.
That was a really good wave from Sandalu Mihiran. You know, he kind of had to highline this first part. He really set it up nicely. Bit of a tail drift there and upside down on that one. Not a big turn, but, you know, 2 swift and quick turns to just kind of get started.
And putting the rest in a little bit of a pressure. I mean, you're right. That wasn't the, perfect score that you would always try to get, but at least it gives him some good beginning score. And since the other 2 surfers, surfer in blue and white, don't have a score yet, this will be the first score for the surfer from Saudi Arabia. But most probably what we have seen from the Sri Lankan surfer will put him into first position here.
Yep, that's right. And something that I've seen actually throughout the years, that sometimes out of nerves, people come into heats thinking they have to surf at 200%, when actually all you have to really do is surf at 60 or 70%, especially in these early rounds, and then slowly start building up throughout the heats, and then eventually you'll be catching those waves. If you kind of really just break it down, you need 2 waves.
Right. And Jada, when you are surfing, are you going to check out your opponents first to see what they are capable of, and depending on that will change your strategy in a heat?
Actually, personally, I don't like to see who's in my heat, because I have to surf it anyway. So I kind of just look at the waves and try to depend and think on myself. If I start thinking of too many other factors, I kind of confuse myself, so I just let it happen.
How nervous are you before you go into those heats?
I think it depends the contest. It really depends the waves. If the waves are firing, I'm confident. I'm like,
All right.
this is my type of wave, you know, like Indonesia, Krui, Nias. There, I don't really feel so nervous. Whereas maybe when I'm competing in Europe, or I was in Puerto Rico in the beginning of the year, there it was. I was quite nervous because the waves are pretty bad, and I feel like that's not really my strong point.
Interesting. For all you out there listening to Giada, she is, I don't even know what I can say. You are like super international person. You are half Italian, half Argentinian. You spent all your life in Bali, so that makes you sort of Asian too. You are competing for the Italian team in the ISA. This is where we got to know each other. And most of all, you are a person off the water. You are ripping. So if you hear her talking about competition, talking about surfing, you can be sure she knows what she's talking about.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind words.
Well, I'm just being honest here.
Yeah, I've definitely had a few years in the contest world. I didn't go amazing, I'm not going to lie. I don't do incredible under pressure. And as I've said, I don't do great in bad waves. But I think my best results were probably in the Asian region for sure. Back at home with Krui and Nias. So looking at this right now, Tayin Arun right now, he on his front hand, good first opening turn, wraps it around here, giving that variety. Unfortunately, gets a little bit stuck on the way back to the whitewash, but I think that's a good way to kind of shake off the nerves. A lot of these surfers are surfing their first heat, so it's always the most nerve-wracking. It's always the one where you're going to probably make the most mistakes.
Surfer from Chennai, India, who's probably facing the opposite of what you are doing. You, based in Bali, surfing all this perfection. You just said whenever it's pumping, whenever it's perfect, this is when you feel confident. In India, obviously they have, at least Chennai, where Tayin is from, they have different waves to what they are surfing right now in Coke. So it's interesting to see him adapting to this spot, as it is interesting to see the Chinese surfer. Wow, that could have been a nice one maneuver wave, but he couldn't finish it properly.
You know, actually, speaking of the Chinese surfers, I think they have been the team that has impressed me the most in improvement. I mean, I saw them last year and the year before in Huntington and Puerto, and I've just seen such a big improvement in their surfing that it's just really impressive.
100%. And what was always impressive is the surfing of Sri Lanka. Unfortunately for him, a little bit too aggressive on the finish, but his first two maneuvers, they were quite outstanding. So far, the best maneuvers we have seen in this heat. What is going on there, Jeddah?
You know, this first turn was incredible, and so was the second one. I wouldn't be surprised if Green gets an interference.
Yeah, right.
Because he really didn't try to get out of the way, and he was kind of right in the middle of that line for Blue to finish that last one, and it could have altered that finishing turn.
Before we will get the information from the judges, we can see the replay once again doing a nice two maneuvers and then trying to do the finish, but then he had to go deeper into the bottom turn than he wanted to. So it will be interesting to see what the judges will say on that. But before we hear that, let's get to our friend Oni Anwar with an interview from the last heat.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we are here with the last heat winner. Man, tell me how you're feeling right now. You're looking so good out there.
Yeah, feeling very happy and very excited for next heat.
And obviously, you want to tell what's your name and how old are you and what's your representative?
My name is Kishore. I'm from India. I'm from...
And how old are you?
I'm 16.
So I'm a bit shy. He doesn't want to talk much, but he does to talk because he did it really good by his surfing. So that score from beginning, you're not really like, you started from the bottom and then at the end. So can you tell me about that? What's going on?
I get little nervous first like 5 minutes. I fall on my first wave and I get in and I reset my mind and wait for one good set wave. And that's it.
When you waited for the wave, what's going on?
No, I just reset my mind, and if the waves come, I show myself.
Wow, amazing. And do you want to tell everyone who's watching what kind of board and what kind of tell me what are your equipment right now?
I'm using last 5.4, good for these conditions. And I want to thank my sponsors, TT Surf Pro Team and SFI, Tamil Nadu Surfing Association, and Mr. Arun Vasu.
Wow, amazing performance, and I'm sure we'll see you in the next round, and congratulations. So get some rest, and I'll see you guys soon. Pew!
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, that was an epic interview with Kishore, the winner of the last heat. He got a 6.83 and a 6.03, so that was super, super well done. We have a few waves ridden right now. This is Sandalu Mihiran. So a bit of a flatter wave here, but I just wanted to point out, I told Oni earlier, I trained with Kishore earlier this year in Bali. So I won't lie, I am really rooting for him. I'm super, super happy he surfed his heat the way he did. We're going to watch this replay of Green before I get back into that.
Yeah, deep bottom turn there. goes for a carve, doesn't go all the way back because he didn't want to lose that wave and try to do a nice finish there. But tell us, how comes you were training with Kishore in Bali?
So I train with Ivan, also known as Elite Surf Coaching in Bali. When I'm there, just to keep up with, just having those contests, that contest rhythm. And Kishore was there before Krui, because he was going to be joining Krui and Nia. So it was great to have a few coaching sessions with Kishore. He was a little bit shy at first, but then when he opens up to you, he has a gorgeous smile and he's the kindest person ever. So I'm very, very happy to see him surfing the way he is. And in a few months, I feel like he's improved so much already.
And here we can see another surfer from India, Chennai, South India, going fast, going super fast, but unfortunately for him, he has to jump there. Well, Indian surfers are coming, that's for sure.
That's exactly right, and Kishore showed that, and his teammate here in red tie-in is showing that right now as well. Good first opening turn. Sets it up for this second one. Really nice. I love how he kind of pushed that tail on the way back to the whitewash, rushed down the line. Unfortunately, this wave wasn't really going to work with him in the end, but I love how well he surfed that, because if you saw in the beginning, there was a lot of lump there. It was a bit of backwash. There is Team Japan.
Just having fun there, dancing. Great to see their preparation. Well, there is still one more heat after this, and it will be with Team Japan. Taro Takai is going to surf in heat number 8 against Korean surfer Hajin and surfer from Chinese Taipei Chan. But right now we are watching heat number 7, second to last for today, and the beach marshals will hand in the jerseys to the last surfers, to the last caddies for today's final heat.
And talking about impressive surfing, the last wave of blue Sandalu Mihiran came in at a 6.00. So even though he didn't complete that wave, the first two were big enough and like heavy weighted enough to give him that score he needed. So imagine if he was able to complete it.
Wow. And it's interesting because though Sri Lanka being so close to the Maldives, still the waves are absolutely different. It's more known for, cruising, mellow sort of waves, but these boys, they don't surf mellow. They're full-on radical power surfers.
Yep, that's so right. And there's a lot at stake here. Everyone wants to be able to qualify to those Asian games, so everyone's going to be bringing out their A game. Even though this is a round 1 and under 18 boys, they all want to be able to pass these heats.
100%. As the Korean surf team, together with the Japanese, are preparing for the last heat. Thank you to so many people who are making this possible, making this Asian Surfing Championship possible. That will be the first qualification for the Asia Games. You said it, Yara. It's the Asian Surfing Federation and the Maldives Surfing Association, together with the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation, who are making this possible. Thanks a lot to all the supporters. This event is hosted by Thulusdhoo Council, managed by Surfing Association of Thulusdhoo. Our hotel partner here is Season Paradise. It's powered by Diragu. Before I continue, what is going on with surfer from Sri Lanka, Jada?
So this is Sandalu Mihiram. He already has a 6. He wants to back it up really quickly. A 317 is what he's trying to get rid of. If he completes it, I'm pretty sure he's well on the way. No time wasted in between the turns. We're going to see that on the replay. What did you think?
Well, this is flow, this is power, this is speed. Critical surfing on his backside, going for the heavy part of the wave, and this for sure, with his 4 maneuvers, all nice snaps, will give him some good score. It's going to be difficult for the other surfers to take the lead from him. For sure, that will be better than his backup score of 3.17. And then, once again, live action from the surfer from China.
Yep, this is our surfer Zihao Dong. It's a little bit of a strange wave selection here, but he's surfing it pretty nicely. He's going to take it all the way down to the inside. Big first airdrop, so it's definitely going to be improving his scoreline. He only wants to get rid of a 147.
It almost looks like he's surfing with small fins. It has got sort of a skatey appearance the way he's surfing.
Yep, that's exactly right. And the reason why I said strange wave selection was just because that wave in the takeoff already had so much whitewash on the face, more than usual. So it makes it that extra bit harder for the surfer to keep that board under control, to be able to do those big hacks. So, but he managed it really well. That's really good stuff from Zihao Dong.
More credits go out to Diragu, who this event is powered by them. Apparel partner is Apparel 360. Associate partner Niris Embroidery. Printing partner Print Lab. Streaming partner Slow Tape. Video highlights partner Various Art Studio. You can see we have so much support in this event. Another supporting partner Adaran Select Hundurun Fushi. And obviously supporting partner, another one is Kura Willingly. It is the island of chickens, the spot that most probably, shall I say it, you and I are going to surf after this event,
100%.
after this heat. Well, let's say 2 more heats, but before that, up and riding surfer from India in red, Arun Trian, trying to get the second position with this wave. Sort of a tricky wave here, many different sections, but he managed to finish it. And 2 more credits go to our travel partner Tarika Express and hydrate partner Bonaqua.
Yep, so going back to live action, good swooping cutback. Sets it up for the second one. A little bit more of a tail sweep there, but I like that he gave it his all. He completed it, compressed, and rode out of it just to show the judges, it's all under control. I finished this wave.
Right. Have you ever surfed in India yourself?
Actually, no, I haven't, but I really, really want to. I think that's definitely one of my top 5 destinations I want to go to.
Top 5? What are the other 4?
So Philippines is definitely on the list.
Cloud9? Should I go?
Yes,
Nice
Cloud9. Tahiti.
Okay.
Mexico.
Wait, Tahiti? Would you charge Chopu when it's pumping?
I think I will definitely try paddle out. I don't want to say yes 100%, but I would give it a go. It's there.
Mexico was the other one. Which region?
Mexico. I think what's that right-hander that everyone raves about?
Puerto Escondido?
Yeah, or Puerto Escondido. Then there's another one. I want to do all of Mexico.
Pascuales, maybe?
Pascuales is another spot I would love to go to. But it's very different to my home, so yeah. But it's 100% somewhere I'd love to visit.
And what's number 5 of your destination?
Number 5, I think it was actually Maldives, and I'm here now.
Check.
So I kind of need to add a new one to the list.
What about Afghanistan? Ever thought about surfing there?
No.
This is where I am from, ladies and gentlemen. And believe it or not, we do have some nice river waves. Have you ever done river surfing?
Never. I've done lake surfing, so behind the boat, but never in a river.
Wakeboarding?
Yeah,
sort of? All right,
but it's a boat that is specifically made to make a big wave so that you can actually surf on it. I'll show you videos afterwards.
Okay, please. You have a lot of experience in artificial waves?
No, not at all, actually.
Yeah, probably no need to when you live in Bali, hey?
Oh, I already know where my 5th one is. Sorry, South Africa.
Ah.
I've been before, but I was very young. I wasn't really surfing yet. So I would like to go back now as an adult and experience it.
Jeffreys Bay, or what kind of spots you have?
Yeah, Jeffreys Bay, a spot called Wilderness. I want to do the whole tour, all of it. I would love to go to Namibia since I'm already there. So, yeah, it's just, the world is so big and I have so many places to go visit. And, you always talk about all these places you've been to. I feel like you've traveled so much.
Well, I guess that's part of surfing culture, isn't it? I mean, okay, for you it's maybe different because you pretty much spent the majority of your life in Bali. You have that perfection right in front of your doorstep, so no need to travel too far away. But if you come from a landlocked country like I do, or live in landlocked countries like I did in the past, well, traveling is the way to, live your passion, or, well, it's not only a passion, it's an addiction that we surfers probably have. So, yeah, it's a good side product of of surfing, all this traveling?
It's funny, sometimes the guilt I feel when the waves are good and I'm not out there. I'm like, oh, is this like an unhealthy thing? Because I'm like tired. I've been surfing for like 8 hours a day. It happens immense, and then I don't paddle out, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna miss out. Like, it's a total addiction.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Especially, I mean, a little bit different, but sort of the same thing is going on in, for example, here in Maldives. You know, thinking of last year, we had constantly pumping condition. Pretty much for 1 month, there was swell after swell, all big. So there was a point where even though it was like offshore overhead, we were like, nah, let's just relax, have a nice little coconut to drink and watch the surf and maybe go later.
Yeah.
Less than 4 minutes left in the second to last heat for today in the ASF Asian Surfing Championship, and it's still Surfer in blue with the heat lead of 11.1 and first priority, so he does have a good position there, but also the Chinese surfer in green still has the chance to take the lead. It's Surfer in red from India with 7.17 that wants at least a 5-point plus right to get to second position to be able to advance straight to round number 3. Otherwise, he would need to go to round 2, to the repechage round. Same for the surfer from Saudi Arabia, Sulaiman Linjawi. But you know what? Probably he is not really trying to get the first or the second position, the surfer in white, but for him, I'm quite sure he's already super stoked with being here, being in his first international event representing his country. That's already a big step for him.
Yeah, that's right. You know, some of these people, it's the first time competing in waters like this, or even competing in reef break, you know, and someone who is used to it maybe might not think about it so much, but someone who surfs beach breaks all the time, that's a big factor, because it's not just soft sand you're landing on. There's reef, it's hard rock, and there's sea urchins above that. So we've already had a few incidents happen throughout the few days that we've been here, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing a few more.
Hope not, but well, normally that's the price you're paying on a spot like this. But the thing about Saudi Arabia is, luckily for them, they have all the resources to travel around a lot. You know, we've been talking to the team, we heard it in the interviews, they were preparing in Portugal and Sri Lanka, so they do have the possibilities to check out some similar spots. They have international backup team, managing team from England, surf coaches from Brazil, so it's quite good for them and for the whole Asian surfing to see that they have the support from the government to really make surfing big in their country. And same thing did Team India, as you can see, not going for this wave, Tyrone Arun, but India is coming. Since 2 years they have surfing on the radar. They are promoting their surfing. This is the second time they're participating here in the Asian Surfing Championship. They already have been to the ISA Games in El Salvador. You told us that you have been surfing with them in QS events in Indonesia, so they are focused.
Yep, they're on the rise. They're coming, you know, some great surfers the past few days here that I'm sure are going to have a bright future, because they're all so young as well. So there's so much time, and I feel now surfing is becoming a more like known sport throughout the world. So it's something that you can be doing for a lot longer now.
Right. Up and riding surfer in blue, way, trying to go hard on that lip. Didn't pay off, but hey, 30 seconds left. Doesn't look like major waves are coming, so with his 11.1, most probably he will advance in the first position to round number 3.
Yep, with only 17 seconds left in this heat, I feel like he's feeling pretty comfortable in first place. You know, he does have the 2 highest scoring waves of this heat. And we're going to be counting this one down. We're going to go to a quick recap, and then we'll see you guys in the last and final heat of the day.
Thank you, Jada. Always a pleasure to comment with you.
See you at Chickens.
Welcome back, yeehaw! For last heat of the day, boys under 18. And the most important question for today is, Oni, what is this, bro? You are having the most stylish sunglasses of the whole
look at
event, maybe in
that.
whole Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, Oni Anwar from Indonesia, our charger from Sumbawa. Dude, last heat, what do you think? What can we expect?
Well, the show doesn't stop. It's just the beginning. As you can see in the water now on your screen, Taro Takai from Japan and Hajin Mok from Korea. And another one, John Chan is from Taipei. Wow, man, what an exciting heat.
And we end this round the same way as we started it, because also in heat number 1 we had Japanese surfer, Korean surfer, and surfer from Chinese Taipei. So it is an East Asian affair here. It's gonna be on for sure. We know all these countries know how to surf. Japanese, I mean, it's no secret, they know how to surf, but also the Korean surfer shows us what he is capable of, going for, well, maybe a good starting to get into the heat. A little bit of a soft, well, slow wave here, but again, good starting for him. Hey, did you know that it gets freezing cold in Korea in wintertime when they go surfing? They sometimes surf with 6 meals.
I heard that there is actually a wave pool that everybody is talking about, and I heard the food is nice, but actually the weather is cold.
After our surfing green, John, you can see the Japanese surfer, the favorite, Taro Takai, on a nice finish there, jumps down, and now all the surfers are paddling back. Priority is already on the boards, as you can see. John Chan from Chinese Taipei having a first priority here. All surfers are waiting for their scores. John is actually here for the second time. He was already surfing here in Thulusdhoo in the last year's event. And you know what? He is focused, man. He really wants to, well, be one of the best one day, spending a lot of time in South California, surfing in Huntington Beach, and, well, all the spots you want to surf if you want to get qualified for the challenges with the US. Look at him. This is the Japanese surfer. What is he doing there?
Well, honestly, that's a hard turn to do, because you can see he just hit the section really in a really scary position, and then he risking it. He knows the judge will reward that. There you go, a 6.17 for 2 maneuvers, because he was just solid on his bottom turn, top to bottom. Every maneuver is just risky.
And you can see how confident he is in his own skill set, going and charging on his very first wave. We can see the Korean surfer on his second wave having a nice finish there, much stronger, powerful surfing compared to his first wave. Yeah, the Japanese surfer, as I said, already on his first wave, charging it. Normally, a safe heat strategy would be to play it safe in your first waves, just to have some scores, and then once you have that first 2 scores, go and do some more radical, powerful surfing. But this is not what the Japanese surfer is doing, since he knows he's capable of doing some nice stuff. And also for the Korean, that was a good second wave, which definitely will change his score.
Yeah, I would like to say konnichiwa in Japanese, genki desu ka?
All right.
So a little bit of Japanese there. So I would like to say maybe we'd like to go down to our last hit winner with Jada.
Jada, who you got for us?
Can't hear.
All right, Jada is going to talk with the last heat's participant, but before we do that, since you heard it, we had a little bit of difficulties with the sound there. So let's focus again on the last heat here. Heat number 8 from first rounds, under 18 boys. We are seeing an East Asian affair here. Korea, Japan, and Chinese Taipei. They are trying to get the slots directly to round number 3. And now it's Jada's turn.
I'm here with the last heat winner. Congratulations. Out there.
It was so good, and I'm taking few good waves, and I'm doing good. Yeah.
Did you say waves are different here than they are in India?
No, I'm from Sri Lanka.
Sorry, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, so different here, more powerful and good ball and good shape. Yeah, amazing wave also. Yeah.
Where have you been training in Sri Lanka to be surfing here?
I'm a lot of surfing the Arugam Bay. They are also right hand point. Yeah, I'm a lot of surfing there.
Is there anyone you'd like to be thanking back at home?
Thanks for the federation and all the supporters and everyone in the support me. Yeah, me family also. Yeah.
All right, congratulations and see you next round. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Giada. Was a great talent from our young surfer from Sri Lanka. You know,
And
growing
also
up.
big talent you can see right now,
Yeah.
John from Chinese Taipei, charging on his wave, super composed. He is here together with his father, starting from early August. Was one of the first surfers outside of Maldives coming here to train, and it paid off. He knows how to read the waves. Nice finish there. Goes super low to make sure to be able to finish that wave and show the judges some control to get the points he needs to advance to second or first position.
Yeah, here's a replay for our surfer from Japan. You can see how nice and low these guys surf, and look at that! Wow, that's an excellent control by our surfer in red. So that will be rewarded with a good score on that one.
Absolutely, it was great to see his footwork. You know, he was super compressed with his whole body, knees bent, and all the movements on the surface of the water created by the wind and the wobble. He just, maneuvered only with his legs to be able to decompress once he went up to release all that energy. This technically speaking, the Japanese surfers are top. You know, they're training all their lives, having all the support from their great team, and it really pays off.
Yeah, I can see that because every detail of their surfing is not about over pushing it, but being smart on every section on the wave. Look at that one. He just managed to control that, comes out, and they're paying attention with their coach, and yeah.
Nice air there from the Japanese surfer. It's great to see some airs in this wave. You know, this section is famous, well, for its bearing potential, but it's really great to see that, well, the Japanese surfer doesn't care if it's a barrel or not. He just says, I'm going to show you what I want to do, and if it's an air, it's an air. What about you, Oni? How is your air game?
I used to, when I was a kid, I loved doing airs, but now I'm more like a carving, stylish kind of guy.
Nice.
I like style. Style is important because when you're on a wave, you want to still look relaxed and, not rushing everything.
Yeah, you are talking about loving to surf twin fins these days, so I guess
Yeah.
that makes sense with carving it all the
Yeah.
way down, hey?
Because twin fin, you can actually relax more. You don't have to rush anything. You're just gonna ride the wave, stay high line. You don't have to go deep bottom turn.
And high line is not what we see here for John. He got on a deep bottom turn to be able to carve his way on this wave he selected under priority. And it's actually not John. It's Hain from Korea going to fly over the wave and hopefully not on the reef. He has still 15 minutes to continue. What was he doing here, Oni?
I think right here he has that nice control with everything. He doesn't need to push too hard because being in second place is all he needs. He knows that our Japanese surfer is kind of controlling this heat. But for him, second place, probably trying to just float on top of that instead of trying to do a snap because the wall of the wave kind of just faded away. So that's why what that happened there, kind of just him and his board kind of disconnect. Because it happened really quick in that section there.
So he expected a thicker lip that would have enabled him to land it, but it didn't come? All right.
Correct, yeah. So the wave is kind of hard to... That end section that we've been talking about in the last couple of heat is the money turn. It's a really hard one to do. So that's why, when you're being a judge, it's good to know how hard it is out there to be in the water and surfing it. Because when you're sitting from here, you don't see that often. You only see people falling off and up and down again and again.
Absolutely, you're right. Like watching it from the display, it sort of looks like, yeah, fun little wave, maybe like beach break style, but it's so different when you're in the water. Like these waves that are maximum head high, they are so much challenging when you're in the water.
Yeah, from this section here, you can hit it. The wall come to you right there, boom. But then slowly right now it's bending away from here. From here on, that's the hard section there, and also it's so shallow there, a dry, shallow reef.
Right.
So it's a tricky one. You can't make a decision. You kind of have to just adapt whatever's coming on you.
Oni, look at this one. How beautiful in this transition. The next maneuver, I love how he's pushing his tail, but then doesn't lose any speed and goes for the finish. This is some high class technique out there.
Yeah, we call it yabai. すごいね、surfing. 今のタロ高い今波もちょっとも小さい
Dude, what's going on? Why is your Japanese so sharp?
But surfing のもすごい Here you go, our surfer in green, John Chan from Japan, currently in third place. Well, 12 minutes ago though, I think there's plenty of time for a change of situation, but our surfer in blue doesn't want to give up. He answers back for John. He knows being in second place is important right now. So Hajin Mok is being really smart. That first couple of turns though is really good. So it will be putting a lot of pressure for our surfing green.
Absolutely. And while we're waiting for the scores, we look at the replay. John for Chinese Taipei is super composed here, speeding through, doing a check turn there, and then sees that the wave is closing, so trying to find a safe exit there. Behind him, surfer from Korea, you can see on the replay, trying to get some better backup score for himself to stay on second position. Not able to finish here. He should have gone more on his knees and maybe push more in his back of the board, but well, he still has got exactly 11 minutes to get rid of his at least second score of 3.43. Right now he is in a second position, so that means he would proceed to round number 3 together with Taro Takai, who already has got 11.67 points, but don't count John Chan out. He is more than capable to be able to proceed directly to round number 3 without going to the rapid charge round.
That is correct, and I would like to ask you, what is your highlight for the last couple of hits? Maybe today, what's your highlight today?
Man, I have to say, I really love that Taro was doing the air here. Normally you have sort of, if you see the wave, couple of maneuvers in mind that you're going to do. You will talk with the coaches about how to, use what the ocean gives you to make the max out of it. But for me, it looks like this air that Taro was doing, that wasn't something he was thinking of before. It just, was there. He saw the opportunity. Probably he wasn't even thinking out of it. It was just like, almost natural, instinctively for him. This is what I need. I'm going to do the air. So that was quite impressive already. What about yourself? Anything that sticks out?
Yes, of course. There's a lot of my highlight today, but I would just mention one. Just surprisingly, our junior under 18 boys, Maldives backside surfing, really impressed me. The style, even he didn't ever get the best wave in that heat, but I can see the potential of how great of a surfer he is. That's one of it, and it's a lot of surfer from India too. It just shocked me, surprised me with everything they bring here, and so I can't even wait to see what's coming in the next couple of days.
It's only second day. We're still in the first round. We have not even seen the first round of the female surfers, but this will be the last heat for the boys under 18, and the forecast looks good. It's gonna be increasing swell size, better wind conditions, so there's still a lot of room for some highlights. And we are currently watching the last heat for today, heat number 8, Japanese surfer in red against Korea and Chinese Taipei in blue and green respectively, having a little bit more than 8 minutes to show us their surfing on cokes. Thulusdhoo Island, Maldives. We are in the middle of paradise in the Indian Ocean. And tell me, my friend, after this heat, are you going for a surf?
You can, I think you can feel it, eh? You can smell. I'm out there straight away. So I've been eating. I haven't surfed today, so I've just been watching, observing everything, sitting here. So
Cokes
it's
or chickens? What are you up to?
Me and Diara made a deal, so she stay out of my right, and I stay out of her right. So
Bro, as much as I love you and love to hang out with you, I'm happy if we are not going to surf in the same spot, because that otherwise I won't get too many waves with you there.
You can drop in on me. Here we go, live. Oh, I love this angle though. Like you can see the vertical and how the surface kind of caught on top or not, and that angle is kind of cool.
Let's see on the replay if it was the right choose of maneuver. What do you think?
Yes, I think he did, but he could do a float, but I don't know because I didn't really see what's the rest of that wave. But that turn was really nice. It was on point for me. And throw spray, I just love how these guys surf actually. He just set it up for a bottom turn, and when he goes in the vertical, he actually pushes it and throws power. And spray comes out and rides out it really perfectly and clean, and shows that the judges how confident and solid he is as a surfer. I think that's important to show your character in a contest, that you are a solid surfer. Compared like a surfing blue and green, they're just like floating around doing a couple of turns, but nothing is major for the judges to be like, wow.
Yeah, and what I love about the surfing of Taro is it's sort of untypical for the Japanese surfing. You see many Japanese surfers being very calculated, really see, almost playing safe on a very, very high level, obviously. But Taro, he goes all in. You could see it in this last wave, he could have maybe went for a little bit of a less powerful carve there to continue that wave, but instead he went all in, full power. And obviously, if you are able to finish that properly, this is when you get the big, big scores.
Yeah, exactly. And Taro is not probably open up all his surfing yet. I think right now he's just having a feel of his board and the waves and all what the judges are looking for. So he's not really showing his full potential on his skill. So I can see that in his body language. When he catch a wave, he's just taking it easy, feeling it, showing a little bit of like, what do you like this one? Do you like that? And if that just doesn't like it, then he tries something else.
Yeah,
that's why he's this guy is really talented.
For sure, and he has got the really sweet spot of being able to surf the spot so many times, because not only is he surfing for the under 18 boys here, he's also surfing for the adults. So this is already, even though in the first round, his second time he surfed this wave, starting from this competition, and he will have many, many more opportunities. So he can just surf it and have fun. And fun is also what we see in here, but that was a bit of a funny exit actually for the surfer in blue, Hajin Mok from Korea. What went wrong there?
I think he just kind of like wasn't sure what he want to do here. That's why he kind of lost a little bit of balance, because when you get up on a wave, you just gotta, you have half a second to decide, and then all you need to do is just keep that board going fast and just kind of tap with the flow of everything. But when you have like a delay of decision making, that's when you're gonna stuck. You kind of hold behind and you miss the section or you bog the rail. But when you just stand up, I'm just gonna go wherever the wave's taking me, and that's when magical things happen. I know it sounds strange, but that's how I work that way sometimes.
All right, nice one. We have to say it's sort of a difficult task for surfers in blue and green, surfing against the Japanese, surfing against one of the favorites, together with Indonesia for sure with the men's. These are the two nations that on paper at least have the role of the favorites. But hey, everything is possible. We have Team Philippines, first time in the Asian Championship, and they know how to surf barrels, that's for sure. We got the Maldives, who know this wave better than anyone else. Also, Team China is a dark horse. Sri Lanka, we saw very sharp, very on-point surfing. So it's still round number 1. Everything is possible, but still, Team Japan is always a tough one to surf against.
Yeah, I mean, we can't really say it that much in this kind of situation, because when the waves are on, it's all about the luck of the Mother Nature. So if you got the right wave, no, doesn't matter how good you are, and if you wake up the wrong day, if you don't feel good, whatever it is, there's so much coming to your wave as an athlete. You gotta have to. That's why I hear a couple of guys say, "I'm gonna win this." Today you feel good, but tomorrow let's see. That's why you can't really tell with surfing. As you can see how surfing Blue, just carving it through and taking it easy. He knows the second place is an option, and yeah, there's 2 minutes to 20 seconds to go. This our currently here leader. Talk me through this one.
Going, wow, with a super big spray there, now pumping his way through for a nice little fish.
Oh, wow.
Man, what was that? Full rotation into the flats.
That is full
Dude.
rotation. That's like a 360. I love how he's just like, okay, this is like 2 minutes to go. I'm going to do a nice turn here. And looking for that section right here. I thought he's going to do a floater or something, but managed to do full spin, come right out clean perfectly. Wow, whoa. Taro is definitely showing everybody there is an air game right now start.
Oh my God, under 18 surfing, man, I can't wait to see what the judges will give him for that. He is surfing radical. No prisoners, full on surfing into the flats. I mean, first of all, come on, going into the air again on a wave like this, then doing a full rotation and landing on the flats. What is going on, bro?
Icing on the cake, mate. It's the last hit of the day, and he's just like, all right, guys, I'm done of playing safe. Let's play some risky maneuver here. But this turn throws so much spray. His timing on that, you can see the spray come out of that. There's no power on that turn. He's just timing it perfectly. But this one is all about skill on this one, like that. Boom.
Dude, that was... Wow, man, we will see an amazing score. Man, for me, I'd say this is the best maneuver I've seen so far in the under 18s. So let's see what the judges will give him for that. And we can see it's a 9.60. Dude, almost perfect. Look at it once again. What is going on there, Oni? Tell us.
I just think, like, I love how he goes up from the bottom. There is no deep bottom turn there. I think he just scored down and then timing it that turn. And right here.
He already knows he wants to fly, right?
Not sure until right here. Boom, right here he decided on air.
Wow.
So from where he was starting, he wasn't planning to do air.
And it seems like the lip that sort of hits his board once he went up helps him to do the full rotation. Do you think, like, when he was going up, he already knew that will be a full rotation?
Yeah, no, he just went on a beast mode where he said, okay, it's the last wave. I'm not going to power out after this. I'm just going to go big.
Crazy surfing. Man, you asked me what was my highlight of the day. Okay, now I think we have the answer. Whew. I hope we are going to see this wave a lot more times. And actually, you are going to see it now one more time in the recap. And with this, we are finishing round number 1. Heat number 8 and today's surfing of ASF Asian Surfing Championship. Oni Anwar, my friend, thanks a lot for commenting with me. Man, I'm stoked. Even more so, I want to go out there and surf this wave on my own now.
All right, let's go. Have a good day, guys. See you soon.
Gentlemen, I'm here with Taro, the winner of the last heat from Team Japan. Well, obviously congratulations to the heat win, but man, even more so for that maneuver. What was going on? 9.6 with that crazy air. Dude, what was that?
That air is so nice window, and yeah, it's very good.
Did you know that you were going to do this air when you were starting that wave? Or when was it that you saw, man, I can do this, like rotation on the flats?
Yes, but yes, that air is very challenging for me because yeah, I have 6 points, so yes, that is my challenge air.
Look, Taro, it's amazing watching you surfing. It's only the first round of the under 18 boys. Man, I'm really, really looking forward to see you surfing on bigger condition. And please, please keep it up. Show us those airs, show us the barrels. Once again, congratulations and best of luck for the next heats. And with that, we are closing the second day of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. We saw today the last heats of the men, we saw the under 18 girls surfing, and now we just saw Taro and the other boys under 18. And you are going to see the highlights of today, including the biggest score of the event so far, the 9.6 from our friend Taro. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.